calling plays, and there was a good rhythm on offense. And I think obviously the offensive line, we'll talk about that throughout the course of today. They played a lot better. A little bit more consistency up front in regards to just, their technique, what they were doing. And I thought the play calling, I mentioned this last week. How does the offensive coordinator, you asked me, was it more offensive coordinator or more offensive line? And I said 60-40. 60 offensive line, 40% play caller, because you can be put in position for success. Now it's up to you to follow through. And yesterday it felt like when you're looking at the angles of which the offensive line was expected to block and the times that they were expected to block one-on-one in pass pro, it felt like they had the advantage, looked like they had the advantage most of the day.
Yeah, I was texting with TJ a little bit after the game, and of course he'll be in for the last hour of the show, and he thought the variety of run concepts benefited this offensive line, and he thought they were a step ahead.
Yeah, from read to gap to, it was everything. And so they were allowed to be aggressive. They were allowed to use, the advantage the offense has is what the scheme is. What the play call is, where the ball's supposed to go. What the snap count is. And on the road, you might not have as much of the snap count as an advantage. Obviously, yesterday that wasn't an issue. And by the way, did you see all the videos on TikTok? Because you could see it on TV. Like there was a huge representation of Lions fans. But there were a lot of Commanders fans that were like, hey, I just arrived in Detroit, and they would show the escalators coming out of the subway. They would show the buses. It was just floods and floods of Lions fans.
Well, it's people who made the trip because in their mind, it was cheaper.
Right.
We get those texts every week, and we had some on the Tailgate Show on Sunday, people saying this was actually cheaper, flight included, to go to the game. And then, of course,
probably not hotel stay as well.
No, probably not. But then you also have people who, for whatever reason, like work has displaced them over to the East Coast, whether it's D.C. or Maryland or Philadelphia or New York, whatever. Yeah. They can make their way in and watch the Lions play, and Lions fans did it again.
Mm-hmm. Took it over.
And it's easier to take over when your team keeps scoring touchdowns and you can be really loud over and over and over again.
That's for sure. It just was fun to watch, and what they didn't end up punting
at all.
Ever.
Yeah, so 0 sacks, 0 punts, 200 yards rushing. Reset the line of scrimmage, kept Jared Goff upright. We talked about it on Friday. Like, what do you need to see? Is it a win or is it style points? Does it need to look a certain way? And I think at the end of the show, I threw out run for 150 yards. They exceeded that. Said Goff can't get sacked more than twice. Didn't get sacked at all. And game control. John, they never trailed.
Yeah, and I just say control the offensive line or control the line of scrimmage, and they did that on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
It was controlled by the offensive line and defensive line all game long. And how about, are we done taking the questions of we need to get J-Mo more involved?
And here's the thing, it happened organically, or at least it felt organic.
Yeah,
it didn't feel
like
forced.
It was forced.
Yeah, it was just, hey, it's going to come in the flow of the offense. And he had a couple on one drive alone. It's just, hey, if they're going to play man-to-man on a crosser, all right, well, he's going to beat you. He's going to keep running.
Speed kills.
Exactly. So there's a lot to digest from this football game. Why was it so much better? Well, looked like the offensive line fired out and took it personal. Looked like Dan Campbell's influence on the offense was right there from the jump, right? Calling plays, saying, no. If you want it done right, you got to do it yourself. No offense, John Morton. This is my football team. I got to make the tough calls. And he's been willing to do that.
Well, I just like it that a lot of coaches will say, well, let's give it some more time. I'll be in his ear more, and I'll do this, that, the other thing during the week. We'll prepare, but he's still going to call plays on Sunday. No. You were 5-3 going into the game. And you just like it was time, put up or shut up. It's got to be done now. So don't wait. If you were thinking, or if you had any doubts, if you were thinking of making that change, then do it. And maybe John Morton needs a few days or a few weeks of watching and listening to Dan Campbell call the plays. I don't know if he ever goes back to it.
I was going to say, it'd be weird to go back.
It would be weird, but I'm just saying maybe he needs a little bit of extra time of watching Dan Campbell call the plays. This is how I want it done, because we saw it in his first year, right? Anthony Lynn, not doing it the way I want it, I'll take it over. What happened with the offense? It starts to click a little bit. Now, all of a sudden, hey, you've got Gibbs, you've got Laporta, you've got so many more weapons, and it's not going how Dan Campbell has a vision for it. That's the beauty of a head coach that is willing to make the tough decisions.
With what's at stake, he should be calling plays the rest of the season. I don't think you go back.
No.
And John, it's not like you're asking him to do something that other coaches don't do. I started doing a head count yesterday. 16 of the 32 teams have their head coach calling the offensive plays. So this is a totally normal thing to do. In fact, 4 of the top 5 scoring offenses have their head coach calling plays. Mm-hmm. It's the Colts with Steichen. It's the Lions, who have the number 2 scoring offense in football. Cowboys and Rams are 4 and 5. Schottenheimer and McVay are calling plays while also being the head coach. It's not asking too much of your head coach. It's quite literally the expectation in a lot of instances.
And that's not to say what the defensive head coaches do for their as defensive play callers.
Fair point.
Right.
But I mean, it's Andy Reid calls plays, right? It's Matt LaFleur calls plays. It's a lot of respected teams and coaches who win a lot of football games. Their head coach calls the plays. So for Dan Campbell, it's not too much on his plate. He showed he could handle it. And with what's at stake, this is what the offense has to look like.
Yeah, and you go back to all the different things that have made this team what it is today. And you go back to Anthony Lynn not being able to do it. Dan Campbell, first time he's ever called plays on the sidelines. And, hey, work out the kinks in year 1, 3-13-1.
Right.
Now all of a sudden it becomes an issue when you are, hey, you've been in the NFC Championship game. You've had the number 1 seed. Your coaches, your coordinators all got head jobs. Now all of a sudden you have to make that change. It's not going the way you want it. It's not always going to be a home run hire. But the reason that we said we weren't concerned is because this is Dan Campbell's offense.
And you go out and you calm everybody down.
Yep.
Look, I want to get out in front of something. We're going to do 4 hours of radio on it. No, they didn't beat the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday. We're going to get a lot of show me against Philly. They didn't play Philly yesterday. They didn't have the chance to show you yesterday. That was as good as they could have looked given who they were going to play, right?
Yeah.
Again, they couldn't beat Philly. What they could do is go out and punt 0 times. What they could do is go out and spread the ball around, get everybody involved, run up 500 yards of total offense, and pummel somebody. Now, predictable. This is what they do. They don't lose back-to-back. You will need to see it against Philly, but this was step 1.
Yeah, since 23, when they, that's the season when they went to the NFC Championship game. They have not played down to the level of their opponent, except for one time, and I would actually say that was last week against Minnesota. And they got beat because for a lot of different reasons. We don't have to rehash that.
Right.
But this is a beat up Washington Commanders team. You go in there and you make it no doubt. This was no doubt. From the first snap to the last snap, it was no doubt you were the supreme team in that stadium.
The stat, Lions have come back following a loss and won 13 straight times going back to 2022. 3 years where this team has not let one loss become 2. Mm-hmm. That part I expected. I expected them to fire off and bounce back and play inspired and beat up a team that eliminated them a year ago, right? And they did it emphatically. So we open up the lines. We got ticket text 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. All right, guys, you're smiling on a Victory Monday. Let's talk about your teeth. Football season's heading into crunch time, and so is your calendar. Between work, family, and games, it's easy to forget that dentist appointment you've been putting off. Brightside makes it quick and easy, like a no-huddle offense for your smile. If you've been putting off that visit, you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental's welcoming new patients, $35 new patient special. If your current dentist can't see you soon, no problem. Brightside can, and it's often same day. 9 Metro Detroit locations to choose from. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Part of a 5-touchdown, 500-yard day for the Lions offense where they didn't punt. Welcome in on a victory Monday. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and texts. John, they couldn't beat the Eagles yesterday. They didn't play the Eagles yesterday.
Right.
But they looked as good as they could offensively. And, of course, the headline is Dan Campbell said if you need it done right, you do it yourself. Took over the play calls, spectacles and all. Some of your response on the text. Dan Campbell is a leader. He said, hey, if it doesn't work, point the finger at me. That's a guy you want to go to war with. Mm-hmm. Text said there had to be at least 70% Lions fans last night, Tom, at the Baltimore airport.
Wow.
It may have sounded that way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know they obviously didn't show the crowd enough to be able to get a gauge at home as to how many people were there. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know that the Washington fans really believed that they had much of a chance in that game.
It's 3-6, backup quarterback.
And where that stadium is, nobody wants to go there. I can't wait for them to build one downtown.
Congrats. Detroit beat a bad Commanders team with no QB, exactly what they should have done. Now if the Lions can beat Philly on Sunday Night Football, that'll show me something, signed Steve.
Okay, well, we'll get that shot on Sunday.
One step at a time. Text says it's a good win, but it's a bottom feeder team. It's from Kevin. He says, the way I see it, we didn't have any catastrophic injuries. That's the biggest win.
And it's a good win. And if nothing else, a lot of confidence coming out of this game. And confidence in the offensive line. And that's where, hey, you get a new left guard. And at times you had a new center. Mm-hmm. Colin was in there. So it was, there were some things where you just got to make sure all the parts are working as they should.
Build confidence. That's what we talked about.
All the parts are working as they should. And Colin's your center. You want that one to work well.
I believe he pronounces it Cologne. But either way.
They had Harry Colin one day, back in the day. You play against Harry Colin?
No, I don't think so. I think that was well before my time.
You never had to block Harry Colin?
No.
Tom, what did you take out of it?
I think the big takeaway offensively, they used the middle of the field. Whether it was J-Mo, the Gibbs screen,
Yeah.
Laporta, obviously, and others, but
St. Brown.
I thought that was missing, and I thought some of the people were starting to catch on that, some of the fans last week, in terms of everything's just going outside. It's like getting stretched out. No, you got to move upfield.
Push it.
Yeah, and I thought that was probably the most significant change. How about this? Gibbs and Demo split carries 15 and 15. Mm-hmm. Balance. That looked more like previous season's offense. And then Raymond and Tesla, 4 catches. During the entire rest of the season, the other 8 games, they had 12. We were asking for third receiver involvement. All of a sudden, this offensive line that stinks has the ability to block and have a third receiver on the field.
Well, I think it's a
It was
couple
Ben
things.
Johnson's offense yesterday, which I think validates our feelings on this show that it was always Dan Campbell's offense that Ben Johnson ran. John Morton wasn't running Ben Johnson's offense. The tweaks you would make every offseason, and it showed. There's no way they can go back.
No.
This is permanent.
Yeah, Dan Campbell's calling plays. I like Gibbs running the Texas route instead of staying in the block. I mean, the first touchdown, you get him in space, a linebacker can't keep up with him.
Right.
You punish people.
I thought they did what they wanted to do instead of taking what the defense was giving them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they determined it, whether it was motions that set up, hey, the looks that we want to be able to run against, the looks that we want to be able to protect against. I thought it was from formation to motions to personnel groups. It was almost a carbon copy of what we saw for 17 games last year.
Put some numbers on it. I went back and looked at, we spent a lot of time talking about how much they struggled on third down and all the third and longs they had the week before. Against the Vikings, they were 5 of 17 on third down. Average distance to gain was 7.5 yards. So you're in third and long almost the whole game. They picked up 7 first downs all game before hitting third down. So those early downs weren't super beneficial. This week, 5 of 10 on third down, 50%. Average distance was 5 yards. You're in third and medium. Suddenly the whole playbook's open. And, John, they avoided third down for most of the game. 23 first downs picked up on first and second down.
Yeah.
It was more aggressive from first down, and they were in better situations on third down. Like, by all the numbers, this was the exact offensive game plan we needed to see.
Yeah, and I mean, the entire key to being good on third down is to be good on first and second, or avoid it altogether, to your point. Yeah. But if you're going to be in third down, you want it to be 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4 with this team, because if you get to 4th and 1, what are you doing? You're going for it.
Bingo. Football coverage today presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your favorite local NFL game every Sunday. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Overreact Gyms at 7 o'clock. More room for your Lions calls after Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. You guys, there's still a chance to become mega millionaires.
Oh, yeah.
So the Mega Millions jackpot continues setting records, now offering the 8th largest jackpot in the game's history. So there were no winners on Friday night's drawing, which means the jackpot has now risen to $900 million.
I know. I always see the billboard on the way in this morning. I'm like, nobody won. Here we go.
I think we have to hit a billion. That'll be worth the time.
We won $15.
Did you?
Yeah, we did.
Right.
We woke up,
Congratulations.
Colin's like, we won. I was like, no, nobody won, Colin. I already saw the news. He's like, no, we won $15.
Yes.
Like, put it back in. Let's go again. So still a chance
Playing
for
with house
Tuesday
money.
night's drawing. Yep. Commanders defensive tackle Darren Payne was ejected from the game against the Lions after punching Amon-Ra St. Brown. So after Detroit scored their 3rd touchdown in the first half, Payne slugged St. Brown with his right hand after this verbal exchange. He was given an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty and an automatic ejection. This was the first time he's been ejected from a game in his 8 seasons.
I know it was a roundhouse, too. It wasn't like just a little slap in the face. It was,
You got his money's worth.
yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
And we'll find out how much money it's going to cost him.
Exactly. The former longtime commissioner of the NFL, Paul Tagliabue, died in his home in Maryland on Sunday morning. He was 84 years old. Sad for sure. He was the commissioner for 17 years, from 1989 to 2006. Obviously, he was succeeded by Roger Goodell, the current commissioner. His family said he died from heart failure complicated by Parkinson's disease. And in a statement, Goodell, a really great statement, just said that he was forever grateful and proud to have Paul as one of his friends, and described him as the ultimate steward of the game.
Yeah. I got to know him a little bit as a player and player rep. He had a great relationship with Gene Upshaw, who was the head of the NFLPA at that time. And, no work stoppages under his time. He was lead counsel when Pete Rozelle was the commissioner, and it was NFL free agency. There was a lot of things that he had his hands in even before he was the commissioner, and he just was a very kind man.
He oversaw tremendous growth in the league. When he took over as the commissioner, football was not king the way it is today.
No.
And it very much blew up under his leadership.
Detroit's very own White Stripes have finally claimed their spot in rock history. On Saturday, they were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and they were presented by fellow Motor City legend Iggy Pop. So pretty cool moment. While the band was joined by Jack White on stage to accept the honor, drummer and co-founder Meg White was not in attendance, but he did read a message from her saying that she was very thankful and grateful for the support and for this moment. And then he used his speech to basically thank everyone who got him to where he was, and basically praised Detroit, which is pretty cool. Police in Harper Woods are investigating after a teen was shot at a high school football playoff game on Friday. Apparently, a big fight broke out at the end of the Harper Woods versus Chandler Park game. And the shooting happened despite there still being a large police presence at this game. And according to the victim's mother, her 17-year-old son was shot in the hip. She says that he was an innocent bystander when he was hit by the stray bullet. He was treated at the scene, taken to the hospital, later released, so he is going to be okay. But now the mother is just questioning everything, of course, and she hopes that the school districts will start to rethink security at high school games, which it does sound like they were trying to do, but this wasn't prevented. As of Friday night, there was no suspect in custody. In some lighter news, there's a new wellness trend on TikTok. It's called dark showering.
Dark showering?
Yeah. Which
Can I guess?
I'm guessing you shower in the
with
dark.
the lights off.
Ding, 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 ding. It's a normal shower. You just shower in the dark. It's supposed to make you feel calm and improve your sleep. If you shower before bed at night.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't want to improve your sleep in the morning, but if you shower before bed, it's supposed to tell your brain, it's time to go to sleep. The bright lights kind of tell you, stay awake. It's a stupid concept because it makes sense.
If
right?
you like showering in the dark,
It could be dangerous.
well,
Maybe if you can't see anything.
You could do
sure.
dimmer lights if you have a dimmer in the
Yeah,
bathroom.
I'm sure there's
Light a
little
candle.
bit- yeah.
Anyway, give it a try.
Shower by candlelight.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, it's not like you need a light to find anything. You're pretty sure where everything is.
It's Heather with the news. Gotcha, John. All right, coming up next, we got open lines. Want to talk about that Lions victory. Campbell taking over play calling. So much better. It's 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
I would say rhythm established. No punts. 8 drives, 5 touchdowns. It's Dan Campbell. Ticket text. With Campbell calling plays, does that mean Morton gets fired?
I don't think so. I mean, he didn't fire Anthony Lynn until, they parted ways after the season, but it wasn't an in-season firing. It was an in-season demotion. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, I don't think he gets fired.
No.
I mean, guys, I gave you the stats. 16 different NFL teams have their head coach calling plays. They also employ offensive coordinators.
Right. And
It's
then,
for install and coaching during the week.
Yeah, I was trying to explain that in the house last night, and I'm like, there is great value for a play caller to be on the field and being able to have face-to-face conversations with your receivers, with your running backs, with your O-line, with your quarterback for sure, but to have an extra set of eyeballs that is looking from above. What are you seeing? How are they adjusting to this formation, to this motion? What are they doing in the secondary? Like, you can't see everything from the field.
Right.
So to have somebody up there that's not a position coach, but just an extra set of eyeballs, that's what John Morton became.
No, we call it what it is. He got demoted, but it was for the best interest of the team,
Yeah.
and Dan Campbell's not afraid to do that. And I think he'll have a job, and he'll have a role during the week, but on game day, Dan Campbell is going to set the tone for this offense, and he needs to because they're chasing a Super Bowl, and the offense has to look better than it did.
It has to perform better than it did.
Yeah.
And look better, perform better. All of those things go hand in hand.
Yeah, the biggest thing is results. Tex says, anybody calling and talking down about the Lions win didn't see Miami beat Buffalo yesterday. No wins are guaranteed any given Sunday. Jody in Orange Park.
Was that the biggest surprise yesterday?
Unbelievable.
Crazy. Miami, who is just left for dead, and they find a way to stand up and beat Buffalo?
They hadn't beat Buffalo in like 3 years. Like 1,000+ days since they had beaten the Bills.
It just to me, that one just made no sense at all.
How about this for Buffalo? For all the good they had beating Kansas City, immediately the next week it's gone. Congrats.
But that's why NFL is tough. Like, and it doesn't do us any good. And maybe it makes you feel a little bit better to see the Bills lose to what at the time was a 2-7. 2-7
Dolphins team. Yeah.
Dolphins team, and you lost to a Minnesota team that ended up being 500 after the game. Mm-hmm. But I think everybody believes that Minnesota is still better than Miami.
I do, yes. And
But
I think a lot of people do.
It just happens.
And it can't happen too often if you want to achieve your goals. But I think, again, the theme of bounce back, 3 straight years, they don't lose back-to-back games, and they normally respond not with like a tepid field goal win.
Right.
They're typically emphatic. Like, this was predictable that the Lions would bounce back. I think we all kind of counted on this to be a win, and most of us picked them to cover the spread. It's going to be building on this. This was important for them to look this way, build some confidence, set themselves up, because the stretch run is going to include games at Philly, at the Rams, and Thanksgiving Day, they're going to play the Green Bay Packers. You got to start looking the part. You got to start building that rhythm, to use Dan Campbell's word. Some ticket text. Goff is at his best when he's dissecting the middle of the field. Great point by Gov. He's not a big arm quarterback you want making throws to every sideline, every play.
No, but he makes plenty of good throws to the sidelines. It's not like he can't, but yeah, you don't want him doing that. You don't want any quarterback doing that every single time. You need to have plays over the middle, down the middle. And when you get a chance to go, you're in man-to-man coverage. Like, you have a great man-to-man beater. That's called J-Mo.
Speed.
Yeah.
Good luck.
And Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, if you're going to be in man-to-man coverage, you can be man up on a running back as well. Like, good luck.
See ya. Callers are correct saying it was a down-and-out Washington team. Great to see the offense play well, but I need to see it against Philly. Also not impressed that the only way we pressure the QB is by a blitz. Phil in a truck.
Yeah, we do need to get more wins at the line of scrimmage. And I don't know if there was such an emphasis on stopping the run, maybe an overemphasis on stopping the run because you had Mariota back there. I don't necessarily, and Scary Terry wasn't playing.
Right.
Like, you don't have the threat down the field, so maybe you're not putting as much emphasis on getting after the passer. Now, third and longs, yeah, pin your ears back and go. But it was about stopping the run yesterday.
Yeah, and I thought some good coverage one-on-one down the field. Terrion Arnold left the game with an injury, but he had a couple plays down the field in phase, not allowing a throw.
Yeah.
Mollett had a big third down pass breakup. It felt like they did a nice job in coverage down the field.
Yeah, I thought, from front to back, it was a good performance.
Yeah, they doubled them up. 44-22, you're winning the game,
Yeah.
kicking your feet up in the second half. That's more like it. Ticket Tech says Victory Monday. Really nice win yesterday. Offensively looked great, but it's their fight for all quarters that's impressive. Total team effort, and Cade's turning into a legitimate superstar.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought that was a Lions text. It was actually a Pistons text. And this one says, how about them first place Pistons? Great start. Now, if the Wings can get their crap together, everybody will be rolling. Lions offense was amazing. John and Shelby. Get a little Pistons in the overreactions this week, 7:02. Did Hutch play after he missed the screen pass in the first? No stats. Looked like the right tackle and Ertz had no problem standing him up yesterday. $45 million a year. Show up on the stat sheet more than every other week from an unnamed texter.
All right.
Is this what this is going to be with him now?
Yes, it
He
will
got
be.
paid, so if he doesn't have 2 sacks, he's a bum and overpaid, and
Yeah.
he's a ghost. And okay,
He's doing everything he's supposed to do. He's just fine. And then now we're going to get text and say, well, he's got to be more than just fine. So, no. He's worth every penny.
can I just say this? Why we got to nitpick that win?
Well,
that was as
because-
decisive, and I understand the standards are more than beating Washington. But can we just take the game for what it was? They rolled in, rolled up, and kicked ass for 4 quarters.
Yeah, but and I don't disagree with a lot of the people. Hey, we need to see it against
Agreed.
Philly, but they did not get a chance to play Philly yesterday. Like, they didn't put the smack down on Washington and then grab the train and go up to Philly and they're gonna play tonight. No, we're gonna get a chance to watch Philly and Green Bay play tonight.
I think with a lot of people, they need the signature win. There's the people out there that don't count Baltimore as a signature win, and when
Tampa doesn't count either, right?
but they gave back the Baltimore win against the Vikings last week.
Okay. I'm not telling anybody that they have to accept what happened yesterday as who this football team is. Clearly, Philly's going to be the bigger litmus test. But they didn't, I keep saying it, they didn't play Philly. So we'll judge them against Philly next week.
I just think some fans need that kind of moment or win to get on board.
Well, to your point, Tom, if Carter and Davis in the middle of this Eagles front eats the Lions alive next week on Sunday Night Football, anything we're talking about today is going to be null and void. Right?
Yes. Well, we are not going to win or lose the Super Bowl yesterday. We're not going to win or lose the Super Bowl next Sunday. It's just, okay, you're going to play the Eagles. You're going to get a chance to see how you match up against the Eagles. And I think it's going to be a slugfest. I really do. The Eagles defense, I'm not going to do the Eagles yet.
We'll
we
get
got
to
a
that.
whole week.
But all I'm going to say on that is, if you wanted to feel good about beating the Eagles, you needed to do what they just did.
Right. Because the risk, if you don't do that yesterday and just say you dropped it, the risk is you come out of the first 10 games at 5-5.
Take a text, 248-539-9797. Couple on the dark showers.
Oh.
100% yes on dark showering. Also, it's sad that Morton, such a sad John Morton on one of the cut shots yesterday, showing Dan waving in personnel and then cutting to Morton up in the booth. Morton may as well just played Candy Crush on his phone, wasn't involved much, Dan up north. Campbell claims that they were in constant communication, very collaborative.
Yeah.
Dark, hot showers are nice and very calming from an unnamed texter. So there's a vote for that.
I don't
There
know
you
that
have
I've
it.
ever tried it. Dark shower.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Well, I'm not knocking it at all. I think it's a great idea.
Anyone else getting tired of Vilma constantly getting names wrong on the broadcast? Mitch at work? Or repeatedly trying to force a 6-7 joke with the president?
Oh, I know.
It's
Yeah.
We get too much of that broadcast team.
I was going to say, is this like the third or fourth Vilma game of the year?
Yeah.
Still waiting for Deion Branch to make a play.
I did turn it on. The game's on yesterday. I was watching the Minnesota game, and my guys, Coug and Moose.
Underrated.
Not underrated. I'm telling you.
I think one of the tones last week was that people didn't believe this team is a Super Bowl contender anymore. And I kind of was falling into that a little bit. Like they had the look of a divisional round and not farther because I had real concerns about the offensive line. For a week, it looked good. And let's just say this. They're 43-14 since this thing turned in 2022. They look the part more than they don't. The coach fixed things for a week. Will that work against Philly? I don't know. I would actually going into this Philly game defensively, I've got some questions about the Lions. Can they stop a quarterback like Hurts? Can they get pressure on Hurts that makes them uncomfortable?
Eagles, Packers, are going to play tonight. Two teams you're keeping an eye on. Team that Texter wants us to keep an eye on is the Bears. 6-3 after an 0-2 start. Don't be surprised if Week 18 is for the division title. Signed an unnamed Texter.
I don't think it's going to be for division title. You look at the Bears, like they got a gift yesterday.
I know, Dark got hurt.
Right, yeah, well, yeah, so he goes out with concussion, symptoms. And, that is the fourth time that they've lost with a double-digit lead.
The Giants, yes.
Yeah. So.
Russ should have given some of that micro bubble water.
But can we just do the same thing for them as we do for the Lions then?
You're right, it's a double standard.
What is their signature win? All right, so they beat the Commanders by 1 point. They've beaten the Cowboys, the Raiders, the Saints, the Bengals, and the Giants. Oh, well, that Bengals win, it's not a great win because the Bengals are terrible right now, and they had Lamar Jackson as well. They lost to, Bengals, they didn't know Joe Burrow. They lost to the Ravens.
Yep.
And we know that they lost to the Lions,
John,
too.
I'm right there with you. These are not on the same, these are not the same caliber of football teams, despite what the records or standings may indicate. More of your thoughts, ticket, text, phone calls, 248-539-9797. We'll get the Overreact Gyms at 702. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
Jared Goff talking about Dan Campbell calling the play, saw him with the specs and the play sheet, and an offense that looked a whole of a lot better.
Good rhythm.
248-539-9797. Biggest reason things look better, Dan Campbell in control. But it's not the only thing. Offensive line was much better. They picked up pressures. Goff wasn't sacked a single time. They were much better on first and second down. Much more aggressive. Worked the middle of the field. Everybody got involved. The run game was dominant. Like check. Everything you could have wanted to see, all in one nice, tidy package. They didn't punt a single time. They scored on all 8 drives.
And they were never predictable. Like you never knew what was coming next because early on it was Amon-Ra St. Brown. Then you just had everybody in the mix, and the ball was going from left to right, running it, and it was both running backs in the game, and you just never knew if you were a defensive coordinator. Like, okay, what am I thinking about on this play, or what am I thinking about on the next play? I thought Dan Campbell did a really nice job of keeping that Washington defense, on their toes and not being able to, anticipate what was coming next.
And he downplayed him as a play caller, right? Like this is collaborative, and didn't even really fully commit to this being the way they're going to do it long term.
Right.
This is what should happen long term. He should be calling the plays. This is what happens on half the teams in the league.
Right. There's no question, especially when you come out feeling the way you do of that game. I mean,
how could you
just
possibly
think
go back?
from a player's perspective? Like I don't think any of the players will come out and say, boy, it sure felt good that Dan Campbell was calling the plays. But inside and in that locker room, I guarantee you they're like, man, that's what it should be. That's exactly what it should be.
For the top 5 scoring offenses, their head coach calls the plays. Let's get to Mike in Washington. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Cookies? What's going on, John?
How you doing?
We're doing good. I talked to Casa yesterday, right before the game,
That's
about
right.
an hour out, and I was, man, what did we say? We said we wanted to see that offensive line. We wanted to see 150 yards rushing, and man, we had, 206 combined. That I was genuinely only watching that offensive line for the first 3 drives of that game, and I was pleased. I mean, from the very first run, they're getting 5 yards of push, fellas. We had Gibbs, he had 142, Monty had 71, Leaf had 10. That does not happen without this offensive line. And this is how the team's supposed to be ran, all right? I don't know if yesterday was hey, John Morton, this is how it's supposed to be called. I don't know if it's supposed to be, hey, Dan Campbell, this is your job from now on, But all I want to say is great win, team win. The fan base needs to relax a little bit. I had some guys the whole game, well, but this looks bad. This looks bad. This looks bad. We got a bunch of wet blankets still. There's going to be highs and lows. Fan base needs to relax. Last week we were the worst team. This week we're the best team. I think the Lions are on top.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of roller coaster. And honestly, until you get to the postseason and you start winning in the postseason, there's going to be a lot of people that don't even care what happens in the regular season. Just get there and then show me.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm almost at that mindset where it's like the regular season matters, but it doesn't. It's cool to watch, but let's get to the playoffs.
Well, this is what happens when your team gets good. Like, I know the Lions are the team we're least familiar with, but this is what happens when you get to this stage of your rebuild. The rebuild's over, you're a contender, and the regular season is just a setup.
Right, to get to, and it's kind of assumed that you're going to be in the postseason. And I think there are some people obviously coming out of the Minnesota game that said, that they're not even going to make the playoffs. They're going to make the playoffs. They're going to be in the postseason. And then it's a matter of, do you have a home game in week 1 or are you on the road? Or do you have a bye?
And how viable are you? Right? And I think some games will mean more than others. Philly this next week is one of them. Like, if you don't like the yo-yo or the roller coaster, buckle up. Like, if they lose to Philly, you know how that's going to go.
Oh, yeah.
So, look, one day at a time. Let's get to Stu in West Bloomfield. Stu, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I just think that this was more or less of Dan Campbell knowing how to utilize his weapons and John Morton saying, ooh, I got all these weapons, and not knowing how to properly put them into play. You're throwing J-Mo deep, But really, like you say, we got the best man-to-man beater. Send him over the middle and let him get a head start, and then let his speed take over. He can turn an 8-yard catch to a 20-yard gain. We saw that twice in the game. So I think more or less Morton came in with, okay, I got St. Brown, I got LaPorta, I got Gibbs, but didn't know how to use them. And Dan Campbell just finally stepped in and said, this is how you utilize my offense. So also, it was not the Chicago coach doing all the magic. It's Dan Campbell's offense and knowing how to utilize the tools in the offense.
Amen. Amen,
Also,
Stu.
I want to say rest in heaven to Lenny Wilkins, who passed away yesterday.
Yeah. Yesterday was a tough day for some legends in both basketball and football.
Wrap the hour up with Alex. You're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. How you doing today?
What's
Good.
up?
Good. Hey, tip of the cap to that last caller. He basically stole my thunder. I don't think John Morton understands how to utilize the players in this offense. And I think Dan Campbell calling the plays yesterday was just a perfect example of what needs to be happening, opposed to John Morton calling on a 3rd and 15 a little screen pass to J-Mo that gets blown up right away. I think he needs to go, guys, honestly.
I don't think they're going to fire him in season, but the demotion should stand. Dan should call plays.
So I do want to talk about the progression of becoming a good play caller.
We
can
get
do that
this
when we come
morning.
back.
I know.
Yeah.
We got Overreact Jim's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing. The Red Wings lost to the Blackhawks 5-1 last night in a big day for Detroit sports. Then the Lions steadied things with a 44-22 win over the Commanders. Their offensive line did not allow a tackle for loss or a sack in the victory. Campbell said you could feel from the first snap that his team was going to control the line of scrimmage. With the protection and the play calling from Dan Campbell, the Lions totaled 546 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 30 first downs as they scored points on every possession except the final kneel down. The Pistons ended the night with a 111-108 victory over the 76ers. They've now won 6 straight games. Cade Cunningham with 26 and 11. He and Luka Doncic are the only players this season with 20-plus points and 10-plus assists in 3 straight games. Detroit's back at it tonight at home again at Little Caesars Arena against the Wizards. Tip-off at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
NFL, college, and a little bit on our Pistons. Let's get to the Overreact Gyms. Do you believe? The Patriots are a Super Bowl contender. 7 straight wins, and it's not a bunch of patsies. They won at Buffalo. They won at Tampa. They have the #1 run defense, a proven commodity at head coach, and a quarterback having a breakout season. He can make every throw.
A proven commodity at head coach, a proven commodity as play caller as well, and McDaniels back as OC, his 3rd stint with New England. So
works every time.
I think Drake May is having a hell of a second season. He is in the conversation for MVP, but you go on the road and you win at the Bills. You go on the road and you win at Tampa. Yeah, they're certainly a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, they're a contender. They're going to be there. They might get home field. We'll see about that. Kind of depends on what Denver and the Colts do there. They're definitely the favorite to win the AFC East at this point with their schedule. They could lose to Buffalo and still win it. They're 8th in total defense, 11th in total offense. Those are good numbers to be a contender. They're very balanced. They look like a little better version maybe of the Titans that Vrabel had with Tannehill. I think May is already better than Tannehill. but they don't have the run game with Derrick Henry. They're a contender. The Colts, Denver, and New England, we got to see what they do in the playoffs.
The NFC playoffs are set. Not the order, but the 7 teams. We have found our playoff teams.
So what are you going with?
So you have the Eagles, Packers, Lions, Rams, Seahawks, Bucks, and Bears.
Wait, say that again. Seahawks, Rams.
I'll slow it down. Eagles, as in the team that plays in Philadelphia. The Packers, Lions, Rams, Seahawks, Bucks, and Bears.
So I don't know that the Bears are going to be in. I'm not ready to count out the Niners. So I think you are 95% there. So I'm going to say this is overreaction. There's still a lot of football to be played. I know the Bears have that easy schedule. And, yeah, they look the part right now, but I'm not convinced that they're going to be a playoff team. They're at 6-3. San Francisco's at 6-4. Injuries have been a big part of the Niners, 6-4, can you say struggles?
But those are injuries that are season-ending in a lot of cases on defense.
Yes.
And they play in they both play in brutal divisions, but...
Yeah, okay. But I'm just not saying it. Yeah, this is overreaction. It's not set yet.
Yeah, this is an overreaction. They're going to get Ayuk back, by the way, on offense. And they've played the Rams twice already. They've already played the Seahawks once. So the division games, their schedule's pretty easy, actually. I think they get to 10 or 11 wins. And I don't trust the Bears. I mean, again, yesterday they pulled one out of their butt. They seem to be getting a little bit of magic. And the Bears have to play the Packers twice at Minnesota. They play the Lions again. They play the Eagles again. That's hard.
The two teams will play one another end of December. Niners and Bears, Sunday Night Football. J.J. McCarthy is not ready to be an NFL quarterback. 9 has 6 interceptions in his 4 career starts. A couple ugly ones in a home loss over the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's what did we say about him coming out? He was the one that needed the most time to develop, and he is still in that developmental time. He is not ready to be a starting quarterback. It's not an overreaction, even though we saw what we did. There can be moments where he hits Jefferson or he hits any number of those receivers, and he has a good game, but it's going to be a roller coaster. That is typical of a first-year starting quarterback who's only been out of college 2 years, and he was on the younger side to begin with.
So why does Anthony Richardson get more time than J.J. McCarthy? Look, for now, this is an overreaction. Every single thing's trending towards he's not going to be a good quarterback in this league. 53% completion percentage, that's a huge flag. Like, he probably can't ever get to 65, but I'm not going to write him off yet. He's played four games?
I just say he's not ready right now. I didn't say his career ended yesterday.
Yeah.
But think about it. That offense is tailor-made to make any bum look good, and he can't get out of his own way.
They don't have a run game.
Right.
They're one of the worst.
They don't have a run game. They scored on a running play on the first drive of the game.
Jim, they're 24th in rushing in the NFL. That's not good. He has no support to have a balanced offense, so he's trying to play hero ball.
And he's thrown into double coverage down the field. I don't know what to tell you. He's not making good decisions.
Right. So the way I read it was J.J. McCarthy is not ready to be an NFL quarterback now. I mean, I'm putting in now, but I think you can't have a game like he did against Detroit and say he'll never be a quarterback. I think he can be, especially with O'Connell as his coach.
17 points coming on drives starting in Lions territory. He got that spoon fed to him. That's not going to be the case most weeks in the NFL. I think what we saw last week has been more of who he is.
How about that third down conversion to end the game?
That's a good throw.
Yeah.
Right. So I think he can be. It's just right now he's not.
I chase brown kids. Okay.
It's always a
never
mood
going to
lightener.
live that one down. Stafford is the MVP of the league. 25 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's the first player in NFL history to go 3 straight games with 4 or more touchdowns and 0 picks. His Rams have the best record in the NFC.
Most valuable player. I'm going to say maybe to this point of this part of the season, but I'm not necessarily picking him to be MVP this year. A guy that we just talked about, Drake May, 19 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Doesn't compare to the same numbers. Has a little bit more in the terms of passing yardage, but hasn't had his bye week yet. So he's got one more game than Matthew Stafford. Here's the thing. If New England could find a way to protect him, he's taken 35 sacks.
Yeah, I know.
That's remarkable. I think it's third or second most in the NFL right now, where Stafford's only been sacked 14 times. As a comparison, Goff, who we thought was getting completely ruined, has only been sacked 18 times. Now, it's more than we're used to, but if you're saying Stafford or the field, I'm still going to take the field.
Yeah, I don't think he is the MVP. I think he's second. I think the MVP is Jonathan Taylor. He has 1,139 yards. He's got 17 total touchdowns. But they're not going to allow a running back to win the MVP. But if you're asked, you stated this is the MVP. I don't think he is. I think it's Taylor.
You're the slob. You're the gross one. The Pittsburgh Steelers will miss the playoffs. Sneaky game on Sunday Night Football that I viewed as a playoff eliminator. Last night is an elimination spot. 30th in total offense for the Steelers, 26th on third down. Their offense has been bad all season long. They got to play the Ravens twice, who are alive. They've got games against the Lions and Bills, who are clearly better teams. The Steelers will miss the playoffs.
I don't think they're going to miss the playoffs. I think they'll be that seventh team that gets in. I think this is an overreaction right now because they got to play the Bengals, the Bears. They'll have that head-to-head against the Ravens for the division. You already mentioned the Bills, but they also have the Dolphins, the Browns, the Ravens again. I think there's still a path for them getting in the playoffs. I'm not going to eliminate them yet.
This is not an overreaction. Steelers are done. That was disgusting last night. They just don't have these. They're in games and they compete because of the veteran presence, but they're all a bunch of dinosaurs at this point. I mean, Ramsey and Rodgers. You got Ladd McConkey lighting up Ramsey last night.
Doomy. Texas A&M should be the number one team in the country. Resume includes a win over a top 10 team on the road, unlike Ohio State. They have the number one strength of record and have played a better strength of schedule than both the Hoosiers and the Buckeyes. They haven't played a home game in a month. They've just gone on the road and beat people down. They blew out Missouri, who was ranked this last weekend.
I'm going to say it's a bit of an overreaction right now. I wouldn't be upset if they were the number one team in the country. I think the number one team in the country should actually be Indiana. They also went on the road and beat number 3 team in Oregon. And so it's a little bit of, apples and oranges. And what Illinois or what Indiana did against Illinois, who was ranked 9th at the time, that was a complete dismantling. And in fact, it pretty much ruined their entire season. They haven't been able to recover from that. When you're a team that can ruin other programs for the rest of the year, you're doing something right. So I'm gonna say Indiana should be.
Well, you mentioned
right
Indiana
now.
just quickly. I thought James Franklin got fired. Didn't he? Does that look like a James Franklin loss on Saturday?
Yeah.
Gosh.
I know.
Remember they lost the COVID year to Indiana?
So let
Penix at the
me
buzzer.
ask you this.
Yep.
In watching that game, who were you rooting for?
I wanted Penn State to pull the upset. I thought old college football returned in that game.
I did too, and I was somewhat rooting for Penn State simply because what was James Franklin fired for?
Not winning
Couldn't
the
beat a
big
top
game.
5 team.
And if they do it immediately after firing him in that same season. Look, also, that last drive, Mendoza did not have a great game. That
No.
last drive, 2-minute drill, no timeouts, big throws in the face of pressure. I could have done without Gus Johnson declaring him the Heisman Trophy winner. I think that toe-to-toe showdown in the Big Ten title will have a lot more to say about it than that. But that was a fantastic finish on Saturday.
Right. Now, I got us off track real quick. I'll say Ohio State's still the number one team. They're number one in total defense.
Grit. BYU will miss the college football playoff. That's right. The team that was undefeated going into this weekend is not going to make it. They started 9-0 last year before losing 2. I could see the same thing happening here. They got TCU this week, which could get them, and they got to go 2 ranked Cincinnati, plus a potential rematch with Texas Tech in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah, I think they're out because I think the Big 12 is only going to get one team in, and so it's not going. It's going to be Texas Tech.
This is not an overreaction. Yeah, they can't. They won't win out. If they play Texas Tech in a Big 12 championship game, it's in Dallas.
Yeah,
right.
One more. It says Mew. Pistons will have home court in the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs. 8-2, winners of 6 straight. They're in first place in the conference right now. And Cade did it again, closing the door last night on the road against the Sixers. No Tobias, no beef stew. You got an MVP candidate leading this team, and they defend incredibly well, John.
I think we all want to say this is not an overreaction, but Cleveland, we saw what Cleveland did to them. I think Cleveland still is the team that can be that number one overall seed. So I'm going to say right now, this is an overreaction.
So wait, just clear. I'm sorry, I missed you. Is it number one seed or is it home
court in the first round? Which means
I thought you
seeds
said
one,
he said
two-
number one seed.
I said they're currently the number one seed.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah, I don't. This is not an overreaction. I think the Pistons will get home court in the first round. Before the season, I thought they'd win 50 games. I think the one question here, I think the Cavs, Knicks, and Bucks are probably stapled into top 3 seeds. What are the Bulls?
Right.
I trust
Right.
the Pistons more than the Bulls right now.
Okay, so yes, I do think they'll have home court in the first round.
Okay, that's all I'm saying right now.
Oh, I thought you said home court throughout, the number one overall seed.
No, I'll save winning the NBA
That's next
championship
week.
for next week. Overreact, Jim's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. You can walk in there, have a conversation with them, and they're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
If somebody you care about is injured in a car accident, don't mess around. Get KG Law. Lawrence KG and KG Law specialize in car accidents. You're going to get someone with that personal attention to detail, someone who cares about you. Tell you about Lawrence KG. He's a Detroiter. He's a down-to-earth, he's a good dude, someone you want in your corner. Built his business doing things the right way and delivering for his clients. KG Law has won millions, 98% success rate. Check him out, 877-KG-CARES. That's K-A-J-Y, KGCares.com. We're going to play that Dan Campbell victory speech in the locker room, but first, Heather, with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. And you guys, unfortunately, this isn't the plot of some sports movie. This is real life. Two big league pitchers are accused of tipping off gamblers about their pitches. Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz of the Cleveland Guardians are facing federal charges for their involvement in this big betting scandal. Clase is accused of coordinating with gamblers as far back as May of 2023. Ortiz joined in the scheme in June of 2025. The indictment says that they agreed in advance with their co-conspirators on specific pitches that they would throw during games. And then these co-conspirators then used the information to place hundreds of fraudulent bets on those pitches. So they're facing some very serious charges of wire fraud conspiracy, honest services wire fraud conspiracy, conspiracy to influence sporting contests by bribery, and money laundering conspiracy. If convicted, they face decades behind bars.
And some of them were as simple as first pitch of the inning, called as balls.
Yep.
Others were 94.5 above or below in terms of miles per hour.
So if you're throwing a fastball.
Right. It's just... But when I saw the money involved this morning, because they did a deep dive on ESPN, I was shocked at how little the money is. Like, what are they thinking? Because some of it was, hey, they recouped like $7,000 on one of them. They're making more than that in a game.
Yeah, to get $5,000 here, $7,000 here, you have millions of dollars
and millions more to come,
and now you're facing jail time.
Jail time, and no opportunity to ever come back and play Major League Baseball.
It's awful. Jack White's thank you speech at the White Stripes Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony on Saturday was basically like this awesome love letter to Detroit. So he began by saying the White Stripes were proud to represent the sound of Detroit punk and garage rock, connecting the band's identity directly to the city's musical heritage. He rattled off tons, like 3 dozen different artists who paved the way for the band. And Meg White was not in attendance, but he did read a message from her saying she was very grateful and thankful for all of their supporters. So a great day for the White Stripes. Paul Tagliabue, the man who led the NFL for 17 seasons, passed away at the age of 84. So the league confirmed that he passed away at his home in Maryland on Sunday from heart failure complicated by Parkinson's disease. He served as commissioner from 1989 to 2006, really leading the NFL through major expansion. Roger Goodell called him a steady hand and a true steward of the game.
He was one of the guys that when he walked into a room, first of all, he commanded a presence, but not over because of fear or anything. He was just a great leader and a very kind man. He was easy to talk to, have conversations with. They were always constructive. I was real sad when I learned of this news yesterday.
Yeah. In a game where emotions boiled over, Washington's Daron Payne crossed the line. The veteran defensive lineman was ejected from Sunday's game against the Lions after he punched Amon-Ra St. Brown. So it was after Detroit scored its 3rd touchdown of the first half. He just punched him there after some sort of verbal exchange. Yeah. He was given an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty and an automatic ejection. It was his first time he was ever ejected from a game in 8 seasons.
He got him good.
Yes, he did.
Wasn't messing
And
around.
I have no idea what Amon-Ra or anyone else said to him to ignite that, but it appeared like Amon-Ra was just walking past him and took a right hook.
This is a great story. A routine traffic stop in Melvindale turned into a life-changing moment for a police officer and a couple who welcomed their first baby right there on the side of the road Friday morning.
Wow.
Never something you expect. Even the officer said, we go through all this training, right? But we don't necessarily train for this moment. It was just before 2 a.m. This Melvindale police officer pulled over a speeding vehicle. Turns out the driver was speeding to try to get his wife, who was in active labor, to the hospital. Well, the officer obviously knew, okay, this is serious, called for backup. That's when the other officer arrived to the scene and knew, okay, there's no time to waste. Like, this baby's on its way. So the officer was actually on the phone with a dispatcher who happened to be his younger brother. Right? So like two brothers helped deliver this baby, and everything was great. The mom obviously was like, no, please no, this is not going to happen to me right here. But it did. And everything was great. The mom was healthy. The baby was healthy. They're now at home together as a family. So pretty cool.
Yeah, congrats to them.
Yep. Glad everyone's healthy.
It's Heather with the news.
I feel like your worst nightmare. For me.
Yeah.
I would not want to deliver my baby on the side of the road. But
No.
This mom even said, though, like, her opinion of police officers totally changed.
I bet, yeah. Save
You know?
the day.
Yeah. And they were very caring. Like, they were, like, trying to cover her up from
passerbys.
even though it was 2 a.m., but, like, making, and body
sure.
cam footage and things like
Just
that.
so she felt better about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we feel better about the Lions.
Yeah, they delivered one
Yeah,
yesterday.
they sure did.
Not on the side of the highway, but
No.
Dan Campbell, speech, Victory Monday, inside the locker room. Short and simple, this one.
yep.
And it makes sense. You give it to Goff. You guys are in sync. You're the play caller now. That's your quarterback. You guys went out and executed everything flawless.
Yeah, and one of the points I was going to make about Dan Campbell calling the plays, and I mean, if you go back to 2022 when Ben Johnson was first calling the plays, how did they start that season? 1-6, and the offense did not look in sync. No one thought that. That's when Sheila had to come out and give the vote of confidence to Dan Campbell and his staff, and then things started to come around. And I don't know how much at that point did Dan Campbell talk to Ben Johnson about this is how things have to go. And I don't know that none of us are going to go back and look at the film and say, was he calling plays in those next couple of games for Ben Johnson and then he handed it back over to Ben Johnson? But Dan Campbell, we had one call that talked about the familiarity with the offense, familiarity with the weapons. No one is more familiar with this entire team, offense, defense, special teams, than Dan Campbell. Obviously, they're from day one, but this is his offense. He knows because of what he has seen over the last couple of years. What situations do I want to have Jahmyr Gibbs in, Montgomery in, J-Mo in, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he's starting to learn more about Isaac Tesla. All right, so to sit there and say, well, John Morton is a terrible play caller, that may not be his strong suit. Didn't do a good job when he was with the Jets. Thought that maybe, having been with Sean Payton in Denver, originally with this franchise a few years ago.
21, I think, yeah.
But no one knows the tendencies of your own team, the makeup of your own team, than the head coach, who is an offensive-minded coach.
Yeah, the call wanted Morton fired.
Right.
And we've gotten some of those texts today. And I just want to bring this up again to people. There are 15, 16 different head coaches who are calling their offense.
Yeah.
They also employ offensive coordinators. They don't fire a member of the offensive coaching staff. They repurpose them, right? There's a lot that needs to take place between Monday and Sunday.
Right.
And there's install, there's the coaching, there's in-game from the booth feedback. But this is what should happen moving forward. Dan Campbell should be calling plays. It's what all of these great head coaches do. These offensive coaches, they call their own plays.
Yes. And, I mean, you're never going to hear anything from these coordinators other than during the week, it's a collaborative effort. It is all hands on deck. It's all ideas. It's everything that they're trying out at practice. But then when it comes time to actually call the plays, that's where Dan Campbell needs to step in and continue to call plays. I think there's great value. And I don't know, when John Morton was here originally, how much he was having say in, hey, I'm seeing this on game day, giving it to Ben Johnson, giving it to Dan Campbell. But that's the role that he should be in, again, as a observer and inventor of ideas. But then it really comes down to calling the plays. It's Dan Campbell.
Well, and I bring up how common this is because I think some people may be concerned, well, if he bites off too much as the head coach and the play call, this is normal. This is normal. This is what a lot of teams do, and good teams do. The top offenses in the league. The Colts are scoring the most points. Their coach calls plays. The Lions, their coach now calls plays. The Cowboys and Rams, top 5 offenses.
Yeah.
Their head coach calls plays. Do we think the Packers are a good football team? Their coach calls plays. I mean, this is fairly common. Most head coaches call plays.
And go back to all the lessons learned from him calling plays back even in 21 and being a part of it in 22, like all the situations that come up and that you learn from those and you streamline your process so that it's not too much for you on game day.
248-539-9797. We saw Dan Campbell take control of the offense. What was the biggest difference you saw with him in control? It's 97-1. Guys, want to tell you about replacing a roof, and it's not a fun conversation to have. It's probably one that stresses you out, to be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof, but let's talk through this. It seems to come at the worst time, but it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be overwhelming. Shaner Roofing, let's talk about them. Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you don't have to sweat this big upfront payment. You don't have to skimp on the quality of roof that you need. Shaner Roofing, 4.9-star Google rating. That's thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about them. You can look at it. Things like professionalism, craftsmanship, customer care, things you want in a roofing company. So if your roof's leaking, if it's aging, if it's just time, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. Stan Campbell talking about the tough conversation with John Morton and taking over play calling yesterday. It's the headline, right? It's the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I noticed right away, just in regards to, how things looked. And obviously when you saw Dan with his glasses on so he could read his play sheet, and the fact that he was much more verbal speaking into the headset than he has been at any point over the last couple of years, and certainly this year, kind of was a dead giveaway that he was calling plays.
What was the biggest difference with him calling plays? What did you see?
Well, okay, you can't just say rhythm because there's no way to prove that. And I've been looking all morning, and I'll find it here soon enough, the spray chart of where the ball was going.
Probably find it by 10:02.
Yeah, just about then. Because a lot of the next gen stats don't come up until later in the morning. But the fact that you had Amon-Ra St. Brown on the sidelines, Tesla on the sidelines, you had, J-Mo over the middle, and even J-Mo on the sidelines. It was, and then when you look about the run game in regards to when they were running, where they were running, formations, all of that stuff, it was, I think the biggest difference for me, and I mentioned this at the end of last week, is putting your offensive line in position for success. And instead of having to reach, for a guard, having to reach a 4-eye, or even trying to read on a somebody that's lined up as a 5 and going up on a linebacker, especially with Bobby Wagner as active as he is, the angles that I saw the offensive line have to block were advantage offensive line. I think that's probably the biggest thing for me. And then once you start to get that confidence as an offensive line, hey, we're blocking these things up, then you start getting Bobby Wagner running through and Owosika picking him up, like at the line of scrimmage. That to me was huge.
I feel like you're describing rhythm, but you're giving people.
I'm trying to give more than just it's not just the rhythm, but it's the way that you create that rhythm is being unpredictable offensively.
I thought they reestablished their identity. They ran for over 200 yards. You want to avoid third and long. How do you convert more third downs? Well, you avoid them altogether. They picked up 23 first downs before even hitting third down. And then when they got there, they were in more manageable situations. You do that by early down success. You do that by, with this team and this roster, running the football. And then from there, Jared Goff is able to spread the ball around. And John, they had 4 receivers catch 4 or more passes. They worked the middle of the field. They were able to punish teams. Oh, you want to put J-Mo one-on-one? Well, I'm not going to send him 40 yards down the field. I'm going to get him on a crosser. I'm going to get him with 2-3 steps ahead of a defender, and then I'm going to let him go. It felt like there was more confidence, but that comes from early down success. I thought they were more aggressive on early downs. I thought they ran the ball on early downs. I thought they got back to who they're supposed to be with the first and second downs, and third down kind of becomes an afterthought at that point. As opposed to, we were dwelling on all these 3rd and 14 and 3rd and 11 and 3rd and 9 against Minnesota. Well, now you're welcoming exotic blitzes. Now you're making it harder on your offensive line. And instead, I thought they did a great job letting that offensive line play downhill, fire out of their stance. And, John, they reset the line of scrimmage. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the other thing. You watch that game and you're seeing the offensive line, the line of scrimmage is 2-3 yards down the field. Gibbs wasn't touched on some plays until, forget about the second level, till he was at the third level of the defense. But what did you guys see? You watched that. You saw Dan Campbell with the glasses in the menu, and he's ordering plays left and right. 248-539-9797. What was the biggest difference you saw? And John, how much of this is Campbell taking over plays, and how much of this is, because I know it's going to come up, well, it's the lowly Commanders.
Well, they did what they were supposed to do. All right, your opponent yesterday wasn't Buffalo. It wasn't Baltimore. It wasn't Philly. It wasn't the Rams. It was the Commanders. What were you supposed to do? You're supposed to handle them. You're supposed to own the line of scrimmage. And they did that on both sides of the ball. They owned the line of scrimmage. And so when I look at, it's you could go back and say, well, okay, what they did to Baltimore. Baltimore's defense has not been good all season long. But I look at what they did against Lamar Jackson. Two-time NFL MVP. A lot of people, until he got hurt, were thinking he was having another MVP season, save the defense.
Yeah.
And so they've been able to beat up on lesser teams. And the only time that they've played down to an opponent was last week against Minnesota. But what did they do? They responded. And they didn't. Yesterday, nobody's going to sit there and say, oh, well, now they're the number one team to win the Super Bowl.
Nope.
That's not what we're saying. We're saying they're back on course.
Yeah, look, if you wanted to feel good about playing Philadelphia, you needed a performance like that. If they had gone on the road and eked out a field goal win, John, they didn't punt.
No.
Goff was sacked 0 times. Like, it's everything you needed to see. There's nothing more they could have done. Because you're right, they couldn't have beaten the Eagles yesterday. They didn't play the Eagles yesterday. They did everything you could have asked of them to restore some faith and confidence and momentum. Rhythm established. Right? That's what that game was about, was reestablishing who you are, an offensive identity, and some rhythm so that you're better prepared to go into Philly. And John, if they lose in Philadelphia, then it's for naught. But they're giving themselves the best chance with Dan Campbell calling plays and figuring out what they're supposed to be doing offensively. 248-539-9797. Let's hit some people up on the phones. Let's go to John in Canton. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Happy Victory Monday. And I just wanted to know why it seems like the offensive line is kind of like Jekyll and Hyde. They looked great yesterday. And I know they had Owasika in place of the other guy, Mahogany. What's going on? How can they look so different from one week to the next?
Well, I think they looked better yesterday because they were just in better position to make some of those blocks. And whenever you have a performance like they did against Minnesota, you could say, well, it was bad play calling. There was no rhythm. Like, they're going to go into that O-line room and they're going to wear that one all week long. They are going to be at a heightened sense of, we've got to get this fixed. I don't care what the play is called. We've got to block it up. Advantage or no advantage. And I think they responded as well.
Yeah, because they were opening some holes for them to get, running yards. And Goff, of course, never got sacked. And it just looked great.
Yeah. It's exactly what you needed to see. It's also kind of predictable. Dan Campbell's teams don't lose back-to-back. We're going over 3 years now since they've lost back-to-back games. And they typically bounce back emphatically. They bounce back, and I think they've covered the spread in all 13 times. This was personal. Whether you want to put stock in the end of last year or not, this was personal, right? The offensive line was getting called out all week. You're on the road. What are you made of? Dan Campbell personally taking control of the play calling. It's personal. So, of course, in a bounce-back spot that they take personally, they're going to go out and handle their business. We got some phone calls to get to, some ticket texts as well. What did you see different? It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham & Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but 30 years of experience, that's 3 decades, is a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
My favorite play of the game. Total team effort, getting Gibbs over the finish line there. On a day where the Lions wouldn't be denied, they scored on every offensive drive of the game until they were killing the clock late. Put up 44 points. So we're giving you guys a chance to react to it on the phones, 248-539-9797. Of course, anything that stood out to you. We focused a lot on Dan Campbell taking over play calling. Was the biggest difference with him in control. And then the question was, is it Campbell or Commanders? I mean, can't ignore who they played. At the same time, though, John, they looked more like the team we thought they would be when the season started.
Yeah, and I mean, it's easy to say the rhythm of the offense because you're playing against a defense that has struggled all season long, especially, when you pair that with an offense that has struggled to move the ball. Their quarterback is out, their number one receiver is out. So you're getting the ball back in advantageous positions. So just to give you a little bit of an idea in terms of the passing game, I talked about the spray chart. So Jared Goff was 25 of 33, and he had 7 of those completions, 7 pass attempts outside the left hash, 7 for 7. Middle of the field, he was 10 of 12. And on the outside the right hash, he was 8 of 11. So you have, it's
wow,
that's
balanced,
much more efficient outside the left hash, 7 for 7, but more opportunity outside the right hash with 11 passes. In the middle, it was 12. So yes, you can't necessarily say, oh, this is a team that's just attacking this defense in the middle of the field. No, they were spraying the ball all over the place. And it goes from, he was 2 for 2 behind the line of scrimmage, typically running backs or, swing passes outside the left hash, 3 for 3 on the right. Down the field, plays of 20 yards or more, 1 for 1 out the left hash, 0 for 1 out the right hash. But it's the ability to attack every single zone on the field, and they did.
They attacked. Look, they attacked on early downs. They avoided a lot of third downs, third and longs and third down altogether. They ran the football, and then they put Goff in positions to distribute. I mean, they had 4 guys catch 4 or more passes. They had everybody involved organically. There wasn't this force the ball to J-Mo where we got to get Montgomery going. It was just run the offense, pummel people. And for anybody who's bummed that, it's the Commanders, it's who they played. It's the only team they could play. And they did everything you could ever ask them to do. No, they didn't beat the Eagles yesterday. I'm sorry to disappoint everybody. That game's scheduled next week. Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Daniel. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, so I thought last night was dominant, like we're supposed to be. I love Dan Campbell on the play call, and I think, like you said earlier, it felt like we got our rhythm back because all the pieces were being used. The offensive line was in tune with each other, even with the injuries. I was scared to death when Panay went out for a second, but he got back in. But I love the fact that we were just dominant like we were supposed to. And like you said, we can't play the Eagles because we play them this Sunday. So, and also I really think I love that I personally like when the Lions play like we got something to prove. Like we were on nobody's top list last week on ESPN or First Take. And so the only people that was talking about the Lions was 97.1 The Ticket and Detroit fans. And I personally like it like that because I feel like when the world gets on the Detroit bandwagon, I feel like our energy is off a little bit. But yesterday we were dominant, and I can't wait for Sunday.
Same. Sets the table well for the Sunday night matchup in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Couple ticket texts. They played a very clean game. That's what stood out to me. No procedural penalties. Didn't get caught up in the nonsense with Payne and Kinlaw. What's up with their defense's attitude in the first half? The Lions were in their heads early, and it cost the Commanders. Sure, I mean, that's beat them up, kick their ass. This text says they don't like Campbell calling the plays. I don't think it's sustainable during a playoff run. I thought Washington was a good bounce-back opportunity for him. Anybody could have called plays and scored 40 against that injury-plagued Washington defense.
I don't think anybody could have called plays, but
Andy Reid calls plays. It really hurts them in the playoffs.
It's going to kill the Chiefs one of these years.
I mean, the rest of the text is good, but come on.
Yeah, I just don't get he can't handle calling plays. Most NFL head coaches, the majority, call plays. Many of them offensive coaches call plays. Many of the best offenses have their plays called by the head coach. No, there's absolutely no merit to the first part of that ticket text. This says, well, the talk of, well, Washington isn't any good, fine, but you still have to go win an NFL game. Ask the Bills.
Yep. Ask the Bills. Ask Carolina, who's trying to make a push to become a legitimate team. They lost to New Orleans. Like it's every week presents its own problems. Some greater, some less, but you still have to go out there and execute.
Herman, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, my assessment is what I noticed. I've been yelling at the TV for weeks. They've been running on first down almost every time. This week, they start passing. I disagree with you. I think the passing opened up the running this week.
I think the variety opened up everything. I don't think it's any one thing, but I can't ignore the fact that they ran for 200 yards and how things soften up after you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you're talking about the short downs. It's because they were passing on first. That's my opinion. They were getting yards in the first down. They weren't running, getting stopped, running or passing. They were predictable, and I don't see that anymore.
Yeah.
But Coach did a great job yesterday.
yeah, I mean, and we talked about, in terms of the pass game, being able to spray the ball around, the run game, you're going to be more productive off the right side than you are the left, just because Penei Sewell is as dominant as he is. But Jahmyr Gibbs ran the ball 9 times left to center, ran the ball 6 times right of center. And with David Montgomery, it was 4 times to the left, 11 times to the right. So he's a little bit more, maybe right-handed. But I think this offense is going to typically be that way because you have Penei Sewell as your right tackle.
Play to your strengths.
Yeah. That's where they're more productive.
And it was from the jump. We've seen them start like last week against Minnesota. They scored on the first drive scripted. And then what? Well, it just never stopped. It was relentless.
Yeah, I mean, they never took their foot off the gas. And that's really, I think, where you look at this team and say, okay, that's where it has to be. They have to, from start to finish, you've got to find a way. And I thought the defense did a great job, too, of setting the tone early. Hey, Washington gets the ball, and it's 3 and out.
Here we go. We're here to play. Just to put some numbers on it on the third downs, right? Last week they were 5 of 17 on third down. This week 5 of 10. But it's the first downs they picked up before they even got to third down. Last week they had just 7 first downs before third. Mm-hmm. This week, 23 times they got a first down on first or second down. Yeah, that's being more aggressive. That's spreading the ball. It's getting a bigger push up front. That's what you need to see. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Red Wings lost their 3rd straight game in a 5-1 loss to the Blackhawks yesterday. They are now off until Thursday. The Lions looked like the team we've become accustomed to seeing under Dan Campbell in last night's 44-22 win against Washington. With Dan Campbell calling the plays, Detroit leaned on big performances left and right for the win, as said by Campbell postgame. Lions now get the Eagles next Sunday. The Pistons continue to look inevitable as they survived a hostile Philly crowd with a 111-108 win over the Sixers. While Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren headlined the box score with their offensive production, J.B. Bickerstaff was proud of his team's defense. Detroit now gets Washington at home at 7 o'clock tonight. Pre-game coverage starts right here on 97.1 at 6:35 as the Pistons go for consecutive win number 7. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Good morning on a Victory Monday. That's more like it. Lions do what they've always done for the last 3 years. Bounce back. Predictable? Maybe. Took it personal. Sure did. And away we go. We got calls to get to, some of your feedback. What stood out? What was the biggest difference with Dan Campbell calling plays? And is it Campbell or Commanders? Let us know. 248-539-9797. TJ Lang will join us at 9 o'clock. Overreact Gyms from the Weekend in Sports at 8:50. Let's start with Roy on a cell. Roy, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. I love listening on a Monday after a Lions victory to hear all of these call-in experts explain to the world how they didn't win right. It just cracks me up a little bit. Win's a win. Yes, they were not up to full strength, being the Commanders, but you can only beat the team you play. Next week is a test. But I think, and after hearing the interviews after the game, especially Amon-Ra St. Brown's interview, everybody had a bad taste in their mouths from last week. Everybody knew they needed to step up and play Lions football, and it showed. It was a well-balanced, in-your-face, no pun intended with that punch, but an in-your-face, we're going to take over this game early and often. And I loved seeing the long runs. I loved seeing how the line made the holes seemingly twice as big as they needed to be when they were in the middle. So if you didn't see a win the right way, may I suggest you not watch and then just wait until the playoffs, because they're winning the right way many different times with different players.
Well, so I like the way that you worded it too, like winning the right way. They were never in doubt in this game. This was a no-doubt game. To start the game off, their first 3 drives, all touchdowns. Mm-hmm. And their fourth drive before halftime was still 13 plays, 64 yards. And they stalled out in the red zone and ended up having to kick a field goal.
Right, I agree. They're playing this week's game with last week's mindset. We're not letting that happen again. And for those, again, that didn't see the right way, check their back-to-back skills. When's the last time they lost 2 in a row?
Yeah, it would have been, I think, October of 22. It's a great point. And, Roy, I like what you said, the right way. They won the right way last week, this last weekend.
Well, when you get to Detroit, it is the head coach's way. They talk about the culture in Pittsburgh and whatnot. Dan Campbell has that, and he picks the players that can accept that and excel their role, like a Laporta. He's a great player. But you have an Amon-Ra St. Brown and other players that are the elite freaks. Everybody has a piece in that puzzle to get a championship. And it is the right way because Dan Campbell said so. Kneecaps, baby.
Kneecaps, baby. Mm-hmm. Victory Mondays, always more fun. Kevin and Trenton, good morning.
What up, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, I guess my thing with this team, hear me out, I know opposing defenses have a lot to do with it, but it seems to me week to week you just don't know what you're going to get. This week was a clean pocket. Last week it wasn't. When it's a clean pocket, we're going to win 99% of the time. I guess that's my only thing. I'm not hating. I love the team. Mm-hmm. They're going to go far, but it just seems like week to week you just don't know what you're going to get. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you're going to learn more when they play at Philadelphia next week. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I agree. I know what you're saying, but it's just, and then what's this team going to do next week?
But Kevin, that's the thing I would build off of your point and say is, okay, they win this week. They look good. They did it, quote, the right way. Let's say they go into Philly and win on the road. It's going to be awesome. That Victory Monday is going to hit twice as hard. But then they're going to have to do it the very next week and the week after and the week after. And that's going to be the thing is consistency doesn't show up after 1 or 2 weeks. Consistency has to be built over months. And this is the stretch run, man. There's no more bye week. There's no trade deadline. They're going to face the Eagles, the Rams, the Packers. And then even if they beat all of them, they'll get the playoffs and they'll have to do it again. They may have to play all 3 of those teams in the playoffs again to win a Super Bowl. So that's going to be the mindset, right? Is winning is better than losing. Winning is going to build some rhythm and consistency and confidence and momentum, but that happens over months, not weeks. And they haven't done that really yet this season, is string together months like they did, like they were doing a little bit last year, and like they need to do in the playoffs this year.
And so this is the time of the year where you start to really figure things out. And this is where rookies shouldn't be rookies anymore. You're still going to have some ups and downs. It's going to be a long season. But whether it's Ratledge, Now Wasika at left guard, and he's no rookie. Let's not forget the conversation we had last week about him. He's out there trying to make himself some money. He's in a contract year. This opportunity has fallen right in his lap, and he aced the first opportunity.
Back to the people. Chris and Holly, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Dan, I was just wondering if you saw this or not. That and this goes back to Dan Campbell's kind of mentality. Their second or third touchdown when, I don't know if it was Payne or Kinlaw was in the backfield after the play kind of John with Goff. They scored a touchdown on that next play, and then they called a 2-point conversion, and to my eye, they ran it right over him. Am I off on that, or is that kind of what happened there?
I think you're right. Yeah, they ran it right up the gut.
Yeah.
And the penalty helped. The penalty helped make the decision easy, right? You're going to walk us up to the goal line. We'll smash you in the face.
Well, right. And that they called it to his side of the line, I think, was telling as well. So I think the line maybe this year, guys, is just readjusting with Ragnow gone and some of that. You're going to see a little inconsistency. Hopefully, the second half of this season, they can get their schemes down and block a little bit better, more consistently, and hopefully these guys can go on a run at the right time this year.
Yep.
That's all I got.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And it really is going to come down to consistency. You can't be 1 week up, 1 week down.
Nope.
And now the opponent becomes much bigger, much tougher, much badder in the Philadelphia Eagles. So now you've got to stack good performance on top of good performance.
I think they're going to need a signature win to really quiet some of these people. Are you guys surprised by the reaction this morning that there's this many people that are just saying, "Oh, they played a crap team"?
No, I'm not surprised at all, because what did we hear all season long about this team? It was, oh, well, you beat Baltimore when the defense wasn't very good. You beat Cincinnati without Joe Burrow. Like, people have had this mindset all season long.
Baker didn't have Mike Evans in the second half, or Godwin, or Bucky Irving.
Yeah,
they just ignored the entire Lions secondary. Also didn't play that day.
Correct.
No, I'm not surprised. Look, on Friday we discussed, what do you need to see from this team? And we understood, you could make a statement, but only so loud of a statement given who you were playing. But I remember setting a bar on Friday saying, can they run for 150 yards? They ran for 200. I said, keep Goff upright. I don't want to see him sacked more than 2 times. He wasn't sacked at all. We wanted to see game control, not necessarily a double-digit disco, but just take control of this game. They doubled them up and won 44-22. It was better than I think you could have expected. Now, it only goes so far because of who they played, but that's the only team they could play.
They also made a very significant change yesterday.
Yep.
Their head coach took over play calling. That's humongous. It looked good. There's some people don't want to give it credit because of the defense that they played. But if you couldn't see how much more fluid the offense was, that's what we need to see going forward. Because Campbell's word yesterday in the clip that we played are rhythm. Rhythm and tempo are everything to him.
Well,
he wants to set the tone, and they want to dictate.
Would you rather them not look fluid, not look like there's a rhythm, and then Campbell say, I'm going to take over play calling against Philly? I'm glad he did it in this week so that he also gets in the rhythm of it. And now all of a sudden, hey, all kinks are worked out, and you're doing it like it's old hat against Philly.
But let's just be real here. I think this whole thing's going to be determined on the Lions didn't do as much max protect yesterday as they have been. They spread out more, and they got their weapons involved. They have to play football that way. If they have to keep their tight ends in to block a defensive line against Philly, I just don't think this is going to end that well. And the same goes with the defense. Your front four has to get home sometimes.
Yep. Let's get back to the people. Blake in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Happy Victory Monday. Yep, I just want to say that, with the Lions, we got to get all locked in. We understand that week by week it comes with its challenges. That's just like life, right? So for these Detroit Lions, we have to, as fans, man, we already knew that this season was going to come with some expected losses. So it's got to be a little bit of grace and a little bit of adjustment period. But also, it's a pay now, pay later type situation. I'd rather pay now with some of these losses and make the adjustments, because if the end game is the Super Bowl, and we know when playoff time comes, it is sudden death, we've already learned from our errors. I think from last season, with all the victories, we felt, untouchable. So with some of these gritty losses, it comes with some learning points. So that's just what I want to say. I'm all locked in. I'm drinking the blue Kool-Aid. Let's get it this season, gentlemen. That's what it is. And Detroit versus everybody in all facets. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thanks, Blake. Yeah, let's get after it here. Look, if this is the change they needed to make to win the Super Bowl, you want to make it now. You don't want to make it too late in the season. Dan Campbell taking over play calling. If this is a change they needed to make to be their best offensively, glad they made it now in early November, while they still have time to do it against Philly and Green Bay and L.A. And again, I don't think he's biting off more than he can chew here. This is kind of the standard in the NFL. Most coaches call their side of the ball.
Yeah.
Most. Not all, but most. And look, if this offense is going to be the best version of themselves, it's clear he's got to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, you just look at how good they were on first down. Even at an opening drive, you start off with, 7 yards or 8 yards of a run on first down.
Bingo.
You set the tempo, you set the tone, and it doesn't always have to be that because then there's a 16-yard completion on the next first down. Like, you keep that defense on their heels, but you have success on first and second downs so that you get to third down, and this is a team that third down's not your last opportunity. They were 2 for 2 on fourth down.
Mm-hmm. Why was it so much better? What was the biggest difference you saw with Dan Campbell calling plays? And Campbell or Commanders? You tell us. It's 97.1.
What's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch our favorite teams, no matter what the sport is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Give you a sample of some of the ticket text we're getting. That's Dan Miller on the call. Lions win 44-22. Bounce back. Predictable, right? This is what they do. They lose a game and they immediately turn the corner and pummel people. John, I don't think we've made this declaration that they're all the way back, that they're the best team in football, that they undid the Minnesota game, anything like that. But this is where people are at today. Ticket Texter says they beat an injury-plagued team. They lost to Minnesota at Ford Field last week. Made me look for a paper bag. The Lions are a team with great players, but are not a great team. Guys, our offense looked good against a decimated Commanders team. Whoop-de-doo. Was anybody expecting much different? I'm all for MCDC calling plays, but everybody knew they were bouncing back against a shell of a Commanders team. If we get a double-digit win next week against Philly, the play calling never leaves Campbell again.
I don't care if it's a double-digit win, as long as we got one more than they do. And quite honestly, I don't know if they go into Philly and get a win or not.
I don't either.
But it needs to look like a heavyweight match. Like it is whoever wins this team is the best in the NFL or in this game.
I believe even if Morton called plays, it would have been a double-digit disco. Just felt more spread out and less predictable.
I would like to think that, but if you even go back to, the Cincinnati game, what did we feel about coming out of that game? Didn't feel like the offense it felt like it was a little disjointed.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of games. I mean, the Tampa game where you just felt like the offense was disjointed. Yesterday, it didn't feel that way.
The Commanders suck and they missed key players. Calm down. Let's not forget how terrible McCarthy proved he is, and he ate the Lions for breakfast. Did McCarthy eat the Lions for breakfast, or did we watch 2 different football games? He's fine. He didn't throw for 200 yards. Like, he ate us for breakfast. He's good. He wasn't special.
No, and you watch what he did yesterday.
Right.
And you're looking at it going, okay, how did this quarterback beat us?
I get that feeling. I do. Now, I want to be very careful here. Nobody has predicted that this win righted the ship. But it was a necessary step. Look, you want to set up that Philly game? You want to go into Philadelphia feeling a little better about yourself? Well, yeah, you have Dan Campbell take over play calling. You reactivate the run game. You get a clean pocket for Goff. You involve all of the playmakers, and you do it organically. You went on early downs. You avoid third and obvious. I don't know what more you wanted to see other than to just be like, hey, you know what? They didn't beat the Eagles yesterday, so sweet.
Yeah.
They're going to go a lot of weeks this year where they don't play the Eagles.
Right. But they need to look good against the Eagles.
They do.
They clearly do.
Absolutely. No one's fighting that. Let's get to Melvin. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Good.
I think people are really missing the point. They keep saying it was the Commander. But let's be real, guys. What Dan was trying to say with all our weapons, all the Lions have to do is find a mismatch. It's not a team that can defend them. They're going to give up something. It wasn't that he was doing a lot. We just got back to who we was, and we simplified it, and we just said we're going to find our open spot. 9 times out of 10, 80% of defenses is going to jump into some kind of coverage too. And I always said it. It wasn't that our OC wasn't doing bad. He just wasn't playing Lions football. He wasn't using the tools that we got to his advantage. And Dan came in and showed you how to do it, but it was just plays that we already have been running. He just put it together very good. And one more thing that a lot of people missing out on.
When the defense is confused, that slow the pass rush down, and it tires them out. If we would have did this offense against Minnesota, we would have put up 40. And I'm going to say, if we play the way we played, we could beat any team because it's confusing. You're going to give up something. We got too many weapons. And Corey Raymond, that showed you what we was doing right there. You blitz us up the middle, we're going to send a tight end on the pop, or we're going to hit him on the outside. Somewhere we're going to get that mismatch. And the Lions just played great because they got back to what they was known to do. They simplified it, and they used their weapons. And we have enough. I think we got more weapons than the average NFL team.
No
There's
doubt.
no way we should be. No way that we should ever be suffering offensively. It's not. If you do the numbers. Look at all what we bring to the table. Somebody's going to be open. It's just, can Goff find that open man? And that's how the Lions was always successful. That we just imposed our will with the play action, the misdirection. That's tough. You cannot get pass rush when you don't know exactly what's going to happen next. And that's all I got to say, buddy.
Melvin, it's good
And
phone call.
the Lions will beat Philadelphia.
Oh.
34-21.
Write that down.
You cannot guard. What we was doing, that's hard to guard. And I coached defense for years. I coached offense. And that's hard, man. That's really hard to guard. We got something.
Melvin, there's no doubt about what the Lions just did will play, but I don't know week to week. The Lions haven't shown that yet. And in the interior of the Lions offensive line has still got questions, and that's the strength of Philly's defense. I'm very far away from calling out a win today on Monday morning.
Oh, no. We need to see these guys against the best the NFL has. And I'm not saying the Phillies are the best the NFL has, but a pair of defensive tackles against this interior offensive line, that's going to be a really good test for them.
What do you think the spread will be? I don't even know if it's out because the Eagles have to play their game this week. Actually, I do have it. You take a guess?
Sure. I'm going to guess it's Philly by 3.5.
Tom?
Philly by 2.5.
Philly by 1.5. Ooh. Pick 'em. Pick 'em. Now, tonight may shift it.
It may shift it a little bit, but
that's. I thought the Lions were going to be getting north of a field goal. That's a lot of confidence in the Lions.
So they're in Green Bay, and it's what, Philly by 2.5 tonight?
Basically a pick 'em 1.5.
Well, it's 1.5 now. What did we pick it on
2.5
Friday?
on Friday? Yeah.
I'd really like to see the Eagles kill them tonight, to be honest.
Well,
First off, it helps the division.
Yes.
But also, there's a little background in this game tonight to keep an eye on. The Packers are the ones that wanted the tush-push gone. The Eagles might intentionally do some extra tushing and pushing.
Yeah, if they get up, I'd love to see them just go right down the field with 15 of those in a row.
An entire drive. That's something Dan Campbell would do.
Right, that's exactly it.
Because this is probably it this year with this thing, right? I think it's probably going away.
Whether I agree with it or not, yes, I think this will be the
I know.
last
I don't
year.
want it to go away. I like the tush push.
I do too. I don't want it to go away, but yeah, it's proven very hard for the officials the way that they're set up to officiate it.
And look at the Lions play yesterday on the touchdown with Gibbs, the pushing.
Yeah,
seriously, how can you endorse that play and I love that. I love the Lions' physicality and stuff, and then hate the tush push because you actually did more than what the tush push did.
Right, and you better be careful if you want the tush push gone because they may go back to the old rules where you can't aid a player,
right,
a ball carrier.
I would love to keep the tush push, assuming you officiate the play properly.
Right.
You can't get a head start. You can't let Jalen Hurts reach the ball over and not call it if the team takes it away.
Right.
We've seen some issues officiating that play, which is why I think it will go away.
There's a chance the Eagles expend a little bit more energy tonight than typical because of that. And also,
in a short week,
they eliminated the Packers last year. So there's a little blood sitting in the water tonight.
Oh, this is a must-watch as a Lions fan. And I think your read's right. I think we're all rooting for the Eagles.
Eagles, you have to.
Yeah. First things first, secure the division, get a Green Bay loss. And if you have an issue with the Eagles, you play them next week and solve it.
You get a chance to take care of your own issues.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Kevin in Detroit. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Great.
It's good.
Hey, this is my problem with Detroit fans. When we win, we get too high. When we lose, we get too low. let it play out. Like if we win, we going to the Super Bowl. If we lose, put this team. We through. We need to start all over. Get rid of this guy. Get rid of that guy. Look, just enjoy the ride because it was a time. I know I'm 59, and it was always bad. So that's my only take I have.
Yeah, but fans are going to have emotional swings.
Right.
And that's why we do Monday morning radio. And by the time we get to Wednesday, Thursday, now it was complicated last week because the trade deadline was in the middle.
It lingered.
But, by the time we usually get to Wednesday or Thursday, we're starting to be a little bit more level-headed.
That's true. I get you.
So,
Kev, appreciate the phone call.
I appreciate the
That was
drop,
all I
too.
wanted
Hey,
to say.
I'm with you. Let it play out.
Yes, sir. Have a great day.
You too.
You too. Cut from the cloth.
Uh-huh.
Let it play out. Look, here's the reality, too. If they lose to the Eagles, everybody's going to go into a doom spiral, but the season won't be over.
Right.
And if they beat the Eagles, you're going to have people rushing to put them back. I mean, John, 2 weeks ago, they were the number one team in football in every power ranking.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they beat the Eagles, they still got to win on Thanksgiving Day. Yeah. They still probably need to go into L.A. and beat the Rams if they want the 1 seed. Like, week-to-week league. But that's why I reflect back on this last weekend. Week-to-week league, they looked as good as they could this week.
Yeah.
Sets them up as well as they can for next week. It's 97.1.
Hey, you hear the ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy. It's a big number, and that's good for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, what does it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, we've seen that, but he knows it's not about headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills, it keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off, it's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Part of a 3-touchdown day for Jahmyr Gibbs. Dan Miller on the call. Get to your phones. Your call's at 248-539-9797. Stephanie in Ann Arbor, good morning.
Good morning. So I feel like the Lions have one thing that they're still missing, which is the consistency. I feel like we all know that when they want to impose their will and they have that chip on their shoulder, there isn't anyone they can't beat. But coming off of a bye or coming off of an extended break, I feel like they still don't have that spark consistently. And I think that's the last piece of the puzzle. It's like if you pick and choose when you're going to be great, greatness kind of picks and chooses when it's going to be there for you. So I feel like that's the last piece for them to be the real contenders in all of this.
I totally agree with you. I mean, we've seen it in spurts this year. The Baltimore game is, to me, as impressive a win as they've had in years. I don't care what people want to say about Baltimore's current record, right? And at the same time, that Minnesota game is as bad a loss as they've had in several years. At home off a bye week to be that flat, to have that many issues, penalties, offense, defense, and special teams. Consistency, because, John, to win a Super Bowl, you can't look good for 1 or 2 weeks.
No, you're going to have to look good for 4 weeks. And you're going to have to go out there and perform week in, week out. That's why at this time of the year, you got to start stacking good performance on top of good performance. Doesn't mean you're going to win every game, but you cannot have a performance in all 3 phases like you had against Minnesota. Now, the only bad thing I could say about yesterday is special teams still don't feel like they have been under Dave Fitt for the last couple of years. You score a touchdown, and then, they return it 48 yards. You get an extra point blocked. Like, it doesn't feel like the special teams are to the level that they should be.
Yeah, I just think a lot of the focus has been on the offense because it was the calling card a year ago, and because it sets the tone. It lets them play keep away, and you got to score more points than the opponent to win. But really, the offense had a big step forward yesterday.
Oh, sure. That's going to be the big story coming out of yesterday. But, not everything is all, roses and sunshine.
No, look, they could lose to Philly this very next week. And all the joy we're feeling right now is going to get replaced.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to Vince in Southgate. Vince, you're on 97.1.
You just stole my thunder right there about the special teams. Their kick returns all year has been bad. I mean, they've been giving up the big kick return. And now that's 2 weeks in a row that they had an extra point blocked and a field goal blocked. I mean, that's going to kill them in one game in the playoffs. I think they'll make the playoffs, but if you do something like that in the playoffs, you're going to be done. That'll be it. That'll be the whole year against a real good team.
You're right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're going to have all 3 phases. And right now, the special teams doesn't feel like they've been consistent enough.
Now, even against Baltimore, look, we beat them, but we were giving them the ball at like the 40 to 50-yard line. And they've been starting to slip against the run a little bit. They've been giving up a little bit more yards on the run, even yesterday. Against Philly, we'll be able to tell.
Yeah, look, all they did yesterday was give themselves their best chance, right? Reestablishing who they are offensively gives them their best chance to go into Philly and win. So all they did was give themselves their best chance. They didn't beat Philly yesterday. They couldn't beat Philly yesterday.
No.
Which weirdly feels like a complaint from people. It's kind of a weird show. Like, we all know what's looming next week, and we know that's going to be the game that we take much more out of. Let's get to Heather with the news.
All right, so the Big Ten says USC should have been penalized after having reserve quarterback Sam Heward, is that how you say his name?
Yes. Yep.
All right, wear the same jersey number as primary punter Sam Johnson to successfully execute a fake punt pass. This was in Friday's win against Northwestern. So it sounds like it was early in the second quarter. USC faced 4th and 6. They lined up for a punt formation. But instead of a typical punt, Heward stepped in wearing number 80, the same number as Johnson, took the snap, completed a 10-yard pass leading to a touchdown. USC went on to win 38-17, but now the play is under scrutiny because the Big Ten says they should have had a 15-yard unsportsmanlike conduct penalty under an NCAA rule that says 2 players playing the same position may not wear the same number during the game. If
Makes sense.
Did I make? Did
Yes.
It doesn't make
Yeah.
sense to me, but I'm hoping I spit it out properly.
Yeah, they had a punter line up as number 80.
Yeah.
And then in one of the plays, they had a backup quarterback line up as the punter wearing number 80. And so everybody thought, oh, that it's just the punter, yet he wasn't going to punt the ball. He was in there to run a fake.
It was cute, but it's also against the rules.
Yeah.
Right.
He wasn't a punter. He was a quarterback in a really long shotgun snap.
Right.
It's right there.
Two Cleveland Guardians pitchers, Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz, have been indicted for allegedly taking part in this scheme to rig bets placed on Major League Baseball games. So they're facing huge charges, fraud conspiracy, conspiracy to influence sporting contests by bribery, among other things. Clase has allegedly been communicating with this bettor or whoever, this co-conspirator, since 2023. Ortiz began in 2025. Clase apparently communicated with these bettors by text messages during games. What? It's wild. They face up to 65 years in prison if they're convicted on all charges.
And we were talking about this, it's $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 for guys that are millionaires with millions on the way.
Do they think they're not going to get caught, or do they think they won't really get in trouble if they are caught? Is
They
it the
face
thrill of
jail
it?
time. I have
know,
no
but
idea.
they're young. They're such.
They're dumb.
Oh,
what they are.
Oh man. John Skelton, the father of those three boys who went missing for 15 years ago, are now set to be released later this month. So according to the Michigan Department of Corrections, Skelton will be released from Bellamy Creek Correction Facility in Ionia on November 29th. So police have testified that they believe he killed his children, Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner, but he's never been charged in their deaths because their bodies have never been found. Back in 2011, he pleaded no contest to 3 counts of unlawful imprisonment in the boys' disappearance. He was sentenced to 10 to 15 years in prison, and now he is going to be released. The boys at the time were aged 5, 7, and 9. They were last seen in his backyard on Thanksgiving Day in 2010. I mean, it took me a minute to remember this.
Right.
I mean, I remember the story. I remember the 3 boys, but all the details of the story, it took me a minute to remember, but crazy for sure. Finally, let's do this. This is pretty cool. It's kind of like winning the lottery. There's this guy who discovered a gold treasure worth $800,000 while he was digging a swimming pool in his backyard. Happened in France, so not here, but he found 5 gold bars and a bunch of coins buried in plastic bags. And he was allowed to keep it because the cops say they weren't able to determine if it was stolen or not. So
It's his.
he's getting a pool and $8,000. Oh, he can pay for the pool with the money, but pretty darn cool.
That's awesome. All right, we got TJ Lang coming up at top of the hour, 9:02. Some weekend overreact. Jim's next, 97.1.
And we all know the holidays are right around the corner. And what does that bring? It brings a lot of stress, whether it's Thanksgiving or the Christmas holiday season. We know there's going to be parties, which also means a little bit of indulgence. How about a membership to Planet Fitness? And right now, it's $1 down. That goes through the 13th of this month. So get in the door right now, and it gets you everything that Planet Fitness has to offer. And it's a squeaky clean environment, great machines. They continue to add to the amount of gyms that are in the Detroit area. There are new ones coming. Detroit's Harbortown on Jefferson Avenue. Waterford, it's going to be on Dixie Highway. Those are both under construction, supposed to open by the end of the year. If you want everything Planet Fitness has to offer, then take a look at the Black Card membership, because it gives you access to the Black Card Spa, where you can recover with hydro massage and other innovative amenities. You can also bring a guest at any time. So think, who's going to keep you motivated? Who's going to keep you accountable? And I just mentioned it's $24.99 a month. Gets you in the door, gets you everything that Black Card has. It also gives you access to every single location, not just in Metro Detroit or the state of Michigan, across the country. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. It's been 23 years since the Pistons had only 2 losses through their first 10 games. With their 6th straight win last night, the Pistons are now 8-2 and hold the best record in the East and the 2nd best record in basketball. Cade Cunningham is asserting himself as an MVP candidate with another outstanding performance. 26 points, 11 assists, and a game-high plus-minus of plus 13. He spoke about the team's start this season after the game. Pistons get the Wizards tonight at 7 o'clock from Little Caesars Arena. Pre-game coverage starts right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:35. The Lions are feeling good this Victory Monday after a 44-22 win over the Commanders last night. Dan Campbell called the plays, and his players made history. Here's the list of NFL players to score 40 touchdowns before the age of 24. Barry Sanders, Jim Brown, Randy Moss, Emmitt Smith, and now Jahmyr Gibbs after 172 total yards and 3 scores last night. Now the Lions will get a chance to scout 2 future opponents tonight as the Eagles are at the Packers for Monday Night Football. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Good morning on a Lions Victory Monday. Final hour of the show. We've got TJ Lang settling in the studio and a lot to talk about. No, they didn't beat the Philadelphia Eagles, so sorry to disappoint everybody. But they set themselves up to do so. It was the best possible outcome from this offense. They scored every drive they had the football. They didn't get sacked one time. And Jared Goff distributed the ball. 4 receivers with 4 or more catches. Mm-hmm. The run game, re-energized, over 200 yards. Sure helps the offensive line reset in that line of scrimmage. And it sure helps Dan Campbell calling the plays. That's the biggest takeaway, right?
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, maybe, TJ, did you have any inkling ahead of time that Dan was going to be calling the plays? Because it was a bit of a surprise to me. I'm not disappointed at all. Obviously, I'm very encouraged. But.
No, and nobody I talked to. I mean, I'm not down there every day, like a lot of the reporters. But no, I don't think anybody knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think Dan did say he made the decision earlier in the week. And something I noticed pretty early, just with Coach in the glasses and, looking a little bit more engaged, was like, we got to keep an eye on this. And then they kept showing him, I think, on the TV. And so once, kind of saw that zoomed in picture, John, you and I texted him, like, I think the glasses are a dead giveaway that he's calling the plays. But, yeah, that certainly looked like there was – and players played 10 times better yesterday, right?
Yes.
But there certainly looked to be a better rhythm as far as, the offensive game plan and some timely calls and mixing some things up that we really hadn't seen. I thought that yesterday was the most variety we've seen from the run game, and probably a little bit more creativity as well with some of those, outside plays that they were able to get to the edge and really make that Washington defense start to hurt a little bit.
It felt like there was a better –
John,
it's
why
hot
do you
in here.
allow it to be 75 in here?
He's the biggest culprit. Don't talk about allow it.
John is?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
For the guy who
That
won't
is
turn on the heat at
disgusting.
his house.
TJ, that's because he lost
disturbing.
all that weight. That's when they started.
That's disturbing.
well, let's
TJ's
not
taking
go down
layers
that
off.
road.
75? Come on.
Is that what it said?
Come on.
Holy.
Come on.
It's nice and comfortable in here. Heather, are you comfortable?
It is too hot in here.
It's a little warm. I mean, I said it when I walked in that it is a
come
little
on.
warm in here, but
If
I'm
these
all
ones-
right.
If these ones are saying it's a little warm in
Hey,
here,
it
come
must
on.
be a cold corner over here.
John, we're going to have TJ. He's stripping layers. We need him to stay
man.
clothed for the next hour of the show.
Yeah.
Lord.
Bring in the AC, the extra unit. We don't want any part of that. Put a fan on them. Yeah, but so getting back to, I don't even know. I got so distracted there. It felt like, in terms of the rhythm of the offense and everything that Dan was doing in calling the plays, like the offensive line, and it's not just the offensive line, but it's the angles at which the tight ends are expected to be able to use to block edges or backside edges. Like with formation and motion, it felt like the blockers all had the advantage. Like there wasn't anybody that was trying to, like a guard wasn't trying to reach a 4-eye. Like they were doing things in terms of setting up the defense and calling it so that they would have the advantage in blocking them up.
Yeah, and they were they were mixing it up enough too to where Washington couldn't say, okay, they're running outside zone every play, right? Like we're just going to start doing this slanting and firing guys off the edge. And that's what I was talking about a little bit more last week when I said their run game just, I think, was too predictable against Minnesota, because Minnesota just kept running like kind of the same run beater blitzes, and you didn't adjust much in that game to it. Yesterday it was more we're going to dictate how the run game goes, right? Like you get into some games, and I think that, if you play a defense like Minnesota and you realize like all the pressure that they bring, you kind of want to adjust to, okay, what are they doing? And then we'll try to adjust to get in the right play. And certainly the Lions offense is still built off of that. Yesterday just felt more, we're going to get to the line. We're going to dictate, how we run the ball and the blocking scheme that we're going to have. And then as soon as you adjust to it, bam, we're going to hit you with something else, right? And they talked about it, the players after the game, where hey, late in that game we started going, inside zone. Let's get up to the linebackers. Let's lean on the double teams a little bit, and then boom, you fake you line up in a formation similar to what you've been running the inside zone off of. You could see the linebackers start to squeeze in the A gap. Boom, outside toss, 44-yard touchdown, right? So just the variety that I saw mixing it up with, and even a little thing like handing that jet sweep off to Khalif Raymond, who breaks the tackle, goes for, I think it was 12 yards. It wasn't a huge gain, but, plays like that you can mix in throughout the series, the period of 60 minutes, just to make the defense think about different things. And it just looked much smoother. And I don't know if like you were putting the percentage who gets more credit on yesterday. I would still give more to the players. Like last week, I still put more blame on the players, so it's fair to give them more credit when they play to the level that they can. And you're right, the offensive line was clearly a difference, man. They played much better. Not a lot of no free runners in the backfield, and some of the run plays that we've seen kind of plagued them throughout the year. And the protection was damn good, man. And that's the type of game that you want to play. Is run the ball, be really good on first and second down, so we're not facing a lot of 3rd and 10s, which they didn't yesterday, which also keeps alive that play action game that we've seen kind of fizzle out a little bit over the past couple weeks before that game yesterday.
Open lines, 248-539-9797. We're going to pick TJ's brain. We asked people what was the biggest difference with Dan Campbell calling plays. Like, obviously him calling plays was the difference, but what did that bring to this team? And we've had all kinds of answers, right? They worked the middle of the field. They did a better job distributing the ball to all their playmakers, more organically. It didn't feel forced.
Yeah.
They ran the ball, and some of that's what you're talking about, the diversity of the run game.
And I think being on the sideline, too, for Dan Campbell, and I don't want to make this some sort of controversy with John Morton being in the booth, but I think that you can get a better feel of the flow of the game when you're down there. The communication happens much faster between the coach and the player coming off the sideline. Even in between like a TV timeout, can you jog over real quick and you can talk directly to the guy instead of, hey, can you tell him to call up to, ask this question and then him call back down and then he's got to come tell me. You know what I mean? Like translation could get lost a little bit. Yeah. So I think that being on the sideline definitely helps with the flow of the game. And look, Dan Campbell, and it also helps, in my opinion, I think, getting the personnel in and out, getting the play call in and out. You're not having to play telephone where it's, hey, tell those guys we want to run this, and then you're trying to look for guys on the side. Right. When you're on the sideline, I think it just speeds it up a little bit. And Dan certainly has that experience of doing that. And it just looked really clean yesterday, man. It looked clean. It looked smooth. The players responded to it. I think that something we expected was anytime this team comes off a loss and it feels like the sky's falling and, man, like people don't believe in us anymore, they always find a way to have one of these games, which is impressive. And I admire it, man. I admire the way that Dan and the leaders in that locker room can get guys back on the same page without, ducking under any sort of adversity that they face.
Here's the other thing is you mentioned timing. When you are calling the plays from the sidelines and that personnel, seconds matter. And we saw in the first game against Green Bay, that play clock was rolling down, and with 2 young guards, you're making adjustments at the line of scrimmage, and all of a sudden they're looking at it going, oh, wait a second, that's not the play that was called. We're making an adjustment, and the ball snapped.
Right.
All of a sudden, hey, you get to the line of scrimmage with 13 seconds, and now all of a sudden Jared Goff can make a couple of checks. They have time to make their calls. Hey, ensure that everybody's on the same page, and then ball is snapped, and it everything seems to be clearer. and cleaner at that point.
Yeah, 100%. It's smooth. And there's games where, the Lions were getting in trouble by getting to the line late, and you're trying to make some adjustments, and not everybody gets to check, and you get free runners, and that's how, turnovers happen. That's how big plays happen the other way. And coach mentioned yesterday too that it was a collaborative effort, man. Like there's a way that when, and I even felt kind of weird after the game asking about it, because you don't want it to feel like, oh, did you demote this guy? Right. You know what I mean? Like Dan did a really nice job of explaining that, saying like, look, man, like we're in a slump a little bit and we needed just a change up. Right. So I would have, after the performance they had yesterday, I would assume probably to see this stay the same, but he was very complimentary in the combination of the coaches and the guys, like Hank Fraley being the run game coordinator and chiming in on some of those plays, Scotty Montgomery, John Morton still being a big part. Like he made sure to mention that it was a collaborative effort. It wasn't just, hey guys, I'm taking this thing over and you just watch the guys.
Yeah,
for me, like I'm still going to need everybody's input, and can't deny it, man. It was one of their best offensive games. Anytime you don't punt and you score, on every drive,
success.
It's a hell of a day. Yeah.
Just got some breaking news. Adam Schefter, Daron Payne, suspended 1 game.
That was a haymaker. That was we couldn't really see it at the time, and it seemed like it happened so late after the play. But clearly, when the replay came, it's like, yeah, okay, you earned that one. Like, you got your money's worth on whatever that fine's going to be, because you wound up and you threw a haymaker. I wonder what Saint said to him. It sounded like maybe a couple plays earlier they were mixing it up. I didn't see that either, but I got to be honest with you, kind of a weak punch from a 300-pounder into a
wide
small
receiver.
Like if
receiver?
I'm going to deck a DB,
I better
knock him on his ass. Like to get my money's worth. So credit to Saint for keeping his cool there and not swinging back, and credit to him for not going to the ground, man. That was
caught him right underneath the chin too. It wasn't full face mask. It was right under the chin strap.
It was a hell of a hook. And I don't like Kinlaw. I saw a replay. I didn't see it live either, but
the trash talking.
But it looked like he shoved a ref at one
point.
Maybe,
Oh, he's got a hefty fine coming his way as well.
Which surprised that he didn't get booted. But man, Washington looked like a very undisciplined team yesterday.
So help us square that coming up next, right? Because that's part of this. Is you look that good, but you look that way against that team. How much of it translates? Because everybody knows what's coming up this week. So a lot to unpack from the game. We'll rifle out some phone calls. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping men across Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. He's helped thousands look younger, feel better, and get back their confidence they thought was gone for good. A board-certified facial surgeon, Dr. Berkowitz is a true pioneer in modern hair restoration. He's the only Detroit area physician offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft. These advanced, minimally invasive technologies performed entirely by his own in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no assembly line, just precision, safety, and results that look completely natural. This Thanksgiving, you guys, don't be a turkey. Skip the overseas gimmicks and trust your hair to a board-certified surgeon. Celebrate Dr. B's 30-year milestone with the Confidence Package, a free consultation plus $1,000 off when you mention 97.1 the ticket. The sooner you come in, the more options you'll have, and the sooner you'll see results. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Hey, summer's gone, and we had that first blast of winter. You got to make sure that the heat is working appropriately. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it is running as it should. But most importantly, it needs to be running safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because these spots are going to fill up, and you don't want to miss out. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Dan Miller on the call. TJ Lang was in that booth, and he's with us today for the 9 o'clock hour. Good morning, 97.1. A victory Monday for the Lions. I say this as a compliment. Predictable that they would bounce back after last week's game and do it decisively.
Well, Washington's not a good team now.
And they haven't lost back-to-back games in 3 years. And they normally bounce back and win and cover the spread, and they rolled them up and beat them by 22 points yesterday. Predictable. What's unpredictable is where they go from here.
Right. They've got to be able to stack good performance on top of good performance and now do it against a much better team in a much more hostile environment. That was, and TJ, you could probably speak to this. Like yesterday, that wasn't a hostile environment.
No, it was a ton of blue.
Yeah.
Even late in the game, certainly, when it started to rain and Commanders fans started wandering out, but even like at kickoff, it was like, whoa, there is a ton of blue out there. And especially in a stadium like that where the color contrast is very different, it was easy to pick out all the Lions fans, man. It's impressive. I mean, every game, like, I really can't remember the last stadium where you went into and felt like it was like intimidating all by yourself. Like, Lions fans are incredible traveling. It doesn't matter West Coast, East Coast, South, man, they travel with this team, and the players and the coaches. The cool thing is they talk about it too and how much it helps you. So
I don't expect it to be as overwhelming as it was yesterday in Philly, but it's still going to be a nice representation.
Yeah, Philly's going to be probably one of those stadiums that's probably going to be the first one in a while that's like, oh man, we're walking into a doghouse here. But yeah, it's just not the same vibe, I don't think. Commanders fans, like, obviously having so many injuries and Jaden Daniels out, which, by the way, how the hell does he not need surgery or have to go on IR? Like, did we all see that injury?
His elbow go the wrong way?
Youth, I guess. I'm pretty sure I saw his elbow popping through his tricep. How the hell is he not going on IR? Like, that's incredible for him, though. I mean, that just the way that injury looked, it's like, ooh, yeah, that's going to need to get in there and stitch some things up. But that was incredible. But yeah, I think just
young
the
people
vibe,
are bendy.
The vibe yesterday from the Commanders fans and really the team was just like, I don't know, just panic. Like they've a year after going to the NFC Championship, and this is what we're getting to root for now. And even the players, like with some of we talked about some of the undisciplined penalties that they were taking. It just kind of overall looked like a team that just
disarray.
Yeah, just dysfunctional right now.
Well, then help us answer the question. Was it Campbell or the Commanders? Like, Campbell re-energized this offense, but how much of it is they were playing the Commanders? How would you answer that?
I think it was more the Lions, 100%. Yeah, I think I put more, and not even giving Dan most of the credit, but at the players, man. You responded. I mean, that's still it was so surprising to see some of the undisciplined penalties, but outside of that, like Dan Quinn and the Commanders are usually a pretty well-coached team, and they still had some players. I mean, Bobby Wagner's a guy that's been doing it forever, and Von Miller, I mean, albeit, year 14 or 15, not the same guy we used to see. Frankie Louvu's a guy that, has killed, he hurt us pretty bad in the playoff game last year. You handled your business, and you did it in a fashion that, quite honestly, could have been a lot worse, meaning, you probably should have looked at that and said, hey, man, we probably put up 55, right? Like, we settled for a couple field goals there down in the red zone. But no, I put it more on the players. You go on the road like that and, play that efficiently. That's definitely a sign of a team that, A, bounced back, and a team that I think it was reminding us, and more importantly, reminding themselves what their identity is.
The guy that I was watching a lot, and I'm sure you were as well, maybe not doing the whole broadcast as tuned in, but Coyote Owosika. How'd you think he played?
Steady. I thought he was steady. I mean, like you said, we had a really bad view from where we're at. I was watching some of the replays on the TV, and he just looked steady. And that's the thing with Coyote is he's got experience. He started big-time games. I mean, he started the NFC Championship game. Talk about high pressure.
Looked steady in that one.
Looked steady. And, he's a guy that – are you going to look at him and say, man, he's playing at an all-pro level? Probably not, but he is consistent. And I think that's what makes a good offensive lineman, John. If you can get in there and
you know what you get,
and earn the trust of your coaches and earn the trust of the guys to your right and left, and know that that they know you're going to go the right way, you're going to battle, you're going to fight. I appreciate his game because he always finds a way to just kind of scrap and claw out some blocks. There was a couple yesterday where it's like, oh man, he got beat on the inside, and then it's like, well, let me just lunge and try to get my last, shove on this guy. And, it's just enough to give Jared a little bit of space. And this is a compliment when I say this. If a guy like Coyote is going to get beat, it's going to be a slow death. You don't see him whiff very much where it's like, oh, the play's completely over, right? Like if you're going to get beat, man, get beat slow and just at least give your quarterback a chance to get that. We've all been there as offensive linemen. And he fits that mold. And, he was steady, man. It's a luxury to have a guy like that that can play multiple positions, and obviously they're going to need him for at least the foreseeable future, right? But it's a luxury having a guy like that can step in and allow your offense to still function at the level that they want to without changing so many things to try to help out a weak spot. Right. He fit right in at that left guard spot.
Let's get to some people on this. Greg in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to make a few quick points. I think it was just a little premature for Dan Campbell to take over the offensive responsibilities because last week, guys, no way we're going to win that game. That was a Murphy's Law game, a perfect storm game. No way we were going to win that game. You're dealing with a hometown boys coming home who won a national championship.
Oh, come on.
You can't quantify what was in his heart. And then you're dealing with Murphy's Law, that everything that's going to go wrong is going to go wrong. And the one thing about a Murphy's Law game, it always teases you. You always say, well, hey, try this. Hey, let Garrett throw the ball. Oh, he got sacked. Okay, all right, let's get the ball to Montgomery. He's going to help us out. Oh, he's running. Oh, the ball getting punched out. Okay, all right, let's kick a field goal. Bates is consistent. Oh, it got blocked. Oh, okay, all right, we got him. It's third down. We can just stop him. Oh, JJ drops a dime and ends the game. It was a Murphy's Law game. No matter who coached that game, the Lions was not going to win. And on top of that, it looked like it was a trap game too. So I say that to say I wish John Morton could have coached this game so we can see exactly what we have in him and the plays that he would have called. And lastly, guys, one thing about the Lions that we are a new press-setting team that the Lions have convinced me that offense wins championship, not defense. The Lions convinced me and the league that you can go for it on fourth down. Now, here's the thing that the Lions, I don't think, are recognizing an identity that they have, that our running game doesn't have to be the precedence of the passing game. We can establish either one.
Well, yeah, that's the key, Greg. That's the key. Is that there's a balance to what they're doing offensively. Like I don't think they got too dependent on either the run or the pass yesterday, and it put a defense on their heels.
John Morton had 8 games to call this offense.
That gave me a headache. I'm sorry.
Get one more point. One more point.
It was a Murphy's Law game.
No, I mean, not letting the guys off the hook for playing a game like that last week.
No, but
you go. I don't even know what to say.
So, I mean, if you go back to when Ben Johnson first was calling the plays, they were 1-6. Things weren't going well, and it wasn't all on him. It wasn't Murphy's Law for seven games, but he did get a rhythm going. John Morton, obviously, the wins and losses have been better, but he took over an offense that was a Ferrari. We heard about that from Ben Johnson. This offense is going to be fine. Well, it wasn't. He's not there yet. Who knows this team? Who knows the players better than anybody else? Dan Campbell. He knows what they're good at, what they struggle with, and he called the game as such.
Yeah, and I think it was just about finding that next gear. And, certainly players, there's more urgency when you start to see guys' role get changed a little bit because you take responsibility for that. You feel like, man, if we could have played better, right? Like maybe this guy's not going through all the questions now about why he's not calling the plays. Certainly that makes a difference. And look, even last week, the crazy thing is like it felt like the most out of sync game the Lions have played in a long time against Minnesota. And offensively, like you still scored 24 points. You still had a chance to get some stops there late in that game. Where most other teams' bad games, like they scored like 7 points, 10 points, and you're like, man, like we just didn't have it today. Even that's why I think it was about finding that next gear because even when you played one of the worst games you played in a while, I mean, you still found a way to put up 24 points, which is probably
it didn't look like Buffalo
yesterday
yesterday
right now. Yeah, I mean, you look at some
point.
of those teams, and it's like Lions don't have those type of games. So, I mean, I just think it certainly seemed just the way the game went yesterday that maybe that was a necessary change.
Well, I was texting you after the game, and we were talking about how much success they had on early downs.
Yeah.
Right? Like for the season, they've struggled on, third down's been an issue all season. And it was an issue against Minnesota. I guess more of Murphy's Law. No, it was just an issue. They couldn't get out of their own way. They had a lot of third and longs. And I went back and charted it. They averaged nearly 3rd and 8. Their average yards to gain on third down against Minnesota were 8. What do you think they were yesterday? 5. Now, it doesn't sound like much, but that's third and medium. The whole playbook is open to you. And here's the other thing. They just avoided a lot of third downs.
Yeah, well,
they picked up 23 first downs on first and second down. They said, we're not going to mess around and get to third down. We're just going to cut it loose. We're going to push the pile. We're going to cut the ball loose. We're going to get it to our playmakers. And, I mean, shoot, you don't even deal with third down.
Well, they were 50% on third down, 5 of 10, and 2 of them that they didn't pick up, they picked up on fourth.
There you go. So I think Dan Campbell taking over the play calling is a huge development for this football team. I know beating the Commanders might not mean a lot to people, but this is a big development. We'll talk about it more coming up next, plus Heather's News. It's 97.1. The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet, which means it's the perfect time to elevate your tailgating game. Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer, where you can lease the 2026 Silverado, that's a 4-wheel drive LT crew cab, for $189 a month, 0 down for GM employees and immediate family members. Silverado's built for tailgates, hunting trips, and hauling it all. Head to MoranExpress.com or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. It's Dan Miller on the call. Big day for the Lions offense, 44 points. Didn't punt one time. Goff not
and
sacked.
Lomas.
And Lomas.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Look, they didn't fix everything, right? I know for some people it's going to mean a whole hell of a lot more when they do it next week against Philadelphia. But this was a step in the right direction. This was building some rhythm, some continuity, and some confidence.
Yeah.
And it does. It's not like out of thin air. They made a pretty sizable shift in who's calling the plays now. I mean, Dan Campbell's got the reading glasses. He's taking control of the offense. And guys, this isn't a big deal for most teams in the league. In fact, this is normal. I started digging in a little deeper. Most teams, their head coach is calling their side of the ball.
Yeah.
18 of the 32 teams, the head coach calls their side of the ball. Most of those are offensive guys. And if you start looking at the good teams, 4 of the top 5 offenses, the head coach calls the plays. 10 of the 14 teams in the playoffs right now, the head coach calls their side of the ball.
Yep.
So this is Dan Campbell saying, I'm taking ownership. It's on me. I'm not afraid to make that tough call and call a buddy of mine and say, hey, I got to take over play calling. And the result was a more cohesive offense. An offense where everybody was getting involved, where the run game was emphasized and the passing game was diverse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a pretty big development. It's not just beating the Commanders. Like, I know it's easy to just say, hey, they beat the Commanders. Who cares? That's a bad team. It sets them up so much better now to face Philadelphia.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think that it's a confidence boost as well. You know, you always think like, hey, we always find a way to bounce back, but you never really know until you get in those games. So it's just a confidence boost, I think, for those guys, a reminder. You know, they don't care about our feelings, but, you know, it's a reminder for them in that building that they're still doing things the right way and not going to leave any stone unturned, man. If we feel like there's something we can improve at or get better at or adjust, like, you know, you got to make those moves. And, you know, the one thing with Dan, I think Campbell and even Jared mentioned it yesterday, is he is very smart, man. He is a bright football mind. He knows his players better than any coach, I think. Like he knows how to put these guys in right positions. He knows when to push them. He knows when to back off a little bit. And when it comes to the game, like he has really good flow of setting plays up. Hey, let's run this play early in the game, right? Let's throw it at him, and then boom, we'll have something off of it in the third quarter and potentially get some explosives. He's not just rah-rah, meathead type coach
and
that a lot of people
perceived.
still think of him being. He's bright, man, and I think that the thing with him too is he gives the players, I think, so much ownership, and that's important because when you feel like the coaches are taking your advice and, hey, coach, I think I can, be this play can be really big this week. There's no ego in that building to say, no, we put the game plan in, like, you guys go run what we play. He allows it to be a collaborative effort, and I think that makes a difference on game day because you feel like you have more ownership as a player. Right. Now, the more ownership you feel like you have of making adjustments or suggesting plays, obviously you're going to be a little bit more boosted up to try to make sure and ensure that those things work. And I think that's it's a heck of a quality that Dan Campbell has. I don't think there's a lot of coaches out there that can kind of spread it around a little bit and make everybody feel like their input is important.
How much of it do you think is Dan? I mean, we heard a lot about the relationship that Ben had with Jared Goff. And now Dan calling the plays, do you think it is on the same level as what Ben had with Goff versus John Morton coming in? I know he was here a couple of years ago, but you're gone, you're removed, that relationship doesn't grow. And it feels like they just never were on the same page in what Goff is really good at and how he sees the game versus what John Morton and how he sees the game.
Yeah, and I want to be careful with that because, I don't want this to kind of feel like it was a John Morton issue.
No.
And you still put it on the players, right? Like, yeah, coaches used to say, man, like, scheme's not a crutch. We trust you guys. Go out there. At the end of the day, you got to go make plays, right? And they weren't doing that consistent enough level, throughout the first 8 games. But I think that, and I kind of hit on it earlier, I think having Dan right there on the sideline, being able to communicate face-to-face, that's the most important relationship in the building, in my opinion, is your quarterback and play caller. And, they've only got one game under their belt this year, but they've had a history of having that relationship as well. I know you're going back a few years, but I think that just being on the sideline and just having a different vibe and being able to go up real quick and maybe suggest something that you want to adjust, or hey, let's get this play in there, man. I'm really starting to feel the safety come down. I think we can hit something like that. When you can have that communication clear, concise, and fast, face to face on the sideline. We talked about it earlier. It's a more genuine conversation, and I think that is probably going to make the biggest difference when you talk about the relationship between Dan and Jared, especially with Dan calling the plays, is how fast can we adjust? How quickly can we, have a quick chat on the sideline and, hey, did you see it the same way I did? Yeah, okay, good. Like next time we're going to get this. And I think it just kind of speeds everything up a little bit and gives you a little more comfort knowing that, you got a good feel of what's going on down there at field level.
Yeah, I mean, look,
being in the booth too, has its advantages for play callers. I don't want to say like that's the issue, but from the booth you see things different. You see more like rotation a little better. That has its advantages. But I think when it comes to the play caller and the quarterback, having those quick conversations face to face, I think is a bigger difference than people might think.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So the NFL has suspended Daron Payne without pay for one game for punching Amon-Ra St. Brown. You probably all saw the altercation that happened at Sunday's game midway through the second quarter as the two players kind of walked past each other following a play. At the time, Payne was immediately ejected. He will now miss Washington's upcoming international matchup against the Miami Dolphins in Madrid on November 16th.
Maybe he had an ulterior motive.
That's what I was thinking.
Can I
want to get on that
flight?
I'm not appealing. Nope.
He'll be eligible to return to the team's active roster the following Monday. November
when they
17th,
return.
When they return, exactly. Howell Public Schools were closed or are closed today while police investigate a social media threat. So according to the district, the threat of violence was discovered early this morning at Howell High School. The schools are closed out of an abundance of caution, they say, as police investigate. At this point, it's unclear if the threat was credible or not. Shelby Township Police arrested a suspect in connection with a double homicide that occurred at a car dealership on Friday. That afternoon, the bodies of a 48-year-old Clinton Township man and a 40-year-old Shelby Township man were discovered inside Star Auto Sales during a welfare check. Police say the next morning, a suspect was taken into custody at a hotel near Detroit Metro Airport. Police say the suspect's name will be released following the arraignment. There will be a press conference as well held on Tuesday morning. A 40-year-old man from Roseville was arrested after he was caught speeding. He was going 175. No, that'd be crazy.
Is that all?
Holy
He was
cow.
going 107 miles per hour on I-75 in Royal Oak. That would have been really crazy. During the traffic stop, the driver did tell police that he had a loaded gun in the driver's side door. Then during a search, they also discovered another pistol strapped to his right ankle. Those were seized and he was taken into custody. Charges are pending a prosecutor's review of the case. Taco Bell just turned one of its most iconic drinks into a dessert, and it's making some waves online.
Did you guys see this?
No.
It's the new Mountain Dew Baja Blast Pie. It's a limited edition dessert that transforms the soda's signature tropical lime flavor, they say, into a creamy key lime style treat. What makes it stand out is the vibrant, bright blue color.
It looks radioactive.
Of the pie. And that's what people online are calling it. They're calling it radioactive, or somebody said it was Chernobyl cheesecake because of its color.
Wow.
A lot of people are saying, I don't know, because they're saying it's a Friendsgiving flex if you show up with this pie. That's what Taco Bell, that's like a...
I don't think I'd call it that.
No, and they're saying, hey, if I brought this to any Thanksgiving Day function, they'd make me leave.
Show you the door.
But some people say they've gotten their hands on it early and that it is actually really good.
Sometimes appearance is all that matters, and it might not. They're calling it the Chernobyl cheesecake.
Well, no, they're not. Somebody online is calling it that. No, Taco Bell is definitely not calling
I mean,
it
Taco
that.
Bell can have that effect on you to begin with. Don't need an extra cheesecake to do that.
It does look gross.
No chance.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, we wrap up some thoughts on this Lions game with TJ Lang. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. And maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be, with over 600 horsepower. And that comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating based on due at signing amount of $3,369. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit GMCofferinfo.com. That's GMCofferinfo.com for more details. Get in.
Get there.
It's a fun game to be in the booth for.
Man, yeah, it was. Although we had a terrible view and it was tiny. One of the worst stadiums. Just, I think, no offense, John.
It's a dump.
Oh no, it was terrible. It was not enjoyable to play in. Man. Certainly to call a game from. Have you called one down in Miami yet?
I don't think so.
No, that one is even worse because you're in the end zone.
Oh yeah, that's rough.
And it's for the three of you guys being in there, no chance. I did it with Jim Brandstatter, and it was all that the two of us could do to be at the little desk that we had looking the length of the field. I was basically like standing sideways just so that we could all fit in the same spot. So
when are we supposed to go back there? Next year, maybe?
Might be next year, yeah.
Yeah.
He's excited, people.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, you might want to call in sick for that one.
Might punch somebody and get suspended for
There you
that one. Throw a haymaker.
Yeah, pull yourself a Duran.
I don't want to sidetrack conversation. I'm just catching up on this Emmanuel Clase A stuff. It's wild.
It is.
And but the stuff you can bet on, like he relayed information he would throw a pitch faster than 94.95 miles an hour.
Right, yeah.
Like
so
you can bet on that?
better. Oh, yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, over or under. So basically, are you going to, for a guy that has a fastball over 95 miles an hour, you're betting on a fastball or a changeup.
That's crazy. And you can bet it like first pitch strikes or balls.
Uh-huh.
I think I saw one of them, and it said the 7 out of the 8 that he was involved in
hit.
Were balls.
Yeah.
But the one was a strike. That bounced in front of the plate. I totally expected that to be Javi Baez for some reason. Like swinging
at it.
Like,
yeah.
damn it, what are you doing, dude? You just cost me 10 grand. Because this is going back like to 23, I think.
But they didn't even make that much money
No,
on
it's
it.
like five grand here or there, it looks like. I mean,
For Clase, who's a millionaire with more millions coming.
Yeah, that's...
Now you're facing jail time and your career's
that,
over.
what's going on with the NBA stuff? I mean,
it's a mess.
Jeez, oh Pete.
Yeah,
nightmare.
It's hard to think that is part of the makeup of we're going to try and get, even though I'm going to get a check for this game that's, 7 times bigger than that one or more. Yet I'm gonna risk my career and my freedom for a couple grand.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, on the Lions stuff, I know Carson Anderson coming up in 5 or so minutes here. Big headline, Dan Campbell takes over play calling. He has done a great job softening the blow for John Morton. It's collaborative. He's still going to be involved. TJ, like the role of an OC when he's not calling plays, like Mike McCarthy called plays when you were in Green Bay. The OC still has a job to do during the week. They still need him in a different role.
Yeah, absolutely. Breaking down, game film and like Coach said, I don't think he was trying to purposely, soften the blow. I think he's like, Johnny Morton is like, we're going to lean on him, man. Like even during the game yesterday, it's like, I'm calling up, man. Hey, what do you want here? What do you think? Or what are you seeing from the booth? Maybe that I'm not seeing down here from field level. I genuinely think that's how it is. I don't think it's just let me call the plays and you guys just, worry about your own positions or whatever.
Go play Candy Crush on your phone.
Yeah, but however the division of labor is, I don't know what they're structured like, but some coaches are more responsible for, the third down game plan, or some are more responsible for, the run game. Some are more responsible for, let's get in the red zone. What's the plan going to be? So no doubt he's going to play a huge part, even if it's not calling plays moving forward, to the success that this offense is going to continue to have.
Mm-hmm. So let's look ahead. We won't get it. I know you're going to be in on Friday with the afternoon show, but from what you saw with this interior offensive line, how do you think they match up with Philly and their two defensive tackles that are, you got Jordan Davis and Carter.
Yeah, Carter is clearly one of the best D tackles out there.
Mm-hmm.
Davis is a big guy,
Right.
I don't think he's, some world beater that you got a game plan, strictly for him. I think it's more Jalen Carter and just a complete player that he is, not only stopping the run, but, his quickness, his pass rush ability, certainly is a guy that you're going to have to circle, when you go in after watching them play tonight, you start game planning tomorrow. Look, I think the way that they played yesterday, the Daron Payne getting kicked out of the game certainly helped, but it looked like they were doing a pretty solid job on him, who's a guy that has some accolades as a veteran defensive tackle. It's going to be a challenge, no doubt. Let's see. Do you want to run more, try to get the edge a little bit more next week? I don't know how they're going to game plan it up, but I think as long as they can continue to stay creative and not just limit themselves to we can't do this week because they got that guy, like go prove that they can stop plays before you just assume like we're gonna have a tough time doing this. Like you don't know that until you get into the game, but that's going to be the biggest challenge. I know that we obviously haven't seen Jalen Phillips yet in an Eagles uniform. I'm intrigued to see what he looks like tonight and how they're going to utilize him, because although his stats wouldn't suggest it down in Miami, he was playing on a terrible team. But, he's a guy that can hurt you as well, man. He's versatile. He can move inside. He can move outside. I think that the biggest thing, and you kind of hit on it earlier, is going to be some tempo. Can you still continue to play quick, get in and out of the huddle, get the personnel in and out of the field, and can you put a little pressure on Philly that way to where you're not running down the clock to 3, 2, 1, and having those missed assignments that we've seen at times throughout this year. I think that's a good way to get a defensive coordinator to call a little bit more vanilla plays. When you get to the line of scrimmage and just hit some up tempo plays, because the defense isn't going to have time to communicate some exotic blitz that you might have. So that might be something to watch early in the game, see if they want to play with some tempo and keep them guessing a little bit.
Obvious rooting interest tonight.
Well, obviously not, because you made me think about it. But yes, yes.
You want the Eagles to win.
Yes, you want the Eagles to win. Yes. Division is always more important than conference. So, yeah.
So we're rooting for the Eagles tonight, and take care of them the next week.
And bad game from Saquon Barkley.
I'm playing TJ in fantasy. I need 20 points tonight. Subplots.
A lot of tush pushes.
Please no. How about an 80-yard run to start the game? Doug, what's up?
How we doing?
Good.
Good. Glad to hear it.
How's your weekend off?
I enjoyed myself. Watched a lot of college football.
Yeah.
Did a lot of early Christmas shopping up north.
Oh, really?
So
yeah,
it was a good time. Good time. It snowed quite a bit. I almost threw the skis on and skied down from our.
Just
we're
because
up on a hill.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I kind of want to just put the skis on, ski down the hill, and then walk back up. But
You
I
didn't?
didn't do it. They did not have the chair spinning yet, but won't be long now.
No, it won't.
So Victory Monday plans. What are you guys
Victory
going to
Monday,
do?
yep. We'll talk about what people like the most, and there's obviously a lot to discuss. Some pretty incredible stuff from yesterday's game, plus Champ and Chump every Monday. We will get to that. Our nominations at 10:30.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello, Scott Anderson.
Hello, Doug Karch.
How are you?
I'm doing just fine.
That's good. That's more like it, huh?
I mean, if you like your offense to never have to punt,
Yeah, sure.
if that's what you're looking for, and then your defense getting the job done,
Mm-hmm.
if that's what you're looking for, then okay, yeah.
I think it's just so perplexing because you just watch the team play and you think, why can't they look like that every Sunday? Every single Sunday. Look, offensively, just an absolute work of art, well-oiled machine. I have called them art games where when you're playing an overmatched team, you want to come out of that game where everything's damn near perfect. And I mean, obviously it's not. I mean, there's some things that we can nitpick about and things I'm sure they'd like to clean up.
Oh, there's definitely. Yeah.
However, I was basically, for the most part, a game to behold. They moved the football and, showed all kinds of different weapons offensively. They could do it on the ground. They could do it through the air. Defensively, they certainly got enough stops. I mean, when you're playing an outmatched opponent, you want to dominate in all three phases, and they kind of did. There's some special team stuff again, but, Phipp is so well respected. I suspect that he will get it all cleaned up, and they're getting some guys back. But, I mean, it's just what the doctor ordered. It's just what this team needed, and it's just what our eyes have shown us pretty much for the last, 3 seasons, that this is who the Lions, they're more often this team than the one we saw against Minnesota. And you go, how can the Minnesota game happen? How can the offensive line look one way one week and completely different the next week? It's just, that's sports. That's the game. That's the NFL.
Yeah, and it helps when defensive linemen want to do stupid things, get themselves kicked out of games, and take dumbass penalties. And
the Lions didn't fall for it. This is what we talk about, and I use this term because this term was woven through my entire lifetime of Detroit Lions existence. Nonsense. The Lions, there was always nonsense, and there's significantly less nonsense under Dan Campbell. And, I think people, they get a little bit sick of how meticulous they are in choosing the players for their roster from they don't want to take any chances standpoint. They really do their due diligence, and they vet, and they want guys that, live, sleep, and eat and breathe football, and, are not going to be problems. And so you get the Lions, there's 2 flags on Washington for personal fouls and a player ejected, and the Lions, nothing, because it gets in the way of winning. There's less nonsense. This is a culture. This is what a good football culture looks like, where what the expectation is for everybody in the room is to do everything you can to win. And it starts with their best players work so hard that their worst players can't help but work hard.
Yeah, it's leading by example. There's a standard's been set. Obviously, the culture has completely changed here in Detroit. And as Dan Campbell says all the time, they play complementary football. Everybody's out there helping everybody else out by doing what they do. It's quite a game when you take some things and you factor some things in there that they had over almost 550 yards in offense. They literally were not stopped offensively until the last drive of the game when they went into victory formation, that they committed no turnovers, that they had minimal penalty situation. I think they had 3 penalties.
3 penalties for 1 yard.
1 yard, yeah.
And 2 of them were kickoffs out of bounds.
Yeah, exactly. Which were done on purpose. Not on purpose, but let's say we're going to take a risk and try to, see if we can do a coffin corner here or something. But, whatever. It didn't penalize them because of the situation they were in. You had a running game that went for 226 yards and 6.8 yards per carry. This was it was a perfectly oiled machine last night. Now, did they leave some points on the field? Sure, they left a couple points on the field, settled for field goals instead of getting touchdowns, but you'll take it. I mean, it was just it was one of those games where the offense is like, you can tell they just couldn't wait to get back on the field. Like, all right, boys, back to work. Here we go. And just march down the field, use everybody at your disposal. Williams had 6 catches in the game. They threw the test line. He caught it with 2 hands. Everybody was involved. And I think as often is the case, and we talk about this, I always start where it starts. It starts up front.
Yep.
The much maligned offensive line, again, answered. They've been really called out twice. To start the season against Green Bay, then they lit up the Bears for 52 points. And then they got called out after the game against Minnesota, and now they light up the Commanders for 44 points and never had to get off the field and yield to the punting unit. I mean, it was really, really good. Awosika did an amazing job. When you had Glasgow come out and Cologne had to go in, he was fine. It was literally next man up mentality, and these guys got the job done. And there's a lot of confidence now going into Sunday against the Eagles.
I just can't say enough about the O-line. Cannot say enough about the offensive line, because I think it's we got a really, really, really smart audience that last week was rattled because of the performance of the offensive line and because of the injuries. And quite frankly, there's probably very few things that, as it pertains to this season, scarier than seeing Penei Sewell laying on the ground and not being able to get back up. And this is back-to-back games he's had to leave with an injury, and back-to-back games where he has returned. This guy is a warrior. But from a standpoint of what's going to make this team special, it starts right there. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. And when they have an injury to one of their starters and you have a performance like they did against Minnesota, where guys admittedly are banged up, you need to come back. What we needed, and we it's a game for the psyche, a mental health game for Detroit Lions fans to go out and dominate a team the way that you should. And, I mean, if you think about it, midway through the summer, they're probably thinking our starting offensive line is going to be Frank Ragnow at center, some combination of Glasgow, Ratledge, and Mahogany at the guard spots.
Awosika too, perhaps.
Yeah, whether they were considering him for a starter, who knows? And then you've got the two bookend tackles. And yesterday there was a stretch of that game where it was obviously no Ragnow. You had Awosika at one of the guards. You had Dan Skipper at a tackle. You had Tristan Colon snapping. And it didn't matter. The offensive line mauled on Sunday. And protected. No TFLs, no quarterback sacks, no penalties.
Well, here's what I liked about the drive where Sewell got hurt. In my notes, I wrote, blank, Sewell is hurt. And then right after that, they go 16 yards to Sam Laporta. And then it looked like, did St. Brown drop that pass? And then maybe it was tipped by Bobby Wagner. But 3rd and 7, they get 8 yards to Sam Laporta. They throw away Goff, and on 3rd and 7, they have a 9-yard touchdown pass back to St. Brown. And boom. It's like, okay, Sewell was out. We're okay. We're still going to manage to go down the field and do whatever we did. And it's exactly what happened. And then Sewell comes back the next series, and it ends up in a 13-yard touchdown run. I mean, they just had all the answers yesterday for anything that was thrown their way. Terrion Arnold, he leaves the game with a concussion. That's okay. Legion of Whom shows up again. Those guys are making plays all over the field. And Terrion Arnold, before he got knocked out of the game, made a couple of plays out there. So it's an encouraging effort. And yes, do I know that it's the backup quarterback? Yeah. Do I know that Terry McLaurin isn't playing in this? Yeah, I understand that. Every team deals with injuries, and you don't apologize for it. You just go do what you did.
All you got to do is look at the rest of the scoreboard in the National Football League. The Broncos were 7-2, taking on a 2-6 Raiders team. They won by 3 on Thursday night. The Colts were 7-2, taking on a 3-5 Falcons team. That game went to overtime. The 5-3 Bears had the 2-7 Giants, had a 10-point deficit with 6 minutes to go, had to battle back to win the game. The 5-3 Buffalo Bills went on the road to 2-7 Miami and lost by 17. Like, you don't apologize for blowouts, and we don't have to qualify anything.
No.
You know, they dominated in a league where it's hard to dominate. And yeah, there's some really, really good signs. And we haven't even talked about who the play caller was.
Not yet.
And we will. And we'll get to your phone calls and your feedback. Hey, was it a Lions takeover again? I always like to try and estimate what percentage of a stadium, because I'm so bad at it. It's so funny because There are times where I go to games like Michigan games. What percentage do you think was Michigan fans? Like, I don't know, 10%. No. It was more like 30. Okay. How many Ohio State fans showed up at the Big House? I don't know, 5,000. Dude, it looked like 20,000. Okay, whatever. How many Lions fans were in Washington yesterday?
Well, if you trust Jonathan Vilma, he thought it was a 40-60 split. They're 40% Lions.
40%.
That's what he said.
40% Lions. God, we represent.
I think that's probably a little aggressive to say 40%.
No, I trust Jonathan Vilma.
But how about 20%? That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous amount.
It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls coming up. 97.1. So that's Dan Campbell talking about calling plays. And
when did you? I can't recall when the first time it was brought up that maybe Dan Campbell's calling plays. So when he's got the glasses on, it's pretty obvious. He's got the menu in front of him. But he didn't. Did he start the game like that?
I don't know. It was early in the game where there were cutaway shots with him holding the menu and appeared to be reading the menu.
Because they started off touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. So it's like if John Morton was calling plays to start off, it's not like he did a bad job.
Do you remember Friday's show? I made the comments about kind of reading some tea leaves. It felt like a John Morton game. It wasn't a John Morton game. It already had been a John Morton game the previous Sunday. There was something odd about the news conference on Thursday that had me changing my tune on Friday. Then I made a phone call and came away with the impression that John Morton was feeling the heat and that the heat was being turned up. And this is me talking. I don't know this for a fact. Right. Okay. I want to make sure. My sense was the heat was being turned up from inside the building on John Morton. And look, I want him to be successful. I want all the coaches to be successful, but that was my takeaway after watching Thursday, and it prompted a phone call. But I didn't know. Obviously, didn't know it was this.
No, and apparently the team knew last week going into preparations that this was going to happen. But everybody is doing everything they can to make sure that everyone understands this is not like some big deal. This is nowhere near the same situation when Dan Campbell took over for Anthony Lynn. It's not the same situation. Jared Goff was asked about it. He basically said the same thing. It's like, no, it's completely different.
Yeah.
So I think they're all trying to insulate and protect John Morton a little bit here. And I think it's important that they do because they clearly value John Morton, what he means to his team.
Seems to be.
It's just a little bit different here. I don't know if this is this really any different than what Andy Reid did in Kansas City? Yeah, he's got an offensive coordinator, but it's Andy Reid. Yep. And we've said this all along with Dan Campbell from the first year when he took over for Anthony Lynn. It's Dan Campbell. It's his world. You're just allowed to live in it. And Ben Johnson takes over play calling, but it's still Dan Campbell, and he's going to have influence. He's going to be able to say what he wants. Just so happened yesterday's game looked like for a good portion, if not the majority of the game, he was calling plays. We'll see if that continues moving forward. But for the game last night, it mattered, and it was a near flawless performance by the offense.
I don't know how you can go back, though, Gator. That's the thing. And from the fan point of view, not that they're the ones coaching or making any decisions, they're definitely not going to want to go back to John Morton calling plays. And I think the difference with the other scenarios are, I don't care what you say, this was a demotion. They took the book away from him from calling plays. And he's taking it, I'm sure, like a good soldier would, and everyone's saying all the right things. But this is not something you want if you're an offensive coordinator who has been calling plays for 7-8 games to start the year and then not.
Certainly not. I mean, the question is, what do you do with this the rest of the way? And if John Morton can contribute and help in any way, you contribute and help in any way, and you worry about the rest later. You just because right now it's on to Philly. Like, okay, we don't need to talk about anything else except how do they beat Philly, and we'll get to the bigger picture stuff later. But right now, how do we put together a game plan to beat the Philadelphia Eagles next Sunday night? 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. We go to Mark here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mark.
Doug and Gator calling from D.C.
Oh, cool.
Love you guys.
Thank you.
I think Vilma was spot on. Lions fans I was at the game yesterday. The Lions fans bought up almost all of the lower bowl seats, especially behind the Lions bench, and we were the loudest. So I think he was certainly spot on.
Wow.
You think it was more Lions fans than Commanders fans?
Well, you thought it was closer to 40% anyway.
Yeah, 40%, and they left pretty early. So by the third quarter, and the Lions fans from the upper bowl came down. It felt like a home game in there.
Wow.
And the Lions they looked great. Look, when they were playing Madden, they could have done anything they wanted on offense yesterday. And that's the frustrating thing about the Minnesota game. It's had they made that adjustment to quick passes, probably could have won that game.
Well, I don't know what it was, whether it was an adjustment to quick passes.
I think there's different personnel, too.
Yeah.
Minnesota is a better defensive team.
You got to be able to run the ball. But at the end of the day, you look at the Bills Okay, the Bills just inverted with the Lions. The Bills are coming off a huge win over Kansas City last Sunday. Huge moment for them, statement in the AFC, and they got on the road and they get smacked by the Dolphins. The Lions laid their egg last Sunday, come back and annihilate the Commanders. And it's just the performance from week to week is, you wonder why, and we kind of ask Goff this, how come you just don't look the best every week? And I mean, it's not easy. And by the way, credit Minnesota for coming up with a hell of a game plan that worked against the Lions offense on that day.
Well, and Minnesota lost yesterday to the Ravens 27-19, but it wasn't for lack of defensive effort. Lamar Jackson was 17 out of 29 for 176 yards and 1 touchdown. They ran for 4.2 yards per carry, so they ran better against the Vikings than the Lions did, but I mean, it's only 330 yards in offense. It's not a ton for a team that is as explosive as Baltimore can be. The Vikings defense is good. Quite good. In fact, they stiffened up. Baltimore had to settle for a bunch of field goals in that game.
Jonathan is next. Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, yes, I'm Doug. Hi, Gator. I'm from Delaware. I talked to you guys before. I went to the Lions-Ravens game on my birthday. I went to the Lions-Commanders game yesterday.
Yeah.
I agree with Mark. A lot of Lions fans is in the lower bowl. Oh, my God. Andy and Jared Goff, MVP, and I am going to the Lions-Eagles game next Sunday. I think we can beat the Eagles.
Wow, you live in Delaware, and they've made 3 trips your direction.
Yeah, it's nice.
That's crazy.
Ravens,
And I'm
Eagles,
going to
and
Lions,
Commanders.
What was that?
I said, I was just saying, you get the Ravens, the Commanders, and now the Eagles. That's pretty sweet.
I live like a half hour away from Philly, and I think we can beat them. I think Dan Campbell should stay play caller right now. Just smash Jimmy Gibbs up the middle, in Montgomery. I think right now they're better than Saquon Barkley this year. I think we can beat Philly. Go Lions.
Well, I mean, I don't know that there's any argument to not have Dan Campbell calling plays. I like, at this point, what's the debate? Now, he did make the comment that everybody, you have your game day duties, and when he's calling plays, it kind of shifts everything around. Like there was the young coach that was standing next to him that told him to challenge the Khalif Raymond catch. You could just see him take his headset off and say, challenge that, and he dropped the red flag immediately. So there's communications. They have to shift around some responsibilities, and other people have to step it up, and that's perfectly fine. But it does shift around a lot of people's responsibilities, and but look, they were able to do it yesterday. It's going to be really, really interesting if they can do it against Philly. If the Lions offense looks like this kind of well-oiled machine, or I mean, they don't even have to look this good, but if they're good on Sunday against the Eagles, you can pretty much lock this in the rest of the season. I don't know that you can't do that already, but 248-539-9797. Hey, on Mondays we do Champ and Chump of the Weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk? We will get to our nominations today at 10:35. Brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. That at 10:35. We'll get your Champ and Chump votes in as well. Who do you got for Champ and Chump of the Weekend? It's 97.1. Okay, so that's Jared Goff talking about
he
when
wanted
Anthony
nothing to do
Lynn
with it, yeah.
when Anthony Lynn was offensive coordinator and Dan Campbell took over calling plays 4 or 5 years ago, whenever that was, first season. And this situation, he made it clear, not the same thing. And I hope that they've got a harmonious workflow, like that John Morton is indeed contributing, and I'm sure he's not fine with it. Maybe he is, but whatever he is adding, I hope it has value to the head coach, because big picture thinking, sure, there's a lot of questions. But right now it's all about Philly. How can John Morton help Dan Campbell and vice versa get ready for the best offensive game plan against Philly this coming Sunday? And by the way, Jared Goff will join us tomorrow, as he does. And I'm going to ask him about the fan takeover. If you were there, or you're a big Lions fan that likes to travel, I just don't know that. Certainly, we've never seen anything like this. There are teams that travel well. Cowboys fans show up all over the place. Pittsburgh fans travel well. Everybody shows up in L.A. But the Lions is, and the fans taking over stadiums, a great phenomenon. I just looking forward to talking to Jared about that, and maybe some of the subtleties and the difference in the game plan with Dan Campbell. But I probably won't go into too much detail. We'll ask nonetheless. 248-539-9797. Dan is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, gentlemen. It was insane, the amount of Lions fans there. It really was. I think it was over 50% personally. I never seen anything like it. In fact, me and my son flew into D.C. on standby because he works for Delta, and we just figured we were going to fly back to Detroit, stand by, and get a flight. We couldn't buy a flight back today. We had to rent a vehicle just to get back to Detroit. We're in Pennsylvania right now because we could not get a flight back.
Yeah, that's a problem in the country right now, getting flights.
That's true.
Yeah, that included, of course. But all I can say is Lions fans showed up in true colors yesterday in D.C. big time.
Yeah, it must have been fun.
It was a blast. I will say this: the Commander fans were extremely polite. I've been to other places before, and maybe not so much, but they were great as well.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. And I always, it's supposed to be fun, and it's fun to have, harmless back and forth. And but I mean, basically we're all the same, just rooting for different people.
Right, a different jersey. That's all.
Yeah. So I'm glad that they were welcoming. And I always say, file that away, and let's be the same way when other fans come in. We'll make your life on your team miserable, but welcome to Detroit.
Have a good time.
Yeah. But yeah, it must have been fun to be a part of that, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. We had a tailgate out in the parking lot that was put on by the Commander fans. It's like, for example, they made chili dogs for us. Is one of the things they made because we know you guys like chili dogs. So yeah, they were great, and it was just a great time. And God bless Detroit for showing up the way they did.
That's cool. Hey, thank you for sharing. 248-539-9797. Gator, you ready for Champ and Chump?
I am.
All right. I will start. My champ of the weekend is Dan Campbell. Took charge. Team made a statement. I don't know what else has to be said. Guy did a heck of a job calling plays yesterday. Dan Campbell, my champ of the weekend.
My champ of the weekend, I'm going to go with Michigan State hockey. They had a big duel over the weekend against Penn State, and they swept the Nittany Lions 2-1 in overtime in the game on Friday night, and then they skunked them 5-0 on Saturday night. Trey Augustine, the goaltender, is having a great start to the season, 1.41 goals against right now and a .944 save percentage. Great start for the Spartans, who are number one in the country.
A little college puck getting some love. My chump of the weekend is the New York Giants. The Giants had the Bears down 10 inside of 7 minutes to go with the football. Let them off the hook. I'd like to see them hang an L on the Chicago Bears. They couldn't hang on, gave up 2 late touchdowns to lose. The Giants, my chump of the weekend.
Yeah, thanks a lot. New York, you did nothing for us, and then you get your quarterback concussed. My chump is going to be the Wings hockey. I mean, the Red Wings, they've dropped 3 in a row, 4 of the last 5 games. Just when we start to get excited about them, they go ahead and do this, and now we're like, what's going on? Back to square one. not hammering home scoring chances. And my God, there were tons of opportunities in yesterday's game. They could not bury it. And it's really frustrating. I guess lone bright spot, Nate Danielson recalled from Grand Rapids, and he acclimated himself just fine, played a bunch of minutes in the game, and was 0 in the plus-minus category. So good to see him playing. But 3 in a row and 4 of the last 5 is not good.
Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stunk? 248-539-9797. Let's go to John next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, thanks. You want to hear the chump or champ?
Both.
So let me start off with my chump. It'd be the New York Jets. They're taking themselves out of the running of the first pick overall.
I'm stunned they won that game, to be honest. Not that Cleveland's great, but I was surprised they won.
I was happy they won.
I like
My
Aaron Glenn.
champ.
Yeah.
Can I give you my champ?
Yes. Sorry.
Seeing the President of the United States on TV yesterday, that was great. He's my champ.
What a rare appearance.
Really great.
See him on television.
Yeah, and the old picture of him.
He had quite a reception.
Yeah, that was quite a 2-minute booing reception he got, but good for that. Yeah.
Sal, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sal.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, I had a quick comment. I'm from Katy, Texas, but from the way I used to live in Detroit, Canton.
Katy, Texas.
Yeah.
Home of Caleb Kamalafe, who plays running back for Northwestern. And Jalen Milroe, right? Isn't Jalen Milroe from Katy?
Yes, he is.
Nice.
Yeah, a quick comment. I agree with what you were saying, Doug. I believe we should just call the plays per game and just see how it goes. Let MCDC do his thing and put the team in the best position to win, and just take each game day by day per week and just see how things turn out. Like you say, I think we should do it for the team and put them in the best position to win.
I have no idea that there's any argument against. We like to come up with debate points and things that we can discuss and what's the right thing to do. Is there any doubt that he's going to be calling plays moving forward?
I think he's going to continue to call plays moving forward.
Yeah,
like I say, he should do whatever we have to do to put the team in the best position to win.
Yep.
And we just have to eliminate the emotions and just move forward and win as many games as we possibly can.
Yeah. I mean, look, I hope that they can just, for the betterment of the team, whatever role John Morton's playing now, contribute in any way you can. And I suspect if he wasn't able to do that, they probably would move on. He would either move on or they would move on. But
I think he's probably got a massive role with this team. He is the offensive coordinator. It just happened that maybe he wasn't calling plays as much yesterday as he has in the past. But during the week, he's got a huge role. I think during the game, he's got a huge role. But play calling is going to be changed. I don't know if Dan Campbell is going to call plays the rest of the way. I don't know. Obviously, the returns are pretty good yesterday, but I don't know if Dan Campbell started the game calling plays, and they started the game with 3 straight touchdown drives.
it looked like he did, but you don't know if he's going to be doing it moving forward. Do you think this is something that might not happen?
I think it's something where it could be just a work in progress to see what they decide to do game by game. I wouldn't surprise me in the least if they decided at some point to, all right, you can hand it back to you or whatever, or you get the first half, I get the second half. I don't know how they're going to work it. I have no idea.
I'd be pretty shocked given the results. I mean, something could happen, but I don't know that there's any chance there's anything other than him calling play Sunday against Philly.
I mean, the fact that this team had over 500 yards in offense this week, and they did it in week 2 when it was John Morton. So both guys have had incredible success calling plays for this. But look, I like what I saw yesterday. I want to veer from that at all. But I trust that Dan Campbell and crew know what they're doing and how to manage their own staff.
248-539-9797. Charles is next on 97.1. Hello, Charles.
How we doing, gentlemen?
We're good, Charles.
Hey, so my champ of the weekend is Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, and the number 1 seed Detroit Pistons, baby. And my chump is the Pittsburgh Steelers offense. They looked god-awful last night.
Well, a few things. One is I really wanted to give the Pistons some love with Champ and Chump, and we'll talk about them today. After that blowout loss, they've won 8 of 9. They're at the top spot in the Eastern Conference right now. Cade looks like a superstar. Like the last 6 games, he seems like he goes over 30 every night. He's been elite in the fourth quarter. Jalen Duren was great in the fourth quarter yesterday. They play again tonight. They are really, really fun to watch, and we've got that's kind of on this day it'll probably be on the back burner, but it is significant. It feels significant what's going on down there at LCA with that group.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean, after 2 years ago, man, just feeling terrible as a Pistons fan. Now to be number 1 seed, I mean, even though it's early, it feels great, man. So
I mean, the last 5 games, I just took a look at the game logs for Cade Cunningham and for Jalen Duren. Jalen Duren is averaging 24 and 14 over his last 5 games, 84% shooting free throws, by the way. Cade Cunningham is averaging 29 points and over 11 assists a game over his last 5 games, and just 3.2 turnovers per game during that stretch. That was a big knock on Cade, right? Turned the ball over way too much. I'll take an 11-3 assist-to-turnover ratio any day of the week.
yeah, I mean, I've just been super impressed with the leap that Duren's seemingly made so far this season. I mean, he's just looking great. So, yeah, thank you, guys.
Yeah, Steelers, I'll stick by my prediction. They collapse in the second half of the season. Last night, I hope was a beginning. I hope. I don't like Aaron Rodgers, so I guess I admit I hope it. But Rodgers did not play well last night.
Yeah, they may want to rethink that whole let's bring back Aaron Rodgers thing.
One of those interceptions wasn't his fault. Completely on the receiver. A ball that was delivered on the money tip. But, yeah, I wasn't sad to see them lose. 248-539-9797. What are you laughing at back
No,
there?
it just looks like Rodgers. He's 40 years plus old now. He's more irritated than ever. Like, but the old Rodgers would have been upset. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But now you could see visibly him just MFing these guys, going, "How can you drop that? Where are you running?" Like, he is so angry.
Yeah.
That his teammates, they can't win. Like, they're trying everything they can for. I think they really want to please him.
They do.
Tackling him after they have a big winning drive, and Aaron Rodgers gets pissed off about being tackled.
Yeah, he's just an old man not having it anymore.
Yeah.
No, he's reached that point, hasn't he? Yeah.
Yes. Get off me.
Hey, at CGC Home Services, they know your family's health and comfort come first. That's why they provide top-quality plumbing solutions, advanced Connecticut water treatment, and air purification technology proven to reduce 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. We've got them in our home. You should too. From the faucets to the air you breathe, CGC Home Services here to protect what matters most, your health. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242 for cleaner water, cleaner air, and complete peace of mind. 855-339-4242 or visit them at cgchomeservices.com. There you go. Jared Goff talking about Dan Campbell calling plays. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsh. Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, Champ and Chump votes flowing in. Let's get back to your phone calls. Corey is in Detroit, and he is next. Hello, Corey.
Gentlemen, how are you guys doing?
What's up, Corey?
Hey, man, it's always a good Monday when the Lions win, man.
It helps.
I'm going to give a champ to, I'm going to do a double champ. I'm going to do it to the Detroit Pistons, number one in the East. Cade and Jalen Duren is looking like the number one duo in the league right now. And then Dan Campbell. I called and chumped Johnny Morton last week for his play calling, but yesterday was probably the first game since week 2 that I've seen the offense look completely dominant all the way through the game. Some will argue week 3 against the Ravens, but I think that was more defensive than anything. And then for my chump, it might be overly critical because we got a win yesterday, but I got to go our special teams. Like, we got another block kick. Kickoff returns, we're not getting anywhere. We're getting a lot of holding penalties. We didn't punt the ball yesterday, but even punt return, we didn't get any good returns. So that's my champ and jump for the week.
So, I mean, if you're Dave Phipp, okay, if you're the special teams coordinator, Corey, and obviously we'll allow you to have your vote, you got some stuff that you probably aren't happy about. It's not a game of perfect. Other teams are going to make plays, but it's back-to-back weeks with a block kick and a long kick return. And I'm sure he'll want to tighten those things up. There's a reason, though, why he's well respected. I think the guy in charge, being on the job, he will fix it. I doubt this will continue. He's got a long history of being a good special teams coordinator. So I got faith in him. But the last couple of weeks, I'm sure he's not thrilled with some of the results. Because, you want to be perfect. You strive to be perfect. And they have not been that.
Yeah, the last 2 weeks has been underwhelming, to say the least. It just hasn't been good enough. Like, I don't want to see Jack Fox on the field. I'm happy about that. I'm glad the offense did their thing yesterday. But as far as punt return, kickoff, kick return, we have to do way better. That's a big part of the game, and we got to do way better if we're going to try to take a run and win the Super Bowl this year.
Corey, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. It would be, again, you're not going to be perfect, and imperfect teams win the Super Bowl every year because there's no such thing as a perfect team. You just got to do enough, as you said and pointed out earlier this hour, complementary football. Mm-hmm. When one of the 3 facets of the game let you down, the other 2 pick you up is what you're hoping, because it's going to happen. I mean, yesterday was a damn near perfect performance offensively. I think it's hysterical that they had 3 penalties for 1 yard. I don't even know how that's. I know. Like, I'm 2 of the penalties were kickoffs out of bounds, and I'm like, how can it be 3 penalties for 1 yard? The other one, I believe, was a defensive holding or a DPI on.
Yes, was Rock Yasin?
It was him or Avonte Maddox, and there was a decline penalty. I think it was Rock Yasin on the a DPI down the sidelines on a ball that ended up being caught, but.
Yeah, it's statistically there's a lot to like yesterday. Here's another anomalation. The 2 teams combined to go 5 for 5 on 4th down.
Did they?
Yeah. Lions, I think, were 2 for 2, and the Commanders were 3 for 3.
Interesting. Joe is next on 97.1. Hello, Joe.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you, sir?
Good. I got a champ. I'm not sure who knew the rule, but whoever on the Lions staff knew the rule about the kickoffs after the personal foul penalties on the extra points. Yeah, usually that's us not knowing rules, like the red challenge flag. I can't remember who threw it. Bobby Ross, maybe? No, not Bobby Ross.
It was Jim Schwartz.
Jim Schwartz, yeah, you got it. And then finding out rules like the batted ball out of the end zone.
Yeah,
I was impressed when he kicked right out of bounds. I was like, "What are you doing?" And then the announcers were like, "Oh yeah, now they only get it at the 25." I thought that was great.
I tell you what, Joe, I had the same thought. I'm like, "What are you doing?" And then they're like, "Oh, there's no real penalty for that." Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, that's only a net of 10 yards because he kicked it from the 50." So I was like, "Oh, now we're only they take it at the 40." But anyway. That just shows the level of professionalism, or they're knowing behind the scenes. They're more involved in the whole rule thing now. And Chump, I got to go with some hockey as well. I got to screenshot of the standings a week and a half or so ago when the Wings were first and the Maple Leafs were last. Leafs are my team. They're my chumps because I've been waiting to send a screenshot back, and they lost back-to-back games this weekend. They could have took it over, could have been ahead of the Wings. They're still behind a point, and I'm still mad about the Marner thing.
So are we.
Well, yeah, you guys didn't get them, but I'm
Desperately disappointed in the Maple Leafs.
I'm mad at the fans. The fans chased them out of town.
I'm bitter about the weekend the Maple Leafs had. Aren't you?
Should be. Damn you, Toronto.
Yeah. I don't know if the Maple Leafs are going to make a legitimate run at Chump of the Weekend.
Maybe not.
248-539-9797. All right, get your Champ and Chump votes in. So I would say, last week we got on the air and we talked about Hank Fraley, the offensive line coach, and you called it a Hank Fraley game.
Mm-hmm.
I think on Friday I called it a John Morton game. You called it a Hank Fraley game. By the time Sunday rolled around, little did we know that John Morton had basically already, I don't want to say replaced, but I mean, let's face it, he wasn't calling plays on Sunday. It turned out it was more of a Hank Fraley game. Hank Fraley, this is why he's a good O-line coach, on the job. And yesterday, whether it was Tristan Colon in there, obviously Owasika getting the start, Dan Skipper had some snaps at right tackle, it didn't matter. No TFLs, no quarterback sacks, no penalties. And they ran the ball.
Yeah, there was not a whole lot of pressure on Jared Goff. There were some plays where there was pressure, but, I mean, it felt like just a handful. And did the Lions have 68 plays in the game, if I'm not mistaken?
Oh, they had a bunch.
68 plays for 546 yards.
Yep.
Wow.
Pretty good.
Wow.
Pretty good. And, Fraley, I don't know the first thing about coaching and line play or anything like that, but I can look at the results and go, that was a damn good offensive line. And, they go from, all right, whatever they did against Washington, big test coming up on Sunday. I said to Kang, I'm almost ready to start previewing Philly right now. And he's like, no, let's not do that yet. But I can peak early in the week here getting ready for Philly because this is such a massive game on tap for this team.
Oh, it's a big one. It's a big one. Anybody catch that Jonathan Vilma identified Hank Fraley as Christian Mahogany?
Deion Branch?
Yeah, he has a tendency to do it at the Lions games for some reason.
It's okay. I cut him a break because during the Trump interview, he threw the 6-7 line at him twice.
Oh, God.
And both times it went way over his head, which I thought was hysterical.
Because he probably shouldn't be doing that.
Probably shouldn't be doing it in the first place, but nonetheless, I did laugh. Because he's trying so hard.
Doug, I didn't want you to start previewing the Eagles game because we have a lot to talk about from yesterday.
Yep.
But the Lions can definitely preview the Eagles game and get ready for them. Dan Campbell, staff, go for it.
Yeah, you're ready. Not a whole lot to revisit from yesterday. You guys were near perfect.
It's crazy to think about where we were mentally last week with the Minnesota performance and then nothing done at the trade deadline. And the shows that we did Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If they go beat the Eagles Sunday night, it's going to be just the opposite. We're going to be dealing with a fan base that is chesty. Absolutely chesty.
Well, I think I'll speak for myself. I think what we're going to be doing is a lot of tiptoeing through the rest of the season on eggshells, making sure we don't get any more injuries or have any more injuries. That's the number one thing, because my first thought yesterday when I saw Penei Sewell go down was, oh, damn, they didn't do anything at the trade deadline to help fortify the offensive line. And fortunately, he was fine.
He went to the tent. I have to wonder if inside said tent is magic sponge and can of spray. But they brought it over from European soccer, applied the magic sponge and the can of spray.
We got to keep it under wraps.
Yeah, and he's back on the field.
Yeah,
there's nothing scary to see. Well, there is.
And it looked
You're
like
seeing Jared Goff.
Glasgow wanted to get back out there too.
Yes, he did.
But he did not. He stayed on the sidelines the rest of the way.
And they didn't miss a beat.
No, Tristan Colon did a great job, and Awasika did a great job. That was indeed a Hank Fraley game.
Something else was going well. Didn't turn out great. There's not a lot to nitpick about, but there's something there. I was like, damn it. We'll get to that today at 11:02. Lions roll Washington 44-22. Philly next on Sunday night. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Cade Cunningham has quickly become one of the best guards in the league, as described by his teammate Jalen Duren last night. Cunningham is currently averaging 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 10 assists per game. He is second in the league in total and per game assists, only to Nikola Jokic. Despite everything he does on offense, JB Bickerstaff has been impressed with Cade at the other end of the floor. Tonight, the Pistons take on the Washington Wizards at 7 o'clock from LCA. The Wizards are 1-9 this year and have lost 8 straight. Detroit is favored by 12 points per FanDuel Sportsbook. Pre-game coverage begins right here on 97.1 at 6:35. We have Monday Night Football tonight, and the Lions will get a chance to scout 2 future opponents as the Eagles take on the Packers in Green Bay. The Lions head to Philly next week for a primetime Sunday night game and then welcome Green Bay 2 games later for Thanksgiving. Green Bay is favored by 1.5 against the Birds tonight per FanDuel. The Lions have opened as 1.5-point underdogs in Philly this upcoming Sunday. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's a good weekend for the Detroit Lions. Good weekend for the Detroit Pistons. Not so much for the Detroit Red Wings. Michigan State both had a bye. Fascinating Saturday of college football. This Indiana Hoosiers team is unbelievable. Spartans back in action. And the team that the Spartans are playing on Saturday was the one that took Indiana to the wire. Penn State, State College. Michigan takes on Northwestern. That Northwestern USC game was a game until Northwestern had a pick, what looked like might be a pick 6, but their defensive lineman dove for the end zone, fumbled the ball out of the end zone for a touchback and like 3 play, and so USC got the ball back and then went on like a 65-yard run, scored a touchdown right before the half, completely changed that game. But I mean, I know Penn State's winless in the Big Ten. Penn State's winless in the Big Ten. They went from national championship contender to winless in the Big Ten.
Gee, how could a team do that? Oh, sorry. Michigan State doing the same thing. Yeah.
Well, they weren't a national championship contender.
We were years ago.
I'm talking about this year.
Whatever.
I can't believe what's happened to Penn State. I cannot believe it. But anyway, Penn State's playing better, and Northwestern can give you problems. Anyway, they both have to show up and play well.
And Oregon.
What's that?
Oregon in their game, they had to come back at the end.
Oh, yeah.
Exchange field goals at the end of the game and win.
Kinnick's a place, man. Kinnick is a place.
It is a place.
248-539-9797. All right, so look, almost everything was positive. One thing I'm bummed about is Terrion Arnold was having a good game and he had to leave to get checked out for a concussion. I hope he's okay because Terrion Arnold is coming around here a little bit. There's some positive signs with Terrion Arnold. So I'm encouraged by what we've seen. I hope he's okay.
Yes.
But that was kind of a bummer.
100%.
Yeah. Let's get back to your phone calls. Mark in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? I'd like to speak on. I called about the Pistons, but the Lions. I think Dan wanted to switch it up yesterday. I don't think it's a problem like him and Anthony Lynn. When Anthony Lynn was calling the offense, it was just terrible. I think they still have an input in it. I think Dan is going to call the plays, but I think he's getting input from all the coaches. So I don't think it's going to be a problem. Whoever calls the plays, I think they're all collaborating. I don't think this is a fire the offensive coordinator because they put up points even with John Morton calling the offense. They put up at least 20-some points. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think they just wanted to switch it up a little bit. If Dan continues to call the plays, I think it'll be a collaboration of all of them.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any intention to get rid of John Morton. I think that maybe for the rest of the season now we might see Dan Campbell call plays.
It ain't like he stuck it up like Anthony Lynn. They were still not one.
I mean, it was different team altogether. But yeah, I of course he took over and things changed. And I think what you might see is, and what has already been going on behind the scenes, but now we're all kind of privy to it. Dan Campbell's more Andy Reid than anybody wants to give him credit for. You know, Andy Reid is the guy who called plays.
I don't understand why people don't understand. Why do they think he's not smart? He's been around some of the best. Sean Payton was one of the best offensive minds in football. Yeah. He's a smart guy. He's very smart. He was a tight end coach. He's smart. But I didn't call I enjoy your show, but I'm impressed with the Pistons. You think that we found the Batman the Robin to Case Batman. I think Durham might be that one. And the scary part about Durham is I think he can get better defensively covering bigs. And I'm impressed by how he handles the court like a guard. So I think if they continue to develop each other, once Ivy comes back, there's no reason why they can't go to the Eastern Conference Finals.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens when Ivy comes back because talented player. I think we're all excited. They've played really well without him.
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong?
No, I just want to get pushed around anymore. Felt like the caller pushed me around a little bit.
You
started to comment, add to what he was saying.
You think
I got overtaken. Like, step aside. I've got a point to make.
You just got bullied.
I got bullied a little bit.
You got bullied.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I know what it feels like now. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, he was on a roll.
It was on a roll.
Yep.
But do you think that's? Are we seeing like an Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy relationship now?
Maybe.
It's always a game. I don't want to
overreact.
overreact.
I don't want to either.
I mean,
it would be really telling if they look good against Philly on Sunday night.
Yeah, because Andy Reid obviously was a guy calling plays, but Bieniemy was the offensive coordinator, and Andy Reid was like nothing but glowing terms about Bieniemy. And I think we're kind of seeing that here. Like, no, John Morton's a huge part of this team, but he doesn't have the menu.
What a difference a week makes. Last Monday, people were very concerned. Then Tuesday came and went, and people, it's kind of shifted into hostility. And then they go out and they do what they've done so many times under Dan Campbell. They answer the bell. So they don't lose back-to-back games.
So, Gator, I don't think Dan Campbell wants it to be an Andy Reid situation where he's calling plays. I think he likes the fact that he can monitor both sides of the ball and give it up to the coordinators. So I don't know moving forward. Like this year, I think Dan Campbell's going to continue calling plays personally. We'll find out, of course. But I think if he had it perfectly the way he wanted it, the offensive coordinator would be calling plays on the offense, and the defensive coordinator is calling plays on the defense. And I think he likes to be the guy in between and have his hands on everything and not have to focus on one. Because he even mentioned it yesterday. He had to shift things around when you're calling plays, So I don't think he wants to really do this, all the time.
Maybe that's why he may not call plays the rest of the way.
You
guys wonder, was there any doubt that he was going to do it? I think there is doubt that he's going to be the full-time play caller.
I think he wanted to nip this thing in the bud right away. The caller was saying, the caller was saying, the offense was still scoring points. Yeah, overall, the average numbers were up, but they didn't look that they had any flow last game. And before it got out of control, Dan Campbell made the decisions probably sometime early, very last week, and said, hey, I'm calling plays.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because if you'd watched, and we had John Morton's news conferences all year long, the coordinators meet with the media on Thursday. Something Thursday didn't seem right. I interpreted it as he was feeling the heat from inside the building. Like he was being told that, there's some things here that we need to shore up. But little did I know that wasn't it at all. It was, he was not calling plays, but something was different, which prompted a phone call, which led me to believe that something was different, but I didn't know it was that different. 248-539-9797. Rod is next on 97.1. Hello, Rod.
Hey, what's up, fellas? This is Power Rod. How you doing this morning?
Good to talk to you, Rod.
Power Rod. Okay. Now, the Lions, they convincingly won. It wasn't just because that Washington was just a weak team. They actually did it. They passed the ball around. They did just rely on the run. And that's, I just don't want to see run heavy stuff. I need to see, the receivers all get involved and a variety. So it was very convincing, very, very convincing. And also, as far as the Pistons, look like they're clicking so far, but I think they're still going to need a couple more big names to come in and help them out. And the only way to do that is to bring in Magic Johnson as one of the co-owners. Bring in Magic. Magic is winning championships, bro, and he's from Michigan. So bring in Magic and get more big names. And I think that'll help them get over the hump against the elite, because you can, on the regular season, it's one thing, but when it comes down to winning playoff games, you're going to need those real big names. And I think you bring in Magic Johnson to be a part of the ownership somehow, some way, it'll happen.
Thanks, Rod.
Yeah.
Where do you want to start with that?
I don't know where
I'll just finish with the Magic stuff. I think that Tom Gore's got it right with his latest hires.
Seems like it.
Trajan Langdon and JB Bickerstaff.
Yep.
And I like what's happening
And
here.
by the way, you don't hire an owner.
No, you don't take on another partner when you're a billionaire like that. You don't need anybody else's input there. I'm good with how things are working here. I'm good with it.
248-539-9797. You made the point earlier. When you run 68 plays, guess what you get to do? You get to share
Spread
the
it
football.
around,
The
yeah.
football gets spread around. When you're moving the chains, you're running a lot of plays. When you go 3 and out, guys don't get utilized.
This is the difference. I mean, I don't have the stats in front of me that would show this, and you know where to find it. Like average yards on first down. They weren't behind the sticks.
No, they weren't behind. They had no TFLs.
They didn't commit dumb penalties. There were no TFLs. Everything was positive yardage. So that's the difference. That's why you can have a bunch of plays and spread the ball around, because you're not stuck with 2nd and 12 or 2nd and 15 or 1st and 15 and make everything. You have to make everything up. You're looking at 2nd and 3, 2nd and 2, or 1st and 10 again, because the first play got you 17 yards.
Yeah, and when we run 68 plays, a lot of people get to be involved, and a lot of people got involved on Sunday. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Carr for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're in feast mode this month, so gobble up the savings on your new Silverado. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, Costco, and current lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends December 1st. Jared Goff talking about Dan Campbell, who knows this team's offense. We'll talk to Jared tomorrow about it. And obviously, Dan Campbell will be on the morning show. Every Tuesday, we get caught up with those guys. 248-539-9797. Look forward to it. As the Lions get a 44-22 win on the road at Ford Field, the DC Post. And Detroit improves to 6-3. They got Philly next. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Chump, the Red Wings, 3-game losing streak. Champ, the Pistons Friday night win against the Nets with 80 points in the paint. Last time that many points in the paint may have been Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game.
Wow.
I don't know. Could be, I guess. Dude, the Pistons have really, really started this season on a positive note, and they are making a strong play for Champ of the weekend.
They're 8-2 to start the year, tops in the East.
Yep.
They look great.
Steve in Nevada says, went to Japan last week and I was actually annoyed how many Lions hoodies I saw. At least 6 separate people across several cities. Guy in the room next to mine as well.
Why were you annoyed?
I don't know. What's annoying about that? Mark in Grosse Pointe says the Lions found a loophole rule that actually works in their favor with that kickoff out of bounds. Yep.
Well, they'll change it accordingly.
Champ Jake Bates for stopping another return that could have gone to the house. Chump special teams for allowing another return to the house. For almost allowing another return to the house. It's from Ian in Livonia. Yeah, I mean they gotta tighten that up. It's back-to-back weeks, and I'm sure Phipp's on it, but he's pretty well respected. You know, I made a comment, and it turned out to not necessarily be true, that I don't expect there to be multiple catastrophic mistakes on special teams like super long returns and like block kicks, but it was a blocked extra point this week and another long return. So, hey, shore it up or else. I mean, they got to figure something out. Because you don't want that to cost you in a big game, and hell, it cost them you can make a case special teams cost them the Minnesota game. You can make that case.
Yeah, you could.
There were other things, but 248-539-9797. Champ, Cade, and company, really encouraging start. Chump, Lions fans complaining about anything from yesterday. That was a good win. That's from an unnamed texter.
Yeah, I don't think there are any complaints. I think you could say that it wasn't the perfect game. It looked pretty damn perfect offensively, but there were field goals that weren't touchdowns. That's nitpicking. I don't think it's nitpicking. There are areas to improve. And that's not nitpicking, and it's also not complaining. That's just pointing something out that I think they do need to improve their special teams. The return units have given up too many return yards.
I keep waiting for this phone call, and I'm guessing this text has come in, Kang. Maybe you can confirm this. The phone call where we're praising this team, we're praising everything from yesterday, and somebody calls up and says, "You guys make it sound like they've already won the Super Bowl." And that's clearly not the intent. I'm sure some out there have thought it. But they needed that win that way, in a bad way, for the psyche of this town and probably for their own confidence. I mean, I don't know that their confidence was ever rattled, but the bounce back after losses is incredible.
No, first of all, it's Power Kang. And secondly, we have not gotten that text yet. The closest we've gotten is it's only the Commanders. So we'll stop with that. Not the Super Bowl stuff yet or anything.
Yeah, well, the thing about only the Commanders is we just talked about all the results from Sunday, going back to Thursday. I mean, Denver was only playing the Raiders, and they won 10-7. Buffalo was only playing Miami, and they lost by 17. A lot of teams struggle to beat bad football teams in this league. There's multiple instances of it that took place. The Bears were down 10 points with 7 minutes to go, and the Giants had the ball. So winning comfortably and looking dominant, there's nothing wrong with that.
Can we also say there's only one power rod in town? That's Power Rod Wood.
Right.
All right?
I don't think we need to give it any more attention, do we?
I don't know.
Probably too much already.
See how many people are going to call themselves Power Blake. Hi, I'm Power Doug.
No, let's not do this. We're not going to do this.
Power Mike.
Kevin in St. Clair, I love games when Jack Fox collects free money. Okay. Let's be clear.
He had to hold.
Isn't Jack Fox the holder?
Yeah.
He was on the field.
Got a job.
He's got grass stains on that one knee. Don't be fooled. Champ Jack Fox, easiest check in the league. Chump Deron Payne. Got to be better than that. So Kinlaw and Payne both melted down. Was it Kinlaw that was up in Goff's face? And they were talking, and we'll ask Jared tomorrow, what was that all about? What was he saying? Very weird meltdown. And again, nonsense. Not us, but it's nonsense. And it speaks to the Lions culture. They have a good culture, a winning culture, and they don't fall for that stuff.
No, well, I mean,
mostly.
You could say they don't. Mostly. It was after the game that Brian Branch clocked.
Yeah, it's true.
Juju
But
in the same fashion.
I'm saying mostly.
Now, the difference was that St. Brown gets clocked, and he stayed standing. Like, that was a big hit from a big man, and St. was like, yeah, and didn't retaliate, which is the toughest thing to do. Was he jawing at him afterwards? Sure, but there was no retaliation. The Kinlaw thing, I just...
It was weird.
It was weird. And Vilma called it out right away, too. He's like, what are you doing? Why are you even in this guy's face? You haven't stopped them.
No. And it was right after an offsides call, and they scored on the next play, right?
Yeah, not only did they score on the next play, it's how they scored, right? That they were pushing... There were three guys pushing them in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
Like as if to say, here's the power, man. You can't stop us. And here's another reason why. We got wide receivers that are pushing the guy in the end zone.
248-539-9797. More feedback to the Coach and Anderson inbox. My champ is Fernando Mendoza, leading Indiana back on that last drive to beat Penn State. My chump of the Guardians pitchers involved and indicted in that betting scheme. That's from Terry and Plymouth. Yeah, it's Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz. And, these stories in sports, I hope that everybody's learning lessons here, that you're not likely to get away with this stuff, that betting irregularities get flagged and get investigated, and these guys are facing prison time. And I'm always amazed, and Kang always says, don't be. People make dumb decisions, and I shouldn't be. But hopefully, for the greater good, everybody's learning. I mean, gambling in sports is supposed to be fun, but if it starts to, and it has started in some people's eyes, they can't stand the impact it's had on the game. And I'm not there yet, but I get if you are.
Can we spend a minute just talking about the ridiculous catch from Omar Cooper in the back of the end zone for
the Charles
Indiana?
Rogers impression?
It was, and you're 100% right. It's the exact same play, same result.
Charles Rogers against Notre Dame. What year was that? Like,
it would have been 2001, maybe.
I was thinking 2001-ish.
The difference is that, unfortunately for Michigan State, after that, I think Notre Dame went down and scored.
Yep.
On a couple of plays, on a long touchdown pass. But that was the same thing. Back of the end zone, the body control that Cooper had was insane. He's coming down after catching the ball in midair. He's coming down. His right leg looks like it's, way the hell ahead of his left leg. And somehow, at the last second, he's able to lift his right leg up as much as he can while he's falling down, and the left leg and foot touches just in bounds. When the heel hits, I don't know if there's an inch of clearance between the heel and the back of the end zone, but then you look at the right leg and the right foot just grazes just above the grass. It was a phenomenal effort, and I got to tell you, I kind of felt a little bad for Penn State.
I did too.
I wanted Indiana to win the game, but I thought it was delicious to think for half a second that the first win that they get against a top 10 opponent was going to be with the interim coach, because that was the problem that the previous coach couldn't do.
It's funny you say that, because my wife and I, we were up north, and we were kind of bouncing around from store to store, pop into a bar here, grab a beer, watch a little bit. We were at a place, we had a wine tasting when that game was wrapping up. Yeah.
Wine tasting.
Wow.
Take a wine
for a wine tasting. We went for a wine tasting.
How does the other side live?
So it went from beer to wine real quickly there.
However, they did have a TV on, and that game was on, and we both said the same thing.
How was the fig spread? Was the fig spread good?
Was the game on by accident?
Yeah.
We both said the same thing, and that was we found ourselves rooting for both teams. Like,
yeah,
I was like, I kind of want Penn State to win this game, but I'm impressed with Indiana. And they had so many, but even before the last play, their dudes made some catches in that last drive.
Yeah, they did. And In the end, I wanted Indiana because I want Indiana to just validate what they're doing. They have crashed the party in the Big Ten, and it's fantastic. 10-0. That was clearly a tough game, a hard-fought game for them. Penn State really came to play, and they couldn't get it done. But it sets up for a really interesting matchup, perhaps at the end of the season.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Damn intriguing Monday night game tonight. How does it impact us? Well, how does it not impact us? Eagles right now, team to beat in the NFC. Packers, they are a half game ahead of Detroit with the tie, the comedic NFL tie. But be nice to see, I guess, the Eagles win this game and get Detroit back into first place. They are currently tied with Chicago at 6-3. The job that Ben Johnson has done has been pretty good after the way they started the season and and what they're doing offensively and what he's done with Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams has been really, really good when that team is trailing. And yesterday they went on 2 touchdown drives late in that game to come from 10 points down and get the win. The Bears are currently 3rd in the NFL in yards per game, and they are 7th in the NFL in points per game. Ben Johnson helps. Duh. This just in. He's really, really good. And, the Bears are right there. Their team, the Lions, destroyed earlier in the year, and hopefully we'll do it again in the season finale in Chicago in January. But at this point, Bears keeping pace with the Lions. There was a rumor after that game. A rumor started. Some people are posting that Dabo had been fired, and immediately which he hadn't, but immediately the rumor mill started up that Bill Belichick is going to be the next head coach of the New York Giants.
Oh boy.
Yep. But they got issues in that. We were talking about this earlier in the year. There are 2 rookies that everybody was so excited about. It was, cool, the way they play the game. We'll see if they'll stay healthy. And now one of them has snapped his leg in half, and the other one's being evaluated again for another. I guess he has confirmed another concussion.
Yeah, and the concussion, the play they think he suffered it on in yesterday's game didn't
Talking
look
about
like
Cam
was,
Scatterbo and Jackson Dart, sorry.
Thank you.
Yep.
The quarterback, Jackson Dart, who left the game yesterday, didn't look like it was that bad, but if you're already a little scrambled to begin with, it's gonna any more impact is going to affect you, and that was unfortunate because I like watching Jackson Dart play football. I think he's a fun quarterback to watch, and yes, it if you continue to play that style, it's going to be a short shelf life. I think Baker Mayfield plays that way a little bit.
Kind of same thing there.
Yeah.
Kind of same thing.
A very gutty performance, and it's how he played in college, man.
Yep.
And the same thing happened in college.
Is he going to be able to stay healthy?
Remember his last year, he got banged up as well?
That's why everybody says you don't want a quarterback who runs a lot. That's why everybody agrees with me.
Different running styles.
I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Yeah, Jackson Dart's only 22 years old. It's a different thing doing it in college and then against grown men out here where these guys are stronger, faster, and he's got to learn how to stay healthy and stay in the pocket a little bit and just throw the ball away.
Or
you know what I mean?
just slide. Because that's his thing. Is once it gets going, he doesn't slide. He just wants to barrel through you like Josh Allen used to do.
Well, did Dr. Cam Scatterbo call him out for the game, or is he's going to fully clear him for the next week? Because the way they're doing things over there in New York, the way they're doing things in New York, it's like, maybe, how many concussions does he really have?
Hey, in fairness, Dr. Cam Scatterbo did get fined for that. For checking in on him in the he's dead.
First malpractice penalty ever in the NFL.
Right.
Come to think of it, how does Brian Daboll still have a job?
I don't know.
I mean, you had that whole mess, and then you had this epic collapse.
I don't know.
Halfway through the year, just ride it out, Clark. Let him finish.
I guess. 248-539-9797. Nick, you're next. What's up, Nick?
Hey, I got a champ and chump.
All right, great.
Champ is Jahmyr Gibbs, and chump is Northern Michigan University hockey. They get swept again by their rival Michigan Tech, and they're 0-12-1 on the season.
Oh, no.
It's just awful. I don't understand how. I mean, Marquette is a hockey hotspot, and these kids they got a bunch of kids from British Columbia for some reason. They got kids from all over North America, and they all stink.
Oh, boy.
It's just awful. And I think, not that the UP is a huge talent pool to pull from, but I think these bigger schools are poaching a lot of our kids up here,
All right, so you're up there now, Nick?
I'm up there, yeah.
Okay, and you're a Northern hockey fan, huh?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's kind of a random call. Just wanted to know what the background was, what it was, and
well, you're asking for chumps, and
it's okay.
I mean, I know college hockey is not the biggest, the biggest hot ticket.
Hey, they got my champ this week. Michigan State hockey got my champ this week.
Spartans and the Wolverines are looking great, but the UP is hockey. Is hockey it's kind of a lifestyle up here, and our team in the biggest city in the UP is once again one of the worst teams in the country, and I just think it's shameful.
Sorry, man.
Well, what you need is
former national champs.
I know.
Yeah. We hear you.
Did you guys win that? Was it like an 8-7 double overtime game? Isn't that the national championship?
It was 91. I'm too young to have remembered.
Yeah.
Score.
Yeah, I remember when they won a natty. Here's what I remember about that game. The boards were glass. Whenever they played it, the whole board, the whole thing was glass. But some crazy Duluth place or something.
What they need.
Bowling Green.
In the championship, I forget. I remember Boston U was in the semifinal at the very least. Scott LaChance was the defenseman. Had a bunch
It was
of
Boston U, yeah. Northern Michigan won the NCAA men's high side in 91. They defeated Boston U 8-7 in a triple overtime thriller. So 7 regulation goals, and then it goes triple overtime. Everybody stopped scoring until. All right. Anyway.
When are they going to get a snowmobiling team?
Snowmobiling team?
Yeah, that sounds to me that's something the UP can really dominate in.
Well, I'm pretty sure they have Nordic skiing at Northern. Yeah, they got men's and women's Nordic skiing programs. That's cross country, right? Or is that one of those weird combined like biathlon where you ski for 30 miles and then fish? Isn't there something like that?
Now that's something the UP would definitely dominate.
Isn't that an Olympic sport?
Northern Michigan Tech,
yeah,
Lake State, just all getting
Northern,
it done.
Really good on the Klobberbacken.
Let's start with a Klobberbacken.
Bring it all back. So anyway, yeah, we got your vote down for Northern hockey. Alrighty then. 248-539-9797. Ticket text the Carson Anderson inbox. Coop and Linden says, my champ is Michigan sports teams. My chump, Deron Payne. Yeah, Amon-Ra got under his skin or what, man? That was something. So
took quite a shot.
Mm-hmm. And I'm looking forward to talking to Goff tomorrow about what was being said between him and it was Kinlaw, right? Was Kinlaw in his face?
Goff and Kinlaw were going at it, but then Payne got involved, of course. You know what's bad when the NFL doesn't even wait 24 hours and they're like, dude, you're suspended next week.
Right?
You're like, this is really
not a whole lot of defense for that.
And look, it's Branch did it earlier in the year, and like we think about the nonsense we've had here under Dan Campbell. There's the JMO stuff with there was suspension, and there was Branch. I feel like I'm missing another one, but it's so few and far between as opposed to what it used to be. It used to be just, there was always something.
Well, does this one bother you a little bit? Remember last week when Aiden Hutchinson was flagged for the tripping?
Yes.
Against J.J. McCarthy?
Yes.
NFL likes to send out fines and for that. Like they fine players all the time for doing that. In fact, 3 Lions players got fined for it like a couple of weeks prior to that. They did not fine Aiden Hutchinson for that. They said that wasn't enough evidence that showed that he had done that because he didn't make any contact.
So was there enough evidence to even flag him in the first place?
I mean, this
is your point.
This is my point.
Look at that. I figured it out all on my own.
There it is. That's a call that goes, it's like, come on, man. I don't know if, did they fine Jack Campbell for body weight? Do you get fined for body weight?
I don't know. I didn't look at the NFL's disciplinary sheet or whatever it's called.
But that would be another one that, like, those are 2 calls that really were costly against the Lions in that game. But, hey, it's over.
Yes. Accountability and fines. And let me go back and see if Jack Campbell got fined for that. And by the way, did you hear what Kelvin Shepard said of that last week? Jack Campbell did it exactly the way we talked. Hit the quarterback, but try and roll off to the side, which he tried to do. But he got flagged for hitting the quarterback late. Is this it? Week 9, Detroit, accountability. Doesn't look like anybody got fined.
So body weight is not a fine in the NFL.
Okay, good. It's Carson Anderson. Jeff Passan, ESPN, the latest on Scooble, said something I haven't heard yet about Scooble. We'll play it for you today at 11:50 here on 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door making some really strange noises when it goes up or down, or is it just going really slow? Do something about it. Call the experts over at Precision Garage Door Service today and have their technicians come out, see what the problem is, diagnose it, and then fix it right there in the spot. They got a truck that's got all the equipment necessary to get the job done and get it done fast and get it done right. That's what they do at Precision. They're awesome. I've seen this first hand. They came to my house, I don't know, maybe 8 years ago. I was having problems with my garage door. It was making some crazy noises. They fixed the problem right there on the spot and gave me a little tip. Hey, Gator, about 5 years from now, you may have to replace those garage doors, but this is going to hold for now. I said, well, thank you very much. And when that time came to get new garage doors, I got new garage doors, and I called Precision, and they were awesome. You can call them today as well, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at a time that's going to work for your schedule at PrecisionDoorMI.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Back to the Lions stuff in the noon hour. Very, very impressive win yesterday at Washington. Lions 6-3. Big game tonight. Green Bay hosting Philly. Lions can move into first place in the NFC North. What a difference a week makes. And then the huge showdown coming up on Sunday night. Lions in Philadelphia to take on the Eagles, the favored team to get out of the National Football Conference. But Lions back on track. The back-to-back loss thing just doesn't happen here. Not here in Detroit. And we'll talk about it. I'm sure Dan Campbell will speak about it with the morning show tomorrow, and we'll talk about it with Jared Goff tomorrow as well. Goff joins us at 10:30 as per usual. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Scott, Jeff Passan, recently, a MLB writer for ESPN with Dan Patrick. Oh, I'm sorry, Rich Eisen. Was it Rich Eisen? Rich Eisen. My apologies. Talking about Tarek Skubal. Said something I hadn't heard yet. I'm wondering where this is coming from. I wonder where Passan got this, how true it is. And here's what he had to say about Tarek Skubal and the Tigers. Okay. Tarek Skubal wants to stay here, huh? That's interesting. It seems like the bulk of the reporting on this is to imply that he's as good as gone. This is a reporter that came out and is saying he wants to stay in Detroit. And I got to tell you, I'm wondering where he got this from and how true it is. Do you think he wants to stay in Detroit?
I think he'd love to stay in Detroit. But his agent's running around the show. So it's one of these things where, great, he may want to stay in Detroit, but Scott Boras, I don't think that'll even come into the calculus of what's going to happen with the situation. I don't even think that registers with Scott Boras. Scott Boras is all about getting his client the best deal possible.
You would think, though, that the client ultimately is in charge.
Of course. That's the idea, and yet we'll see. I mean, I would love to think that if the Tigers came with a competitive offer, let's say the Tigers offered $350 million, and the free agent, he knows that he can get $400 million in the free agent market. All right, $50 million that's a big gap, right? Mm-hmm. But in the grand scheme of things, you're talking between $350 and $400. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the kind of thing that every fan says, I could live off the $350.
Yeah, but how often do you see this happen where they take the hometown discount? It just doesn't happen that much. I mean, it happens with in hockey, crazily enough, with Connor McDavid. But even then, Connor McDavid took a 2-year deal to give Edmonton a chance to win over the next 2 years, and then free agency will hit and he'll cash in at that point. But he's still making big coin this year. But baseball is a little different. I mean, I'd feel a lot better about it if Tarek Skubal were, afterwards when people had cameras and microphones in his face and he just flat out said, I love it here in Detroit. I'm hoping we can stay here. We can work something out. But that's not what was ever said. No. Instead, it was the opposite. It was punt and nope, I'm just taking myself out of it. It's, I don't handle that stuff. My agent handles that stuff. And as soon as you go into that mode, that tells you that
it's like you're distancing yourself from the decision.
Regardless of how much you like it here. And yes, the Tigers took a chance on this guy, and they've dealt with his arm issues and all that, and they stood by him, and here he is, and he's been the Cy Young Award winner probably back to back, and when they announced the second one, and all that's great, but he did hire Scott Boras for a reason. As optimistic as I want to be, or as I really want to be about this, I have a hard time thinking that he's going to get a deal done with the Tigers unless the Tigers do something really creative or really outrageous. The outrageous is go ahead and offer him the, 8-year, $400 million deal now. And the creative thing would be say, okay, look, we understand that we got this collective bargaining agreement that's coming up, and there's uncertainty there. How about we just give you a 2-year extension right now? We'll rip up, you'll play this year for $50 million, you'll play next year for $50 million, and then we're going to go into we'll think about free agency after that.
So I have a couple thoughts on this passing report and where this is coming from. Almost all of the reporting on this has led to what feels like logical conclusions that Tarek Skubal will not be re-signing in Detroit, and that other teams are now putting together trade offers to try and get him. There's a couple possibilities here. One is that the client has stepped up and said, hey, this is getting a little out of control. I don't necessarily want to leave. Let's float some information out there that I don't necessarily want to leave. Like, let's let him know that I don't necessarily want to leave, that maybe deep down he doesn't want to leave and hopes to sign with Detroit and hopes to coax an offer out of Detroit before they just go straight to trading him. Let it be known, hey, we will consider an offer now if you make one. Or two, the Skubal camp's trying to save face and doesn't want to come across as the bad guy here that just wants out. Could be that too. Here's more from Jeff Passan on what's next for the Tigers and Tarek Skubal. And that's where they are, unfortunately. I mean, of all the scenarios that can play itself out, I feel like him playing this year and getting to free agency is the least likely thing.
When we do Twitter polls, what are the best Twitter polls we can do?
When we get equal response?
Right. I kind of feel like if we were to do a Twitter poll and have 3 different scenarios, the Tigers should trade Skubal before you lose him for nothing.
Right.
The Tigers should sign him at all costs. Or the Tigers should try to sign him, but risk losing him for nothing by playing out the season.
Keeping him this coming season.
I think you'd have pretty close on all 3 of those.
It's a great idea that we might do in the future. Because I think you might be right. It's a
you can make an argument for each one of those scenarios that makes sense. Like, do what the Dodgers did. Go spend money. Or, hey, you're not going to be able to sign him, so might as well trade him, get as much as you can in trade.
Haul.
Or, get the haul. Or, I'm going to still make some signings in free agency this offseason, and we're just going to run with it for another year with Tarek Skubal and hope to win World Series.
We've heard a lot of that stuff. This is the first time publicly we've had a reporter come out and say that Tarek Skubal actually wants to stay in Detroit. So, you can put that in, make note of it moving forward. So what you think the Tigers should do, or whether or not they actually still have a chance to strike a deal with this guy. Because I'm not going to say I've eliminated that from my thought process, but that rekindled something that had kind of been dormant. I hadn't really been thinking much about them getting a deal done with Skubal. 248-539-9797. All right, get back to some Lions stuff, including the best thing we saw Sunday in the win over Washington at 12:05. Champ and Chump votes continue to come in. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Pistons are 8-2 through 10 games for the first time since 2003. Despite their resounding early season success and impressive offensive performances, J.B. Bickerstaff said he's been impressed with his team's defense, especially in the second half. In last night's 111-108 win over the Sixers, the Pistons held Philly to just 44 points in the final two quarters. Detroit now faces the slumping Washington Wizards tonight. The Wizards are led by second-year center Alex Sarr, who is averaging 19 points, 8 boards, 4 assists, and 2.5 blocks per night. Washington is just 1-9 this year and has lost 8 straight games. This all after winning just 18 games last year. Their only win this season is over the Mavericks. The Packers are favored by 1.5 tonight at home against the Eagles on Monday Night Football per FanDuel. Green Bay is 5-2-1 this year and can keep its lead in the NFC North with a win. The Lions face the Eagles this upcoming Sunday in prime time at 8:20 in Philadelphia. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
So we talk about the back-to-back games thing. Not losing back-to-back games in more than 3 years. The longest such streak in NFL history. The longest in NFL history, according to our old friend Ryan Field, who worked here and is now in New York.
RF.
I hadn't heard that, and maybe everybody had. Did you know that?
I'm sorry, say again?
This is the longest streak of not losing back-to-back games in NFL history.
I didn't know it was NFL history. I know it was
Kang, did you know that?
53 games or something?
Longest streak without losing back-to-back games in NFL history?
No.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. And it speaks a lot to this team and their professionalism and their character and how they respond to loss, like adversity. Everybody is going to face it. How do you respond to it? The Lions respond immediately. Immediately. 248-539-9797. The best thing I saw yesterday, Gator, and I don't know if it's like if you got something else, I'd love to hear it, but it was the play of the offensive line. After the Minnesota game, and given guys went down during that game, Tristan Colon played a bunch of snaps. Coyote Owasika was in that game, played in place of Mahogany. They lost Penei Sewell for some snaps. Dan Skipper was in at right tackle. They never missed a beat. No TFLs, no quarterback sacks, all kinds of time for Goff, and no penalties. That was impressive. Well done, O-line.
Yeah,
Because, Detroit knows. We all know this is the backbone, the foundation of their success.
Exactly. And this was not the A-team going out there. This is not the offensive line we've seen in the years past. So to see them go out there yesterday afternoon and dominate at the line of scrimmage is very heartening. It makes us feel much better when you run for 226 yards and you don't have the tackles for loss. And it's there were a couple of no gainers, but that's fine. You know, they were getting the job done and they protected the quarterback. And whether it was, keeping a tight end in or it was having David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs on the field at the same time, which watch for that, Monty staying in and Gibbs going out in as a receiver, that's okay. I'm here for that too. That's fine. And Montgomery having 70 yards rushing, I think 71 in the game. So he's not forgotten or left out at all. This offense was a well-oiled machine yesterday, and some of that is due to who you're playing, but a lot of that is due because they work hard. They work really hard at what they do, and these guys want that opportunity to play. Abasika played really well. Tristan Colon played really well when called upon because Glasgow got hurt. And, Penei Sewell was out for a little bit. Let's bring in Dan Skipper, and Dan Skipper getting the job done. He was, questionable over the weekend whether he was going to play, but he played. So I'm encouraged by the offensive line, and I'm really encouraged because if Glasgow is coming back to play on Sunday, knowing that Cologne can get the job done, right? Seeing that Awasika is perhaps every bit as good as Mahogany, and then knowing that someone like Miles Frazier, the offensive lineman who they drafted, who hasn't had a chance to play yet, was activated last week and may be on the active roster for Sunday's game against the Eagles if he's really ready to go. All that is encouraging that, okay, they're starting to get healthier in areas where they need to get healthy. Now, it would be it's not optimal when you lose Mahogany for the year or maybe till late December with the broken bone in his leg, but you understand what it is. But we might have some additions coming in here that could really help this team out on the offensive side, let alone the defensive side of the ball. You know, we had some healthy scratches there, or some guys that are being held out another week, like Pascal. I'm excited to see him coming back, and Mingo is another one that just Wingo or Mingo Wingo
Mekhi
Wingo yeah.
Bingo. No,
but he's another one that you're hoping at some point gets back on the field along with Davenport.
Yeah, to go back to the offensive line though, this is probably the reason why they didn't make a move like you and I wanted on the offensive line at the trade deadline, because they looked at what was available and what you had to give up, and they looked at what they had in-house and said, you know what? We're better with these guys that we have here. It's not an upgrade to go out and get, a give up a 6th round pick for a guard/tackle. We believe what we have in-house, and they showed it. How many times, by the way, at the end of the game, have you seen like almost the entire offensive line been replaced because you're blowing out a team in football? I
went to a very stony place yesterday where in the second half of that game I started rooting for not injuries. Like, why are these guys on the field? Get them off. Let's make sure that players are healthy moving forward. Replace everybody. Just get out of there. And look, the offensive line, you give Goff time, he'll slice and dice. His quarterback rating, 135.9 in the game. And Jahmyr Gibbs, 15 carries, 142 yards, 9.5 yards per carry. And it felt like an authentic 9.5. Like, every time you handed it to him, the next play was 2nd and 1.
It was great. And, you look at the year that Jared Goff is having. His quarterback rating on the season is 117.7, second only to Lamar Jackson, who's at 127, and falling a little bit for the last couple weeks. Now he's gotten back because the start he got off to was amazing, but he's only played in 6 games. But Goff has 20 touchdown passes. That's second in the NFL. The quarterback rating is second in the NFL. His completion percentage, which is now 74% even on the season, is number 1 in the NFL. He's having a hell of a season. Kind of quietly, as we're seeing this team go through the motions a little bit, and what are they really offensively? And in the meantime, the quarterback has just been, steady as it comes. And the offensive line, so with the offensive line not yielding a sack again yesterday, is that 4 games now this year? They went 3 in a row, and they gave up a bunch of sacks. Yeah. And now here they are back on start another streak where they don't. Jared Goff is completely clean.
Banged up Washington team. We all know it, but all you got to do is look at the scoreboard in the NFL yesterday and realize when you blow somebody out, you've had a good day at the office in the National Football League. Because hey, job 1's to win the game. Just ask Buffalo, who's supposed to blow out Miami, and they lost.
And the Dolphins had traded away Jalen Phillips.
Yep.
From their defense. And what they do to Josh Allen, held him in check.
Let's get back to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. Jay is in White Lake, and he is next on 97.1. Hello, Jay.
Hey, boys. How are you?
Good, Jay.
Good. Quick champ and chump for you. I'll throw the chump first. I've been seeing all this social media stuff this morning. These content creators are putting out these ridiculous things about how the NFL is so rigged. Josh Allen fumbled the ball intentionally yesterday. And I'm blown away that people actually think. I know it's clickbait, but it's like, man, what an insult. I mean, you can't find a better guy in the league than Josh Allen. And for these people to go that far, I get that it was lopsided. I get Vegas made a bunch of money, but come on. I mean, if it was Patrick Mahomes, absolutely. I would believe that because he's just a horrible human being inside and out. But not Josh Allen. I'm kidding. No, but my champ, I don't know if you guys saw this last night, but my champ's Paul Reed. He gets teed up because Bona throws an elbow at him and he swats it away. And instead of Paul Reed having a temper tantrum on the refs, they inbound the ball. He takes it, runs under the net, and drops this behind-the-back dunk. And it's like, What a way to answer a technical instead of having a fit. It was awesome. Me and all my cooks were closing our restaurant down at that point in the night, and we all just happened to be looking at the TV at the same time, and we're like, what the hell did that just happen? Like, it was awesome.
Reverse dunk for us for whatever he is, 7-footer. It was good to see.
It was better than the 3-point shot he took. That was
that's for sure.
It was well west of the backboard.
The camera went right to Tobias Harris when after that dunk, and his jaw was on the hardwood. I mean, it was awesome. So yeah, Paul Reed's my guy this week.
Thank you, Jay. 248-539-9797.
The Cade Cunningham dunk, the posterization of Andre Drummond.
Yeah.
The new Piston taking down the old Piston. Drummond still has some game, man. Knocked down a couple 3-pointers in the game yesterday. Another double-double for him. He's still out there contributing. But this is a different Pistons team. They have a different look about them. The only criticism that I would have with the early 8-2 start with the Pistons is probably the same one that you share. Get off the better starts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's nice to know that you've got it in your back pocket that you can come back from being down double digits and take the lead, rather not being down double digits in the second half of a game and then start to turn it on.
Well, my only criticism is that I'm not going to celebrate this team until I see them take firm command of Group B in the NBA Cup. Then I'll start to believe.
That's an excellent point.
James is next on 97.1. Hello, James.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, love hearing you guys. I listen to you daily. I'm out on the road right now driving across the country. I have a question for you after my champ and chump. My champ is most definitely the Detroit Pistons. I believe that they may even be the closest to advancing in the playoffs than any other team in Detroit right now.
Interesting.
I might even put them as my number one Detroit team.
Okay.
The chump would have to be the special teams. I know it's been said a lot already of Detroit. That was the only flaw I really saw in the game. And then my question for the both of you, because I do respect both of your opinions, is what are the chances of a sign and trade with Skubal to maybe even a team like Pittsburgh?
Nil.
Pittsburgh?
Absolutely nil.
Why Pittsburgh?
Because he wants to get Paul Scholes.
Oh, I see.
Guess.
All right.
But, no, to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's one of the teams that doesn't spend money at all.
Yeah, they're not going to. If they're not going to spend money on schemes, they're not going to spend money on Skubal. Additionally, the odds of him striking a deal with a team they trade him to are actually pretty good because of this pending work stoppage a year from now, or the collective bargaining agreement. I shouldn't say pending work stoppage. That's probably an overstatement, although it doesn't feel like it with baseball.
I wasn't
because they do not instill confidence that they are going to sort this thing out before disaster scenarios play themselves out. But, he may want his money cannon contract right now, knowing that on the far side of that, there might be some cost certainty that is put in place by the owners that keeps his price tag down in free agency. So there could be a sense of urgency from the Skubal camp to get traded and sign a contract somewhere. And it might be, okay, we know who we can get back from the Mets or the Yankees or the Red Sox or Toronto or whomever. And so it's up to Skubal's camp to then strike the deal with that team, and then a trade can be made. Wouldn't be shocked. Do not see him going to Pittsburgh.
No, not at all.
Champ and Chump votes get him in. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. It always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost can feel absolutely overwhelming. That's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing. It's Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. And right now, Shaner is making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Now, that means that you can get the quality roof that you need today without the stress of that big upfront payment. And here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google star rating earned by thousands of satisfied homeowners who absolutely rave about the professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, aging, or you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait any longer. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
Dan Campbell spent a lot of time downplaying. It felt like he spent a lot of time downplaying the role and whether it was a big deal that he was calling plays. Just wanted to change things up. And there's been massive amount of emphasis that this is not an Anthony Lynn situation in trying to let it be known that John Morton still has value to the offensive game plan. As you heard Dan Campbell say there, Jared Goff wouldn't compare them at all because he was around, obviously, when Anthony Lynn was let go as the play caller, or at least lost the play calling duties and was done at the end of the year. In fact, they've gone so far out of their way, I believe them. I believe that they see value in John Morton as part of this staff. If they didn't, I don't think they'd work this hard in the postgame to separate this and make sure everybody knew this wasn't an Anthony Lynn situation. And you may say, oh, the guy, he's been demoted. It's a demotion. He's lost his job, blah, blah, blah. They see enough in him that they value his contribution that they're going so far as to publicly protect him. So I don't think that's insignificant. But right now, as far as big picture is concerned, the only thing that matters is getting ready for Philly. So whatever John Morton can bring to the table, if he's not going to call plays the rest of the year, then whatever they see enough value in him that they want him to be part of the game plan. And as you heard Dan Campbell say, he's taking suggestions and feedback from guys as long as the game goes on, which is great. I mean, look, Dan Campbell doesn't need any more credit. He's beloved in this town. And he's not asking for more credit. In fact, it almost felt like he was asking for less credit than he deserves. He's my champ of the weekend, though, because that change mattered. And it felt like something was up last Thursday. I completely misinterpreted what it was. But that Thursday press conference last week was so different than everything else. I was like, something's up. I didn't think it was he lost play calling duties.
Well, everybody's on the same page in yesterday's game. Mm-hmm. If there was any issue with Johnny Morton being up and not calling plays, the few shots you saw of him on TV sure didn't look like it. Dan Campbell calling plays on the sideline. He's got his glasses on. They got the Applebee's menu out there, and going for two, and it makes all the sense. I mean, they just did a great job throughout the game. Is it because Dan Campbell was calling plays? I mean, I don't know. I think there's so much prep work that these guys put in that in the end, they're probably all on the same page anyway. The differences are very minimal in how one guy would handle it over another guy, but he takes over and, they have a near flawless performance offensively. It looked great. I hope they continue to play that way. That's a great brand of football when you don't punt. It's a great brand of football when you don't turn the ball over.
Yeah, I mean, the possessions, touchdown,
penalties,
touchdown, field goal, touchdown, field goal, kneel. That's a pretty good day offensively.
Yeah.
Different kind of test Sunday night in Philadelphia. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Back to your open line calls. Brandon is in Shelby Township, and he is next on 97.1. Hello, Brandon.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Great, Brandon.
So my champ and Chump real quick. My champ is Jalen Duren. Not only is he putting up ridiculous numbers, like he's putting up a bunch of points, getting a bunch of rebounds, but when you watch him, it's fun. Like he's doing like alley-oops, he's doing drive-down dunks. Like it pumps you up,
No question. The lob to Jalen Duren is a very effective offensive set.
You just always feel like it's like Dunk City, but
yep.
So my Trump is the Red Wings homestand. We went out west and we did good. I mean, it was 3-2. It's not the best, but then we come home and we lose to the Rangers. Then we lose to the Blackhawks last night. So it's kind of a downer.
Yep.
But to my point, the Lions culture. It's like last week everybody was talking about so and so's down. Oh, we're losing offensive linemen. We're losing starters. But I feel like the culture that Dan Campbell is building, it's like next man up, so no matter who's in there, you feel like they can do the job. Like yesterday, who knows how many of their starting offensive linemen we had, but they did a good job, and Jared Goff looked great.
He really did. I mean, look, the offensive line was so encouraging after the week prior, and it's just weird. Like, how can it be the same group? In fact, how can it come back the next week with a depleted group playing another backup? and look so much better. A lot of it has to do with the opponent, but the truth is they've had 2 games like this year, Green Bay and Minnesota, and they bounce back resoundingly the next week. And look, I give our audience credit. I think it's a smart fan base. I think everybody knows that the base of all of their success, the foundation is that group up front. They ran the ball. They protected the quarterback. No TFLs, no quarterback sacks, no penalties. That was I'm not going to say flawless, but it was close to it offensively. And that offensive line, bottle that and keep doing that.
And if you were a backup offensive lineman in some organization, I don't know, that had bad culture, you would just come in and you would get ran right through. But I feel like our culture is so good right now that you can bring in whoever and they pump you up enough to where you know that, hey, I need to be that man, and you're going to step up.
Yeah, I like how Doug phrased it earlier in his show when he said that it's about the starters work so damn hard at their craft that the backups have to work just as hard, if not harder, just to try to keep up, because you gotta be able to perform when your number is called.
If you see Amon-Ra out there with the jugs machine after every practice, or you see Aiden Hutchinson setting the tone and going hard every rep in practice, which they talk about all the time, if you're taking their most productive, their best players, and they set the tone, how can you be less than them and not do as much or try to do as much work as them? You have to. You have to keep pace. Otherwise, you get left behind. And look, it's a fun team. People around the country like watching our Lions. And the fans. I can't wait to talk to Goff about the fans, because when we've done it before, it's just wild to see taking over an NFL stadium. I saw somebody posted something on social media that it was cheaper to drive to D.C. and buy a ticket than it is to get a ticket to a home game.
I can see that. I think the team without Jaden Daniels, I mean, there had to be tens of thousands of tickets available for the game, right? So your buy-in price might not even be $50 for a decent seat.
Right.
I was reading stuff online, Facebook and stuff, that people were saying that it was actually cheaper to go to the Washington Commanders game, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was true, but
Yep. And I mean, what's the whole bill? The bill is what, gas, hotel? Are you talking about all of that is cheaper?
Well, all that I can't imagine that because staying in D.C. or in
there's
that
no
area
doubt
is
there's
not
going to be
easy.
easier places to get tickets to, but I think they're saying the whole trip. I'm sure you could do it up balling on a budget. You don't have to stay at the Ritz.
No, you might want to stay somewhere better than the Fleabag Inn.
True. Or you drive an hour out of town. Stay somewhere in Maryland.
I mean, that's the thing. You got your car. If you're driving in,
That's
you already
right.
got the car. You don't have to rent it. So.
It was another takeover yesterday. 248-539-9797. Hey, football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better when you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost. You'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started, insured by NCUA. There you go. That's exactly what we were talking about. They value him. So let's see what happens with this offense moving forward. And certainly it's one thing to do it against Washington, and it'll be another if they can have, I don't expect them to put 44 up against the Philadelphia Eagles, but if they look like a competent offense and run the ball and protect the quarterback against Philly on Sunday night, I feel like I should have a shock collar, Kang, that every time I bring up Philly, you just hit the buzzer because I'm ready to turn the page and start previewing that game.
You don't care how they look tonight?
Do I not care how Philly looks tonight?
Yeah,
I care.
Let me ask you this question.
All right.
Game is on the line. Goal line. Eagles need to score. They're lined up for the tush push.
Ugh.
A play you hate and despise.
Here we go.
But we know we need the Packers to lose or want the Packers to lose. What are you rooting for? Are you rooting for the tush push or are you rooting for the Packers to stop it?
What a terrible quandary you've put me in. To answer your question specifically, I'm rooting for the tush push.
There you are.
Wow,
you want to get all up in there.
You flipped quick, man.
Well, I care more about, I think the tush push is doomed. I think the tush push is already doomed. I think this fate has been sealed. I think this is the last season we'll see the tush push. So now, this is different than the Lions use it to win a Super Bowl, or the Lions use it to beat Philly, or the Lions use it. This is, and by the way, the Lions probably would use it against Philly, or try to use it against Philly. It feels like something the Lions might do. But yeah, I guess I have to root for it because I want Philly to win a game. I want Detroit back in first place in the division.
You see what they call it in Buffalo when they run the play?
No.
They call it the snowplow.
Do they?
Yeah. Which sounds better. But they lost badly.
What was it? Did you see? Did anybody happen to see Drake May's attempted quarterback sneak against?
Yes.
That was the worst quarterback sneak attempt.
No, do you understand what happened? Why
No.
they did this? Okay, so we get that. It's towards the end of the game, right?
No, it was towards the end of the half.
Okay, end of the half, right. And there's like 30 seconds left or something like that.
Yeah.
What they wanted to do was Vrabel wanted to drain the clock without losing yardage.
So he did that
They
intentionally?
did it intentionally.
Really?
Yes.
I was at a bar, so I didn't
And then
hear
they
it. There was
scored
no
late.
volume.
Yeah, then they scored a couple plays later to leave no time left on the clock is what they wanted to do. It's such a Belichick thing.
That's interesting.
Mike Vrabel is, I mean, it's the perfect storm to get New England revitalized and being a power again. They've got the right coach. They've got the right quarterback. They're starting to build it together. I think they have a bunch of draft picks now and a bunch of cap space to work with in the future. This is a good football team that's only going to get better, and they're going to be around for a while.
Yeah, he has him well coached. Did you see the breakaway run that Travion Henderson had? And at like the 10-yard line, he looks over to the sideline saying, should I score
Should I
or
score?
not?
Yeah.
Because that team, they listen to their coaching staff, and they're well coached. The culture's changed. You're right. Vrabel's done a tremendous job over there.
Now, he had two breakaway runs. The first one had Holy S Woman. Did everybody see Holy S Woman, who turned to her son after the Travion Henderson first long touchdown run, and you could read her lips clear as day? Holy It was pretty funny. Google search it or punch it in your search bar on Twitter and you'll
Holy
find it.
ass woman?
Yeah, holy ass woman. Let's go to Alec. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Alec?
Hello.
Hey.
Hi. Yeah, we were at the game last night. We're actually driving back now. It was just crazy seeing all the blue there, walking down D.C., and you couldn't walk 30 seconds without hearing "Go Lions."
By all accounts, it looked like it was a huge fan presence. What would you estimate it was at the beginning of the game? What percentage of that stadium was Lions fans?
Well, before the game started, I would say 75% in the stands was blue. Once everybody kind of got in there, I would say 50-50 at least.
Okay, all right. So you're saying
Lions fans showed up
early. Okay, it was more
Yeah,
Lions
like
fans.
we were the first ones in.
And you think it was at kickoff? You think it was 50-50?
Yeah, probably around there. It was our third down was louder than theirs.
That's crazy. I mean, you could hear the "Let's Go Lions" chants. You could hear the Jared Goff chants.
Yeah, and then I got a quick champ and chump for you guys.
Let's hear it.
So I would champ Dan Campbell for taking over the play calling. I think that he seen that there was an issue and he addressed it pretty quickly. Yep. And I'd say the chump would be Deron Payne or Javon Kinlaw for hitting the refs or punching Amon Ra.
Yeah, really odd. And, they've got a number of votes today. We'll talk to Goff about it a little bit because he and Kinlaw, they were face-to-face, and I want to know what was being said. What kind of trash talker do you think Jared is?
I think he's a very smart trash talker, and whatever his retort be short and concise and cut you deep. I think is what kind of trash talker he is. I think there's a sarcasm involved that really is just brilliant. I think he's like Jamie Samuelson with what he would say.
Yeah,
but I also don't think he's going to tell you what he said.
Probably not.
But worth exploring.
We'll
My first thought was,
what
is he saying? I want to know what he was saying to Goff. Forget whatever Goff said in return, if he said anything. But what was Kinlaw doing?
Have I told the story about my cousin Mikey talking trash in a soccer game?
I don't think so.
So he played college soccer in Canada. It's one of my favorite stories. And he was a backup. And they had a big game. I can't remember if it was like the playoffs or something. They had a big game, and the guy in front of Mikey got hurt. And so Mikey had to come on the field, and he had to mark one of the best players on the other team. Mikey walked on the field, and the guy started talking crap to Mikey. And Mikey said to him, "Yeah, you should destroy me. I'm terrible." And the game's going on. And he's like, "Come on, you're better than this. I'm not very good." But eventually Mikey said to him, Are you hurt? Because I'm awful. I don't get on the field. You should have 2-3 goals by now. I mean, just completely reversed it on him. And I'm like, this is just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And that's the kind of thing I wonder if Goff, I mean, I'm sure Goff doesn't say that, but you're right. Goff probably says something really, really smart.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Lions win 44-22. The Pistons, they win late in Philly yesterday. Team very impressive after losing their opener. They've won 8 of 9. They've got the best record in the East. Cade looks like a superstar. His game log the last 5-6 games is ridiculous. Jalen Duren, same thing. He's a problem for other teams. Fourth quarter, Pistons have been great. Quick starts is something we'd like to see more of, but at the end of the day, 8-2, pretty impressive. And we'll see how long this lasts, how long they can keep it up. But right now, best record in the Eastern Conference. Let's get back to your phone calls. Thomas is in Detroit and next on 97.1. Hello, Thomas.
How's it going, guys?
We're great.
I'm going to give my champ and chump. My champ is going to be Dan Campbell's glasses. He looked like my dad at Applebee's reading the menu. And my chump is going to be Deron Payne's right hand. He swung a great right hook, but he also put it right into the side of Amon-Ra's helmet. So I feel like his hand took most of the abuse there.
I always wonder about people throwing punches against players with helmets on. What are we doing? What are we doing? Trying to break our own hand? What are we doing? Makes nice sense.
I didn't understand it.
Sense.
Yeah, body blow maybe?
Yeah, go to the body.
Yep,
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian Branch did it too. So
Yeah, but Branch got his pound of flesh for his.
Yeah. Yep. Thomas, thank you for the phone call. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
I know you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks, they are everywhere. But do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? That's why these trucks are around there. They are belonging to the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. Notice outside there was snow today? Yeah, well, start thinking about how cold it's going to get. Make sure that you're ready to go, but don't just take my word for it. You can check out all the A-plus ratings they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Okay, it's Jared Goff talking about the play caller, Dan Campbell, taking over play calling duties for the second time in this era. The first time was with Anthony Lynn, and eventually Lynn was gone, and Ben Johnson was elevated offensive coordinator, and Dan Campbell called plays in the interim. This time, they're making sure it's clear these are not the same things, but that might be the biggest story that comes out of this game is any issues that the Lions had, and the Lions weren't terrible offensively. They were second, third in the league in points scored, and they had no points from their defense. But they weren't terrible offensively. Something didn't feel right in the Minnesota game, and maybe a couple times in some games leading up to that. But whatever they got back to, and specifically when it came to running the ball and protecting the quarterback, the line play, pretty dramatically improved, and Dan Campbell called plays. It's one of the bigger stories. You know what's funny? Because I think a lot of times in sports, when a team is struggling or a team is excelling, it's usually more than one thing. It's usually a combination of things that leads to that. But a lot of times we'll get calls and say, it's this guy's fault, it's that guy's fault. And I typically will say it's probably more than just one thing. I don't know that it is one thing, but if Dan Campbell calling plays is a solution to make this offense its most potent, that'd be awesome.
Well, I know where it's somebody's fault. Got some breaking news in the NFL.
Do we?
Should come as no shock, no surprise. We mentioned this earlier today. How does Brian Daboll still have a job? He gone. According to Adam Schefter, Brian Daboll is out as Giants head coach.
So yesterday on social media, some account, I don't know what it was, tweet out Brian Daboll's fired. And I'm like, oh. And then I start looking around. I'm like, nobody else has this. So whoever this is, I'm not buying it. But then, looking at the tweet, and I wish I'd paid attention to who it was, the Belichick to the Giants rumors started up quickly.
So Chase Daniel followed this up with a tweet saying, blowing 4 double-digit road leads and not protecting your star rookie quarterback doesn't help. And it says he'll land on his feet somewhere. Yeah, that's it's not surprising at all. But would I be surprised if Bill Belichick left North Carolina to go take over the Giants? I think I might be surprised if the Giants would want to take on Bill Belichick.
Well, he doesn't seem like the same guy. And, you know, as time has gone on, I'm like, all the attention paid to his personal life because he's got a hot girlfriend.
What?
is really,
I
think it's her age is what really surprises people more than what she looks like.
Well, yes, certainly, yeah.
Oh, by the way, 50 years younger or whatever it is, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
haven't they won? Have they won two in a row? Yeah, they won 2 in a row.
Yeah.
They beat Stanford.
Fighting Belichick's, man. They're getting it done now.
Yep.
They're playing a good brand of
So
football.
there you go. His stock is going up. The Giants like what they see. He took care of Syracuse and Stanford. And maybe that's what it is. He beat 2, 3, and 7 college football teams.
Hey, look, you don't just walk into an ACC battle against Stanford and expect to win.
Let's get back to your phone calls. John's in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hi, guys. I'll give my champ and chump, and I got a thing here. Champ is the Lions, and the chump is for the Red Wings losing both games on the biggest weekend they've ever had at LCA.
Yeah, they had the whole Centennial Fan Fest thing, and I was out on Friday night and watching it at a party, and they had the game on, and I saw Sergei Fedorov was being interviewed in between periods. I'm like, damn it. I wanted to see that and be part of that because all the heroes were back for the weekend, and they lay an egg both games.
They laid an egg. And I can see Dan Campbell having somebody get an unsportsmanlike conduct at the end of the first half after the time runs out. So they have to kick the ball off at the 50 and kicking it out of bounds and giving the ball out of 25. That's a loophole they're going to have to change.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they changed that with their kickoff rules because, wait, we can't have something benefit the Lions took advantage of.
They did take advantage of it.
Twice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, have a good day, guys.
We'll see him. I just looked down at Twitch. Will you please ask Goff why he didn't even look at a wide open skip? I think it's something that we need to get to the bottom of.
Yeah, fair enough. Right?
Is Jared Goff ignoring Dan Skipper in routes?
Hello, he's eligible for a reason.
Yes.
And he was wide right on the one.
Dude, we're talking about not taking advantage of all the weapons you have offensively. I will ask him.
I mean, look, it's great that he completed passes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 receivers and threw to 9. Brock Wright did not catch the targeted the throw. But why not have 10?
Mm-hmm.
Why not throw to 10 guys?
Dan Skipper. I'm just putting in my notes
No,
for tomorrow.
please,
Dan Skipper, wide right, runs a crisp route. Crisp. It was a crisp. Runs a crisp route, and you ignore him, Jared. You ignore him. What gives?
Was he the secondary receiver?
Yes. You also got to follow up with what's his route tree look like?
Right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. What else is
Did you read
available?
it correctly?
Was it an option route for the read route for the receiver there?
I love when they zeroed in on him and showed the replay, and Skip was running downfield. You know, they complete. I think he completed a pass to J-Mo.
Yeah,
Skip's
it was
way
completed to
off.
somebody, yeah.
Skip's like, can I get down there and hit somebody? He's running down there.
I know you guys hate this, but yesterday's game, the way Dan Campbell called it, was like if I was playing Madden. I would just spread the ball around, running up the score. Everyone's getting to eat today. J-Mo, Gibbs, Monty, St. Brown. You know, like at the end, all you're trying to do is get everyone a score, and that's how it looked.
You're right. I do hate it, but I think with him, it probably happened organically.
Yes, of course
I
it
don't think
did.
he went into it saying that. I'm a big proponent of just calling whatever plays wins you the game, not calling a plays to prove a point or to get somebody the football.
But don't you think he proved a point to get J-Mo the ball in space?
Yeah. That's one of the questions I hope that we get answered tomorrow is, was this a point of emphasis or was it just what the defense gave them? Is it just what the defense gave them?
I don't know. Yeah,
Because they could have got the ball to Skipper in space. We know that.
Tried to get Tesla involved through a pass to him. I don't know how many snaps Tesla actually got. He definitely got more than the previous game, but
Did you guys see the video going around online before J-Mo caught his touchdown pass, how Dan Campbell called it and how he kind of fist bumped like he knew this was going to work?
No.
Oh, yeah, look it up. It's pretty tremendous. He calls the play, of course. He gives this little point like this is going to work. Next play, throw to J-Mo, goes across the middle, gets into the end zone, and they all celebrated like, thank you, great call.
Is that what that was? Because I remember at some point, I think it was the same thing. I'm watching the game on TV, and I thought to myself, Campbell's pissed about somebody not blocking or missing an assignment on the previous play. That's what I thought. I didn't think he was doing a pre-play celebration.
It looked like it to me, at least.
I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'm excited about this. Backstory of stuff like that.
Yeah, something that maybe you're going to ask Jared tomorrow, too, is like, do you know when a play is going to work? You know, like, hey, this is
okay.
We're about to score.
Yeah, just get a sense. Sometimes you just get a sense that things are on both ways, right? And even like defensively. Was it the first drive of the game where Hutchinson sniffed out the play? It was going to be a screen pass to the tight end. So he takes a step back and knocks the ball away and was pissed because he thought he should have picked it off. But it's like that play lets you know this team's ready to go. They are absolutely prepared to take on this Washington team.
All right, I just found it. He does call the play. He does pump the fist, and then they throw to J-Mo on the crossing route. Did they call the same play back-to-back there? That was the one where he hit J-Mo over the middle on a crossing route and came back and hit J-Mo over the middle on a crossing route? It was the first drive of the second half, which, by the way, was a work of art. Jared Goff passed short middle to Jameson Williams for 14 to Washington 14 for 11 yards. Next play, Jared Goff, short right to Jameson Williams for 14 yards, touchdown.
Yeah, they had him for three plays in that one. 22 to J-Mo, I think 12 to J-Mo, and then the 14-yard touchdown pass.
Joe on a cell, you're next. What's up, Joe?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
On this fine day in November.
Yes.
So, Champ and Chump, I'm taking off Bluetooth.
Good.
Champ and Chump, there is no other choice but one for today, being since today is the 10th of November. On 10 November 1775 in Tongue Tavern, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, my Marine Corps was created. Today we celebrate our 250th anniversary.
Happy birthday, Marine Corps.
Yep, valid.
Yes, and my chump is that D lineman who decided he was going to get all big and tough after that offsides call and got in Goff's face.
at Javon Kinlaw. That was just strange.
That was just stupid.
Very,
stupid.
very
And I like the fact they ran him over on the next play.
That they did.
Joe, thank you for the phone call. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The highlight circulating from last night's 111-108 win over the Sixers was a Piston of the present dunking on a Piston of the past. Here's how it sounded from Mark Champion and Rick Mahorn. Cade Cunningham dunked on Andre Drummond, of all people, in what was another big night for the Pistons guard. And now Cunningham and the rest of the Pistons take on the Wizards at home tonight. With an 8-2 record atop the Eastern Conference, the Pistons can make it 7 straight wins with a victory. They're currently favored by 12 points per FanDuel Sportsbook. Pre-game coverage right here on the ticket starts at 6:35, tip-off at 7 o'clock. And just moments ago out of the NFL, the New York Giants are reported to have fired head coach Brian Daboll. The Giants are 2-8 right now and have blown 4 double-digit leads in 4 road losses this season. Daboll finished with a 20-40-1 record in 3 seasons in New York. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
I don't want you to feel squeezed ever when it comes to information that you have to provide to the people. Now, Two Cuts, you told us right before you went in, you had to make a little cut.
Yeah, we had to make an adjustment,
an edit.
So what happens with breaking news? You know, it's a totem pole.
Well, you were getting ready to do an update, and Brian Daboll gets fired. So you had to dump a story. What was the story you had to dump?
So the story that I had to dump is that Tatsuya Imai out of the Nippon Professional Baseball League is going to be posted today. He is a right-handed starting pitcher at, get this, 5'11", I think, 5'10", 150 pounds, but a 1.97 ERA last year, 10 strikeouts per 9 innings. Pretty good guy. He's expected to get like a $200 million contract.
Got a fastball
and this,
between 94
this
and 99.
after Munetaka Murakami was posted last week.
Okay. So what's the new guy's name?
Tatsuya Imai.
Okay. Gotcha.
Imai.
Yep. That's
Imai.
what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
It's not Drew.
Bye. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
It's not Jackson, am I? Or Aiden?
No. Braden.
It's not Power.
Hunter.
No.
No.
All right. Thanks, Two Cuts.
Appreciate it. Just a reminder tomorrow's big day here on 97.1. Dan Campbell. I'm sure they'll have plenty of questions about him calling plays on the morning show. He'll join him at 8 o'clock. Jared Goff joins us at 10:30 here on 97.1. Hey, we got Champ and Chump every Monday, 248-539-9797. Aubrey in Farmington Hills, you're on 97.1. Hello, Aubrey.
Hey, guys, as always, you do a great job. I'll echo the previous caller on the Chump, the young man from the Commanders and running his giblets for no good reason, just to get trucked on the next play. Shame on him. The reason I called, though, is about Dan Campbell. You know, he's kind of set himself up for a bit of a conundrum, but the fact that he had the leadership skills, if you will, to make a courageous call to say, I'm going to call the plays. I mean, a lot of coaches would have, kind of kicked that ball down the path, if you will, and said, we'll ride it out with John Morton, and, we'll get this thing turned around. But Campbell said, hey, at the end of the day, I'm the one that's responsible. I'm the one that has his job on the line if we don't get this done. And for him to have that courage, I think, is really good. Now, frankly, I felt a little bad for John Morton because now you start to think about what is the path back for him to be able to call plays, and is that path there?
For the Lions? It might not be.
For the Lions.
Yeah, it might not be. And look,
that's tough.
I think their behavior after the game speaks volumes about the fact that they found a use for John Morton and that he is still bringing a skill set that they are using to help them win games. Because between Jared Goff and Dan Campbell, they went out of their way to make sure that they were talking about the difference between this and between when they did it with Anthony Lynn. So I don't think it's lip service. They don't have anything to gain by protecting him if he wasn't helping them. So it's a tough needle to thread. I think probably it means that the John Morton has to swallow some pride and just say, look, I'm going to do this job and we're going to finish out this season and worry about that. But it's on to Philly, right? I mean, they don't have time to worry about what's next in the big picture. It's on to Philly.
It's all in front of us, big things ahead, and look, Dan can't afford to make the mistake, and you've already alluded to it. He won't to go back to John Morton and trust him to make play calls. There's no upside to that.
It seems very unlikely at this point that would go down. I'll never say never. He did mention after the game yesterday, and Aubrey, we appreciate the phone call. He did mention that it changes the dynamic on the sideline when you're the head coach and you're not calling plays. You kind of have a pulse on everything that's going on. When you're calling plays, he said at one point the defense is on the field. He's just getting ready for his next offensive series. He's looking at his play sheet and figuring out what he wants to do. And so it's a different deal. And, the small example you could see, a small tangible example you could see is when Khalif Raymond caught that pass over the middle and they ruled it incomplete. And they showed Dan Campbell on the sideline making the next play call. And there was a young assistant coach next to him who suddenly took his headset off and said something to Campbell, and Campbell immediately threw the red flag. It was like, all right, all the challenges, you guys handle that. Just tell me if I'm throwing the flag or not. That's an example. He wasn't involved. It didn't look like he was involved in those discussions. It looked like there was a coach specifically there with him, like a game management guy.
Yeah.
And probably other people taking over those responsibilities, where there probably are people that those are their responsibilities, but they talk directly to Campbell.
So they said they talked to somebody else and say, no, Khalif Raymond caught that ball. Let's challenge it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you have to shift around some of the duties, but hey, man, whatever it did worked. I think it's highly unlikely that John Morton returns to call plays for the Lions this year. But there's a reason. I don't think they defend him as adamantly as they did after the game if he wasn't still bringing something to this equation.
I think they made it painfully clear that he's not off the team and he's not being fired at all. They really like John Morton. It's going to be a changing role.
Yeah. Yep. A big sequence. Coaches talk about the middle 8. When you get the football to start the second half, you get the luxury of trying to manipulate the clock at the end of the first half to have back-to-back possessions.
Double dip.
And win the middle 8. And the Lions, 2 of their more impressive drives, one didn't even result in a touchdown. But the first one, they took over at their own 33. They had some big conversions. They had the 4th and 1, and that game was still in doubt. Like it was 22-10.
Yep.
And the Lions had the ball late in the first half near midfield, and they had a 4th and 1. If they don't convert there, Washington's got the football with good field position down 22-10, and the game could take a totally different turn. But it was a 3rd and 3. They handed it off to Montgomery. He got 2 yards. Now it's 4th and 1. And, of course, the Lions are going to go for it regardless. I mean, we just know. It's weird how it isn't even a discussion anymore. Like, you just instinctively know the Lions. There's no hesitation. The announcers don't even talk about it. Oh, it's 4th and 1.
It's the same with every team because Dan Campbell was the trailblazer with this.
Yeah, but
now everybody does it, but there's no question with the Lions.
The Lions, the data was that the Lions had gone for it, and this was at some point last year. They'd gone for it like twice as much as the next closest team, and their conversion rate was better than anybody. And Dan Campbell's brought that to the table. It's so much of their DNA. We don't even think about it when he's going for it on 4th down, but they completed the pass. Goff completed that quick hitter to Laporta. Was it Laporta or was it Brock Wright? It was Laporta. It was Laporta.
Yeah.
Sorry. And then shortly thereafter, they've got another 4th and 1. And they line up. They got 3 receivers to the left. And it's 4th and 1, and nobody covers Khalif Raymond. His route was, you just go about 4 steps, stop and turn around. And he was wide open. It wasn't any kind of complicated route.
No, it was great. And I think that was the play where when Goff, right before they approached the line of scrimmage, he turns around and says something to Montgomery. Mm-hmm. And when he did that, I thought in my mind, the first thing I thought was, they're not running it. He's telling him something about protection. There's no way that he's talking to him about, make sure you.
Interesting. That was your conclusion. I didn't notice that.
And then they went ahead and threw it for the first down. But it's kind of an eventful series there as I look back at my notes. First part I wrote was, can they get the first part of the double dip? And the second thing was they challenged the play.
Yep.
that they got overturned, and it was for the Khalif Raymond catch. Glasgow got hurt on that drive. Tristan Colon went in. And it was also at some point in my notes here, I said, is Dan Campbell calling plays? Because I think that's the first time in a game where they made a mention of it, and they showed him on the sideline with the menu. So I'm guessing he was calling plays the whole game. But we didn't know until that drive, really, when they mentioned it on TV.
They hadn't said anything about it, but there were plenty of shots with him, and I'm like, early in that game where I'm like, is he calling plays there? But the announcers eventually caught up. Some of the beat reporters were tweeting about it too, and pointing out that he'd been holding a menu all year long, and it's not just this is not unique that he's holding the menu, but
now the menu is going up.
Yeah, but he had the menu and he had glasses.
And the glasses.
And the glasses on. Yeah, you go with the glasses, it changes everything, right?
Yeah, and then to complete your thought in the second half, to get the second part of the double dip, I mean, right away, the 22-yard pass to J-Mo, the 10 to Tesla, 15-yard run for Gibbs, another 12-yard pass to J-Mo, and then you finish up with a 14-yard touchdown pass to J-Mo. And that knocked that lead up to 32-10. From 22-10 to 32-10 in a matter of minutes. And
the middle
it was
eight.
Done.
Dominate the middle 8.
That they did.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Champ and Chump, last hour to get your votes in. I tell you what, this Piston team making a run for Champ of the Weekend. People love what they're seeing. They're getting some love today here on 97.1. Plus, Lions with a big win, 44-22. Huge Monday night game. Philly and Green Bay coming up tonight. Michigan and Michigan State getting ready to hit back on the practice field after having a weekend off. We'll talk a little bit about the Wolverines and Spartans coming up today at 1:20. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Twin Peaks fans want to double down today and talk to you about the best happy hour in the state. That's right. When I hear these specials, they remind me of my college days when the deals would always get you hooked up on a budget. With dining experiences really taking a turn for the worse in terms of service and the cost of eating out going through the roof, they've doubled down on happy hour that just makes sense for everyone. They call it the $5 you call it and the $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. If you're a Tito's drinker, $5. Jack, Crown, Bacardi, $5. Or take it a step higher and order up Grey Goose, Patron, or Maker's Mark for $7. There are many options for you to choose from at those prices too. And what makes it even better, the food deals. You can really do a shot, a 22-ounce frozen draft poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, and the in-house smoked chicken quesadilla, all for under $20. Then there's the best part. It's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Happy hour runs from 3 to 6 and 10 to close, Monday through Thursday. You can definitely take advantage of those Monday and Thursday football games with the late night happy hour. Come see how a sports bar should really feel. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
As Jared Goff talking about the difference in a game yesterday, Dan Campbell calling plays and how that worked out. Obviously, it worked out very well. Lions had 546 yards in offense. They ran 68 plays. That to me is insane. 68 plays. Goff had 320 passing yards to go with 3 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs had 172 yards in total offense, along with 3 touchdowns. The Lions ran for 226 yards, just under 7 yards per carry. There were no punts for the Lions, no turnovers for the Lions. They didn't give up any sacks. This was the perfect way to respond to a week of practice, Doug, where it seemed like the coach had put everybody out there on blast and said, we all got to be better. Coaches have got to be better. Players have got to be better. The effort against Minnesota was one that they want to throw in the rearview mirror as quickly as they can, and they did with the next opportunity. It's exactly what happened. We said this was a respond game, a get-right game, and they got right, and they responded.
Last Wednesday, we ran a Twitter poll. The Detroit Lions still win the Super Bowl. The Detroit Lions' Super Bowl chances have taken a huge hit. The Detroit Lions are done. No Super Bowl this year. The Detroit Lions' Super Bowl chances taken a huge hit, 44.2%. The Detroit Lions are done. No Super Bowl this year, 39.3%. The Detroit Lions still win the Super Bowl, 16.4%. It's amazing. A week later, they go beat a Washington team that they should beat, okay? Washington is banged up. They're not very good. And, you know, that was what we hoped happened last year in the divisional round game when they played Washington. Was Detroit just takes them behind a woodshed from beginning to end, and it didn't. They lost that game. But they win this game, and it hasn't really moved the needle too much with me where I'm like chesty about their chances. That'll change if they beat Philadelphia. Every team in this league, I shouldn't say every, most teams in this league have enough talent to win just about any game that they're going to play. If you are the best version of yourself, if your offensive play caller and your defensive coordinator have great game plans, if your players are playing at their highest level, anybody in the NFL, most everybody in the NFL can be tough to beat. What makes you a true Super Bowl contender is when you're that best version of yourself way more often than not. I think we've seen 2 bad versions of the Lions this year, Minnesota and Green Bay. The Green Bay game didn't look like it was ever winnable. The Minnesota game, they weren't very good. They shot themselves in the foot. They made catastrophic mistakes, and they damn well still could have won the dang game. They could have won that game. Losing on the road at Kansas City, there's no shame in that. But, Scott, they are set up to still make a run because more often than not, they are a really good version of what they can be. And it's consistency from the quarterback position. It's consistency from the weapons that they have. The playmakers they have are legit. And those playmakers extend from J-Mo and Gibbs to Brian Branch on defense and Jack Campbell and Aiden Hutchinson. Those guys are pretty consistent. The one variable that needs to show up every week is the offensive line, and it showed up in a big way, even with guys falling like flies. And here we are a week later, and look, the 39.3% that said they're done, no Super Bowl. I doubt a win over Washington moves the needle for them, but you got to feel better about them than you did a week ago.
Well, yeah, and I think you mentioned the 2 games that it did not go well for them, and then there are 2 games where it went exceptionally well for them. The Washington game that we just finished up and the Bears game, the second game of the season. Both of those were the games immediately after the bad games we saw them play. So if you look at the curve, you throw out the good, the great, and you throw out the awful, what is the middle? Well, the middle is a 38-point performance against Baltimore on the road where you won the game. Handling Cleveland, no problem, 34-10 at home. Winning at Cincinnati, throwing up 37 on the Bengals. A game against Kansas City, which we really haven't talked too much about this year, other than that week. That was a game that was a little disturbing offensively. Maybe that fits in along because it's also the loss, but they just offensively they only scored 17 points in that game, and they didn't look very competitive there. But the game against Tampa Bay, that was a defensive game that just totally suffocated the Tampa Bay offense. The games that were not the great games offensively are still really good. So there's reason to like this offense, which we had going into the season. What we didn't know is, would it look different with a different coordinator? Well, now it looks like the head coach is going to call plays, which if we said all along, it is Dan Campbell's offense. So now he's taking ownership of it again. And what we didn't know was, how is the offensive line going to look? It's a work in progress, and it continues to be because they have to shuffle along with guys that are hurt. But the effort they gave last night was so good. Awasika and Cologne in particular, after Glasgow went out. Glasgow was doing just fine and then gets hurt. And here comes Tristan Cologne, plays almost a half of football, and he looked just fine. Didn't look out of place at all. They had to put the Rodan Skipper in there for a little bit. Penei Sewell left the game for a little bit. Fortunately, came back. The offensive line did the job. They didn't give up any sacks. They had over 200 yards rushing. It was a hell of a performance from the offensive line. Nice job by Hank Fraley getting the guys ready to go. And even more importantly, kudos to the players that actually played in the game, because they're the ones that have to execute.
Maybe because it's so obvious we barely said this guy's name. I'm going to say this guy's name. Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs was so good yesterday.
He needed a get-right game.
And they kept feeding him the football, and he kept going for 7, 8, 9 yards a clip. And the 43-yard touchdown run was a thing of beauty. Tim Twentyman tweeted out today, according to NFL research, Jahmyr Gibbs became just the 5th player in NFL history to score more than 40 touchdowns before turning 24.
Yeah.
This club includes Barry Sanders, Randy Moss, Emmitt Smith, and Jim Brown.
Those guys good?
Sanders, Moss, Emmitt, Jim Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs. There's your 40 touchdown scores before the age of 24.
Yeah, and Barry Sanders was number 1 on the list with 47. Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't turn 24 until March 20th.
Yep.
He's got the rest of the season to move up that list and perhaps come close to Barry or pass Barry, which would be unbelievable. But those names on that list, those are legendary.
When you decide to do something very different, like hand the play calling duties, Dan Campbell took the play calling duties and took them over, and the difference from one week to the next look that stark, it's certainly something to be curious about whether or not Campbell really has a pulse on what to do with these guys. I mean, he said afterwards, I know what it's supposed to look like. I know, what we're trying to get done. In speaking to why it was successful. And I feel like if they go to Philly and win and look good offensively, the chestiness will be out of control in Detroit. Feedback coming in. My son went to the game yesterday and paid $180 times 2 for a flight and $72 times 2 for decent seats. Similar seats at Ford Field were $750 each. He flew in and out, so no hotel. It was much cheaper. So $360 in flights and $144 in tickets. So $604 for 2 to fly down and back and go to the game instead of $750. Yep, cheaper. Drive yourself, gas both ways, Verbo one night, food and drink is in Washington. I can see it. Okay, I don't know what is a wash. Oh, is a wash. Sorry, is a wash. So I can see it. Stayed in the Red Roof Inn in Oxon Hill, Maryland. Guys, I was at the game in D.C. yesterday and currently sitting on a plane full of Lions fans. 40% sounded low to me from what I saw. It was overwhelmingly a pro-Lions crowd throughout, loud chanting all game long, #takeover. That's from Bill and Warren.
I mean, it was audible to start the game to hear the Let's Go Lions chant, and then later on you heard the Jared Goff chants. That's amazing.
Yep.
This fan base really supports this team, and they traveled to see them play. I also think that because they've turned things around as a culture and as a franchise, and they're fun to watch, they're just picking up random fans along the way, too, like people that love football. They're like, oh, I like this team.
Yeah.
I'll go support this team.
From Scott, what I loved about the 4th downs on the last drive of the first half, they had 2 4th and 1s. They got them both. Then they end up with a 4th and 4, and Dan Campbell kicked. I thought he played it right. It's like when you hit 4 times, you get to 17 and then stand. It's a good job not pushing it.
Yeah, made the right decision. Just get 3.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door making some strange noises, or maybe you just need a new garage door altogether? If you need a new garage door, I got the place to call. Precision Garage Door Service. I needed new garage doors that I put in my house a few years ago. I called them up, and they were amazing to work with. John and Jeff and the team, they came out. They measured everything up. They walked me through the entire process. We went through all the options. There's a ton of options for garage doors. And in the end, I couldn't have been happier with the result. These guys were fantastic. And in some cases, you might be able to get a new garage door installed in as little as 24 hours because they've got a warehouse that is full of garage doors just waiting to be installed. This is a local company proudly serving Southeast Michigan since 2001. They offer same-day services, emergency repairs are available, and the weekends are available at no extra charge, and they offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. Give Precision Garage Door Service a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at a time that's going to work for you at precisiondoormi.com.
It could be a really big deal. It could be. It might not be. I mean, it feels like you hear that. Doesn't it sound like he's trying to downplay the impact of him calling plays? Well, hey, man, it's all collaborative. Just trying to change things up a little bit.
What I think he's trying to do is make sure that people aren't reading in too much like, oh, John Morton's on his way out.
Yeah.
He doesn't want this to be anything that looks like it's a possible rift in the clubhouse, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I think that's all it is. I don't know if I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's always been Dan Campbell's offense.
I think it could be a big deal.
In what regard?
Well, I think it could be that they're going to be a really good offensive team the rest of the way, and that they were before, but I think really hit on all cylinders better than they were. Because even though numbers wise, we talked about it, they were second, third in the NFL, whatever it was, in points per game. It did feel like in recent weeks they hadn't run the ball as well, and it's a matter of them. Were they maximizing what they had offensively? And there have been a few weeks where they hadn't felt like they were doing that, and so I'm curious to see if they go out and they really look effective against Philadelphia Sunday night. And so I do think it could be a big deal, but it doing what they did against Washington doesn't confirm anything. It's a nice start, but
well, let's do it again because they did the exact same thing against Chicago in the second week of the season.
Yep.
So, and they responded the few weeks after that where they were scoring over 30 points. And then things got a little stale. The game against Kansas City, no good. And then the win over Tampa, but offensively, if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't all that great offensively against them. And then you had the loss against the Vikings. And all right, let's get back to focus on what we're doing right and what we need to do. And Dan says it's just a thing about rhythm, getting a different rhythm in play. Whatever, it worked. The problems with the Lions offense had been they weren't getting yards on first and second down. That was the problem, that they had too many stupid penalties to shoot themselves in the foot. When you have the pre-snap penalties, false starts, or if you have a holding penalty, it's going to send you back 10 yards. Holding is so punitive in the NFL that, you're going to be having a harder time moving the ball downfield. This game was a clean game from the offense. So I think that might be the biggest revelation of all, is that they just were able to stay out of their own way.
Yeah, but was it clean because of the plays that were being called? Because Dan Campbell said himself, he knows his players, he knows what he wants. I think to answer your question, Doug, I think it is a big deal that Dan Campbell is trying to make not a big deal.
Yep.
And I think the real question is moving forward, what's going to happen? So we'll get those answers when those guys talk this week. Are you going to continue calling plays? I know it's a collaborative effort, everyone's involved, but in the end, who's going to be calling plays on game day? And I think it's going to be Dan Campbell because he didn't like the way things were going. He's nipping this thing in the bud right now because they have Super Bowl aspirations and they don't want things to get out of hand.
No, and I mean, it was a really, really good offensive game. So you heard him talk about it. Whether he was downplaying it or not, whatever, I think there's a good chance that we'll see him back in that role against Philly, and everybody's got to shift around their duties now offensively because, when the head coach is busy with the play calling and the play sheet, there are other things to pay attention to as far as the head coach is concerned. Meantime, they weren't the only team that had a good weekend. How about the Detroit Pistons? And how about Cade Cunningham of late? His point totals since the Orlando game, 30, 21, 33, 31, 34, 26. His fourth quarters have been dominant. His assist totals since the Orlando game, 10, 18, 8, 10, 10, 11. He has been exceptionally good. You know who else has been exceptionally good? Jalen Duren. The way Cade fills up two categories, same thing for Duren. Duren's points per game since the Orlando game, 21, 33, 14, 22, 30, 21. His rebounds, 13, 10, 9, 22, 11, 16. These are monster numbers being put up. And Jalen Duren, in fact, yesterday scored more points in the fourth quarter than Cade Cunningham. This 1-2 punch of blossoming young players. We talked about how the East might be wide open because of the catastrophic injuries in Boston and Indiana. I'll take best record in the East after 10 games.
Yeah.
I'll take that. There's a long way to go. But there's a very promising start.
It is. And, you mentioned, so I'll give the averages for those games you're talking about. In the last 5, Duran's averaging 24 and 14, and he's shooting 84% from the free throw line. So
that's not a small deal.
No, you want to hack the guy, go ahead, put him on the free throw line. We'll take 84%. Cade Cunningham's averaging 29 points and over 11 assists while giving up just 3 turnovers a game during that stretch. That's great. Injury on the injury front, we know that it's going to be a while for Jaden Ivey, but I think maybe another couple weeks for them to reevaluate where he's at. But Marcus Sasser remains out. He's going to be reevaluated in 4 weeks. But it sounds like they could add some really nice pieces to the backcourt by January. They're doing this. They did this last night without Beef Stew. He was out with a rolled ankle, and Tobias Harris was out. So they're not even. They don't have anywhere near the full complement of players, and they're just getting it done. So they got a game tonight. Washington's in town, and not a good team. 1-9 on the season. Can't look past them. Just take care of it. Just take care of it.
Well, and he's making highlight level play. Cade's making highlight level plays. You talked about the dunk he had on Drummond, and he had the blocked dunk attempt a couple weeks ago. Can't remember. Somebody was moving it. Somebody had like a breakaway, and he went up and rejected a dunk attempt. Like, there's a lot that this guy is doing. And, I didn't watch SportsCenter today. I'm kind of disappointed because we were talking about how it doesn't matter what they win. They're not leading SportsCenter. It's always going to be like the Lakers. It's going to be.
Particularly on a Monday.
Yeah. Not on a Monday. But and I don't really care. It doesn't change who they are. I just wonder when are they going to start? And we know how programming is done. It's done to ratings. When is Cade's performance and Duran's performance going to lead to ratings? And they get a marquee spot on SportsCenter highlights.
As soon as they cut Magic Johnson in on the earlier in the show.
It's a power move, some would say.
Yeah. Anyway, it's been awfully, awfully encouraging to watch.
No, it's been a very gratifying start. Yep. Very. And they're fun to watch. It's, Jalen Duran plays above the rim so often that that's fun. Mm-hmm. And, watching the game last night, it got other players involved too. Other players want to lob it to Duran. It's not just Cade Cunningham that gets to do that. But defense shows up when they need to, and they got on a stretch last night when they were down, almost down by 10 points maybe. Actually, it was 10 points, double digits, and came right back. This is what this team is capable of, and it doesn't all have to be done with a 3-point shot. They just methodically take you apart.
It was Jalen Suggs. It was in that Orlando game. It was Jalen Suggs whose shot he blocked, and love it. Love the way his team's playing. Can't say enough about JB Bickerstaff, the job he's doing with this team. I remember we took panicked calls after the opener, and they did not look good in the opener. It felt like
no team in Detroit does.
What we do, I guess. Looked terrible in the opener. Tigers got swept in L.A. to start the season, had a really good season. Red Wings got beat resoundingly by Montreal. The Lions got pounded at Green Bay, and the Pistons, opener against the Bulls, was ugly.
Yeah, I'm going to need the Red Wings to get back to playing hockey again. Losing 3 in a row, 4 of the last 5 doesn't make me feel good. They're my chumps of the weekend.
They're making a run at it.
Yeah, and to know that they kind of spoiled the weekend with all the dignitaries that were in town for it, and kind of takes away some of the good feelings you had with that. But I'm encouraged. Nate Danielson's up with the team. Hopefully he sticks around.
Yeah.
Because that's a guy they thought had a real strong chance of making the team out of training camp, but had the injury, but I think had 5 points in 4 games at Grand Rapids that gets the call up, and skated 16 minutes last night, got 4 shots off. So we'll see how he transitions into the NHL now.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. There is a reason many lawyers in Michigan refer auto accident cases to Michigan Auto Law rather than use any other law firm, including their own. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. There you go. That's his discussion with John Morton, what it was like. Hey, we were going to get some college football stuff, and we got sidetracked. Gator, Michigan State, news today out of Jonathan Smith. Anything stand out?
It just sounds like they might get some players back this week. Maybe they get Mekhi Frazier back. They might get one of the receivers back and a defensive tackle back, which will help out for sure. And also that not non-committal about the quarterback. Is it possible we could see both quarterbacks play on Saturday? It's possible. Mm-hmm. Though I have a hard time believing that Alessio does not get the start on Saturday.
Yeah.
But both, he mentioned that both quarterbacks have different skill sets that could play well at different times. So take advantage of it when you can. We'll see what they line up with, but it's an opportunity for Michigan State to finish the season strong. It'd be a big win if they get a win over Penn State, even though Penn State is not good record-wise this year. Seeing what Penn State did in the first half against Ohio State and what they did throughout the game against Indiana, those are two undefeated teams they were hanging with. It's not a terrible football team. It's a team that was dealt a terrible blow with the quarterback getting hurt for the rest of the year, but prior to that, they had lost a couple games anyway. But nonetheless, it's senior day at Spartan Stadium on that day. Let's hope they can get off on the right foot there.
So I'm transitioning to Michigan Northwestern. I'm going to start by talking about Northwestern, but also related to Michigan State. Northwestern's head coach is David Braun. David Braun has a background as a defensive coordinator at North Dakota State. That's where he made his name. He got hired at Northwestern to be the defensive coordinator there. Then Pat Fitzgerald got let go, and he became the head coach. Gator, you've talked a little bit about maybe looking for that FCS guy, and if Michigan State does decide to make a change, that maybe they go that route. There might be somebody at the FCS level. Are you still thinking about that or no?
I mean, I'm thinking about everything, but I'm also not pushing Jonathan Smith out the door just yet.
No.
I think there's reasons to be a little more patient here and see what plays out. But I think you have to look, and if you know already what's going to happen with a coach and you know that you're going to move on from him, then yeah, you have to unturn every stone and find those guys. Because the top coaches, there are too many better jobs out there than Michigan State. And those top coaches are going to go to those schools, and they're going to find the best situation for them. But there are some wild cards in the mix. Like Pat Fitzgerald is just a wild card right now. Hasn't coached in a couple of years. We know what his situation was at Northwestern. Your hands are tied behind your back a little bit when you were recruiting and coaching there because of different standards. NIL world is totally different. And what would Pat Fitzgerald look like when he's untethered?
So you're talking about Pat Fitzgerald at Michigan State.
Is that possible?
So
yeah.
did you hear his interview he did with the College Game Day podcast on ESPN? His wording is, I've basically spent the last couple of years getting my PhD in how college football works right now. And he really wants to, say that he has paid close attention and talked to a bunch of people about the NIL and transfer portal world. So
yeah, but that the name that I brought up privately with you, the guy I was intrigued by, is the North Dakota State coach, Tim Polasek.
Yep.
He's got some Midwest roots, but he's just a guy's offensive line coach, offensive coordinator, and now head coach in North Dakota State, and he's 14-2 in his, actually more than that now. He was 14-2 last season.
Well, Braun at Northwestern has a defensive background. The points per game that they have allowed, 19.1 points per game, which is pretty good. Top 6 in the Big Ten. Do you know who's on their defensive staff? Harlan Barnett. Coaches the safeties there at Northwestern.
I love Harlan.
They have one of the worst turnover margins in the NCAA. But I will say this. They had a dogfight going on Friday night against USC, and the play turned on the one game when Najee Story, the defensive lineman from Northwestern, picked off that screen pass in a 14-14 game, about 2 minutes to go first half. And the big fella's rumbling, bumbling, stumbling to the 10, to the 5, dives for the end zone, and he gets hit by Jaden Maeva. And that football comes out and rolls out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. So USC, trying to put together the 2-minute drive at the end of the first half, throws a pick, but immediately gets the ball back on the 20 and took 3 plays to go the length of the field to score a touchdown. So instead of it being first and goal from like the one for Northwestern in the last couple of minutes, it was and chance to take the lead. USC went up and completely changed that game. They also did something pretty shady. They
cheated.
The punt thing, well, they put on, I guess the rules call for you to give the other team a roster with the numbers, and their backup quarterback had number 80 on, which was the same number as their starting punter. And they put him out on the field, and he threw a pass.
They put him on the field to punt, and there was a fake punt.
And with the backup quarterback wearing the same number as the punter.
To the point where Jason Benetti, who was broadcasting the game, where he was fooled. And then he felt awful because his former broadcast partner, is it Brock Heward? His former broadcast partner, that's his son. I think son or nephew. Sam Heward is the guy who ended up throwing the football. And they were talking about what a great throw this guy. Look at the the form that he's showing here. And yeah, he's a quarterback. And I don't like it. I think to me it seems like you cheated. You changed the number, I think, like last week. And you had this in mind all along that you were going to do this at some point. I don't like that. You don't need to do that if you're USC. Come on. You're better than that. That's just low. I didn't like it at all. And I thought the Big Ten came out and made a statement saying, yeah, that's not something that they would condone.
Yeah, they don't want to see that anymore. But Northwestern has a good running back in Caden Komolafe, who was their third stringer, and they had a 3-time captain running back ahead of him, and a kid got hurt, and Komolafe's gone in, and he's gone over 100 yards each of the last 2 games, averaging 7 yards a carry. They have a problem with turnovers, okay? And so Michigan is one of the best turnover margin teams in the country against one of the worst turnover margin teams in the country, and one of the worst teams on third down defense in the country in Northwestern. But they can run the football, and they're not a bad outfit. You better show up and play. And with Michigan, their efforts the last 2 games after Washington, offensively, there have been struggles specifically in the pass game. They've been able to run the ball, but they haven't been able to pass it. So let's see if they can get that going this week.
One thing I forgot to mention about Polasek, the head coach at North Dakota State, who I like.
Yeah.
I mentioned he was 14-2 last year.
Yeah.
Add 10-0 this year, so he's 24-2.
Yeah. Well.
Won a national championship last year and has a chance to.
So this is your own creation. There hasn't been anybody else.
Nothing.
No, this is just you.
Just me.
Jonathan Smith's still the coach, right?
Yeah. For now.
Yeah. I'm just making sure.
Yeah. Look, I said I'm not pushing him out the door, but if I have to do some digging and looking, I'm just trying to present something.
Yeah. Well, I like it. My champ is Amari Cooper, Indiana. What an amazing catch, especially with the game situation. My chump is Brian Daboll. The Giants blew a 10-point lead, and Daboll will probably be the next coach let go. That's from Jeremy and Ipsy, who sent this over before he was let go. My champ is Gibbs and St. Brown. My chump is the Red Wings for lacking any effort. That's from Ben on a Cell. My champ is Dan Campbell, taking charge like a great head coach should and straighten out all the questions we had after last week. My chump is Payne and Kinlaw from the Commanders for their BS. From John and Dearborn. Champ, the Lions for yesterday's game. Chump, Mother Nature for bringing us February and early November. That's from J. Rad and Sterling Heights.
Oh, get over it.
I mean, we kind of knew the bill was due. You had an extended summer.
Have we not lived here?
I'm just saying, we had summer all the way up through October, guys. You're going to pay for this.
It'll be like 60 next week, or who knows. It'll happen and it'll get back. It's November in Michigan.
I've been trying to figure out. I think I may have a champ and chump who's the same person. Have you guys ever had that?
Yes. Yep. Who you got?
Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
May have been the most clever thing, but why did you pick a game against Northwestern to pull off this con of having the punter and the backup quarterback with the same number?
I don't like it.
Don't they got Oregon coming up, right?
Right. Like, you didn't need to do this, but I'm like, that would be brilliant to do because they kind of put it in the program like, no, we didn't hide it. It was there.
It was in the program. It said number 80, the Heward kid, the backup quarterback. Like, Big Ten's going to do something, it sounds like.
They did. They already said you can't have same number for same position. So the second he lined up as punter. Now, what if he went under quarterback and then just ran? You know how sometimes the quarterback does the pooch punt?
Yeah. I think the antenna would have been up if he lined up as a quarterback. Like they wouldn't have Yeah, because that's what didn't help. But the antenna was not up when they saw number 80 back there. What do you
They've
guys
done
got?
some things with numbers at USC. So this is the first time they've
cheated. No, it's not the first time they've cheated. They've cheated forever. We know this.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
It was a game yesterday. It was pretty good.
Yep.
Dan Campbell with the glasses taking over, and it's can you go back to Morton calling the plays, or his dad saying, you know what, I got the wheel. Get in the back seat.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Big play. Let's see what happens next. What's going on? Oh, boy.
That was funny, man. That
Honestly,
was real life. It was
an awful game. That might have been the highlight of just seeing how uncomfortable Kenny Albert was.
It was. No,
indeed.
I like when Vilma went in to give him the hug. He's like, it's the brother hug. Yes. I'm very popular.
Brian Daboll, he's dead. All right, very exciting day.
I was a tight end.
Okay. So, get it out of your system, and then we'll try to embark.
Because all I could hear was Kenny Cott. I'm just like,
well, hang on. Let's slow down before you start saying things like that.
Well, your imitation is phenomenal.
Right.
A lot of touchdowns.
It's the same person.
Right.
Your backup's good. Your starter's better. It's Kenny. That was a gift.
I like Detroit. That's a good time. Yeah.
Blue collar. All right, now.
Okay. We're done.
We're good. No, we're good.
You know what?
No, because I need time to integrate.
Congratulations to you.
Oh,
you got your wish.
I know.
Right before the show. So you know what?
I sound like Kenny.
We
Brian Daboll's fired?
Stop that.
We're going to talk Lions. We're going to talk a lot of Lions. Maybe the most Lions talk ever.
It is.
I just want to congratulate you, Mike. You got your wish.
All right. The road to being a part of this league begins now. So I guess the afternoon show weren't just mean jerks. Why are they complaining about the offense? Oh, okay. Because your head coach basically quiet fired John Morton. Weird. Dan Campbell got the Mr. Belding glasses and the play sheet and took over play calling Michael Corleone style.
Mm-hmm. They put on the sexy specs.
The John Morton thing was a thing. And Campbell is doing the right thing by downplaying it. I don't think Dan Campbell wants to embarrass the man further.
No.
But don't get up there and be like, no, it's just I want to try something different.
No, yeah, especially Goff after the end of the game, and they're talking to him. He's like, yeah, coach was calling, basically to paraphrase, coach was calling some plays out there, and coach was like, yeah, we all know what happened. He's out there with the Applebee's menu, and he's got the glasses on. Like, he's calling the game. Like,
he quiet fired the OC in week 10.
And it wasn't like, okay, for the first series, I'm going to call these scripted plays. Nope. Entire game. That's it. I got this. I don't know what he was listening to. Maybe, I don't know. But
what do you mean?
Morton. It was funny because he's like, I'm going to run this play. Well, actually, coach, it wasn't a question, because if you could do it right, you would be doing this right now. So I was just running it past you. We're going to run these plays.
I think a lot of this is Dan Campbell is one of the handful of coaches that has both the command of the locker room and an understanding of his players. I don't think a lot of guys in this league have either. Mm-hmm. Some have one. Few have both. I feel good about it, not because it was whiz bang pow. You were playing a bottom 3 defense yesterday who openly quit on the field.
Oh, no. They just didn't openly quit, Mike. They had a flight to catch. They had to go somewhere.
I think Deron Payne didn't want to go to Spain. So he goes, how can I get suspended? I'm going to cold cock Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Are they going to Spain?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Because I was like, what are you doing?
Chaos.
That now makes sense, because why would you punch a man in the helmet? That's always the dumbest thing for a football player to do. And he literally is like, hey, Amon-Ra, I owe you an apology, but take this karate chop. Ha! And it's like, did you just punch a guy? Yeah. And then they're arguing, and they quit. They didn't. I mean, and then you're watching J-Mo later, and it's like guys didn't want to tackle. Like, the plays that J-Mo were catching the ball. Look, J-Mo's a fast guy, but
give me a break.
Are we not even going to cover him?
Look, you got to be good to make a bad team look bad, and the Lions are good, and they played well. But any long-term stuff, see you in Philly. What I want to talk about is the fact that John Morton kind of got quiet fired. And I think it validates everything we've been talking about, the third down efficiencies, what's wrong with the running game, the J-Mo thing. Maybe it all started when the OC apologized to a player publicly. That's probably not a good look. But I'm absolutely comfortable with this because here's the thing, and this is, I know here in Detroit, we all know this. Dan Campbell's a really smart guy. Dan Campbell is not what he purports to be.
He comes across as the meathead, but he's not.
He's analytical, and he's thoughtful, and he's intelligent. And look, yesterday, weird, more than 2 receivers on the field. Oh, my God, are they an empty set? Is that motion? Are we running 800 crossing routes because the opponents are idiots and don't adjust? He just kept it very simple.
Is that Khalif Raymond just wide open because somebody forgot to guard him?
Rico, everybody was wide open.
No, he literally said, just take 2 steps, turn around. I'll throw you the ball.
Medea goes to church could have caught 80 yards yesterday, okay? But no, I'd like to know where the people are because, no, it does make me feel better because the only thing worse is when a coach screws up is when they don't admit it. I think it was pretty clear that there was something going on with this John Morton thing, so let's fix it. And now, that was the warm-up game. That's your appetizer. Your entree is next Sunday night. That's a showdown. If you want to get back into the 1 seed mix, if you truly want to get into this divisional mix, that's a game you got to go win. So let's see Dan Campbell in Philly calling plays. But am I comfortable with it? Absolutely. Does he have the cachet to pull this move? Yeah. Absolutely. And here's the interesting part. If people are going to call up and go, look, I don't want the coach calling plays, you're now in the minority in the NFL. 18 coaches call the offensive plays. All the best coaches of the best offenses. Sans, Buffalo. The coach calls plays. Mm-hmm. So this is the evolve or die moment, and I'm comfortable with Dan Campbell calling the plays. I am. I think it was a necessary move. I like it. And you know what? They know they're in a Super Bowl window. There has to be urgency. I like it.
No, I like it too. Here's the thing, because Dan Campbell took all your existing plays, all your existing personnel and said, we're just not using everything the right way. Watch this. How about we do this? We run this. We put this person here. We line this up. Put this person in motion. And boom. The next thing you know, 546 yards of offense. Some 200 yards on the ground, 300 yards in the air. Like, everybody ate yesterday. And we talk about it like, you got too many mouths to feed. Everybody was full. Everybody got whatever they wanted. Heck, even Tesla got out on the field and got a catch.
Congrats.
Just saying. Like,
I know.
The fact that he did take this over, it was stagnant. It wasn't moving. And to me, the league had kind of caught up. It's like, okay. Now, once again, the Commanders didn't want to be there.
Rico, we've seen the movie before. They did this to the Bengals. They did it to the Bears. He did it to the Commanders. Yeah. All right. Look at what the offense has been against good teams. Show or go. This is a necessary step. I can't change the players. What can I change? How the plays are sequenced, formations. Good. I think Dan Campbell's totally qualified to do it. I'm good with it.
And I think, and I was telling Cookies in the pregame, you got to get back to your identity of running the ball because people were like, we need to throw the ball deep to J-Mo. We need to do this, and we need to run these trick plays. I'm like, the trick plays don't work unless you can run the ball. The deep passes to J-Mo doesn't work unless you can run the ball. And yesterday, early in the game, they established a run, which meant the second half got to be happy action fun time. That's where you got to run all the stuff. That's where J-Mo all of a sudden is catching pass after pass, and he gets his 100 yards. He gets his touchdown. Why? Because you were able to go back to just running the ball, which was something that I thought was missing with this team.
Yeah, it also kind of, again, you were never going to nail both coordinator hires. Wasn't going to happen. And it hasn't happened. You essentially fired the OC in week 10. They can say whatever they want.
They said it's not an Anthony Lynn type of situation.
Yeah, sure it isn't. And it's we just wanted to try something different. Right, said the guy who cut his right arm off because he was in the mood. Wait, what? No, like that's you just wanted to change. Great. You've relegated him to the kids' table. Mm-hmm. Here's your Capri Sun and your PBJ.
Kids bop on the headset?
Pretty much. And you can be collaborative, but the bottom line is Daddy's calling the plays. And that is a pretty damning move. But I think Campbell understands fully what's up. And look, Lion fans don't want to hear it. The NFC got tougher. And whether it's Tampa, whether it's Seattle, whether it's the Rams, whether it's the Eagles, whether it's whatever the Packers are, whether it's you.
Chicago?
No, absolutely not. No, it's just I think he understands they have a dress rehearsal now of 6-7 weeks to be primed to go and chase a Super Bowl. And I don't think you could keep waiting. Now, I had said, hey, give me 2 weeks. Let me see the Commander game and the Eagle game. And if it doesn't look right, then I'll say fire John Morton. They clearly were feeling it behind the scenes. You wonder if players had a big say in it. And Goff was so effusive in his praise, it just felt, it just felt like, yeah, this had to happen. And he's absolutely the type of coach who can get away with it and do it. And okay, am I wrong? Even though it was the Commanders, my confidence level in this team has gone up because Dan Campbell's going to call the plays. That's how little faith I had in John Morton.
No, I can see that. I'm not mad at it. I need to see a little bit more.
No doubt.
I'm not mad at you for saying that because, yeah, he had a command of this. It's the same players. Nothing changed except for the guy calling the plays, and they just went back to who they were. And I joked, once again, yesterday with Cookies, I'm like, it's almost like the 80s montage movie where all of a sudden they're going to be running on the beach with Apollo Creed trying to figure out who they really are.
Rocky IV workout montage?
Yes.
Outstanding.
And they figured it out. And there it was. They were running up a mountain.
You had John Morton with the KGB sedan.
Right.
Following him in the snow.
Right. Dan climbs up to the top of the thing. Morton!
I'm good with it. But again, this was the perfect time. This was a Rico free square. Yeah. You're going to play a dog bleep team. Well, what better time to take over than now? It sure beats doing it week 1, and it's Philly. Mm-hmm. You get the ramp up. Now you do the Philly install. What do you guys have to say about it? Anybody out there? What do you want to talk about? Sprinkles?
Yeah. My thing is this. I don't think you can go backwards.
No, you can't go back to Morton.
You can't hand him and say, okay, that's how it's done. Here you go. I just taught you how to fish. Now go out there and catch some fish.
That's never happening.
Right. I just said
impossible. It's impossible. Well, in the history of sports, when a coach has taken over play calling, how many times has a guy gotten his play calling duty?
Well, they made it sound like it's not going to be like an Anthony Lynn situation.
Why? Because John Morton's still here? Because he's Milton from Office Space? No one's told him he's fired? Where's my streamlined stapler? Like, come on. He got his play calling stripped. They took his pants on national TV.
I understand. I just said you can't go backwards. That's it.
Not an Anthony Lynn situation. Okay, fine. You didn't kill him. Cool.
He's just in the garage, chained up.
248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls, ticket text. Can we say that Monday starts at 4 o'clock? Rico, tell them all about it.
All right, Mike. Planet Fitness, it offers high-value memberships, and it supports any fitness journey. So, look, it's starting to get cold outside. Head over to Planet Fitness and get your workout on so that when the sun comes back out in the spring, you'll have that springtime, summertime body all set. It's very simple. Right now, a classic membership at Planet Fitness is just $1 down, $15 a month, now until November 13th. It's the home of the judgment-free zone, so you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. Brand new equipment in many of the different places, convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. They even got free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you in over 50 locations throughout the Metro Detroit area. So very simple. Go find a Planet Fitness to join up, or you can join up online or use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Oh, hi there. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices, and you can count on Northville. So stop on in, take home some samples. Go to northvillelumber.com anytime. Buy it where the pros do. Go to northvillelumber.com. No, you don't need to say it, Dan.
Hey.
You demoted him at a minimum and quiet fired him at a maximum. You're the captain now.
And I thought David Shaw was the passing game coordinator.
Okay. Look, I don't really care what it. Look, I'm not mad at Dan Campbell in the least. For the decision. It just validates what we were talking about while Lion fan hyenas were, oh my God, afternoons are so negative. No, we're not. We're accurate. Second of all, it's simple. What Dan Campbell does and doesn't say publicly means nothing. The actions speak louder. You had on the sexy specs and the play sheet. You called the plays. End. That's either a firing or a depantsing. Either way, John Morton don't call the plays no more. So your best shot was to make a move. And Dan Campbell, this is what I respect. He's putting his ass in the jackpot. He's doing what the GMs in this town won't do. Because if this goes sideways, it's his ass. But I look, self-assured, confident, conviction, and I think he's absolutely qualified because anyone who doesn't think that Dan Campbell is insanely intelligent, insanely analytical, and has a really good offensive mind, having played one of the toughest positions on the field to play, which is tight end, understanding your blocking assignments and your route tree. Look, man, Dan Campbell is qualified to do it, so do it because John Morton was a road to nowhere.
Well, yeah, and you do wonder how much of the last couple of weeks added to this, where it was the, hey, I'm apologizing to J-Mo, you didn't need to, and even last week where it kind of sounded like he got into it with his old lineman where he came out and said, well, we need better protection. They're like, hey, wait, protection? How about the schemes? And it was like, yeah, you guys, once again, we should know the family business. This is something that should have been said behind closed doors.
So that's why I'm not concerned that Dan Campbell didn't put him on a fishing boat like Fredo.
And then
he didn't have to. He just sent him upstairs.
And I think Campbell was like, yeah, I'm not going to let this thing get away from us right here, right now. Perfect game. This is the get right game. We should be able to beat the Commanders. I'm going to show you guys what we're looking for the rest of the season. This is going to be Lions football.
This was your non-conference game. He welcomed Western Michigan to the practice facility.
Yeah, I like that.
Next week's your game against Notre Dame.
Right.
But that's where, again, we're going to be. Look, they have 3 showcase games. Every game matters, but they got 3 biggies. You got the Rams, you got the Eagles, and you got the Pack on Thanksgiving. Take 2 of 3, you're right on track to being who we thought you could be. Lose 2 of 3, you're probably a step down. If they lose all 3, it's a different conversation. But it begins now. And I think Campbell knew time was not on their side. So what are the early returns on Ticket Text, David, before we get to the callers?
Says, I don't understand why you hire him in the first place. Dude didn't have a great resume, but yet we thought he would be a good fit here. Maybe I'm being too mean. That is Justin in Austin.
No, I want all the people to tell me they weren't going to miss Ben Johnson and John Morton was here for 10 minutes and 22 and it would all work out. Where are those people today? Can I have that energy, please? All some are getting slandered. Okay. Guy was fired before Thanksgiving.
He wasn't fired.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Job well done, not by Morton. That is Scott in Carlton.
That's really good.
The proof is in the pudding. If it works next week, then I'll agree Campbell should continue calling plays.
He's calling plays regardless.
I think so. Yeah.
Now, hold on real quick. I don't think it's going to be as easy because I think the Eagles' interior, is a lot better than what the Commanders' interior.
No
offense
way.
is.
So? Wow.
No. I'm saying so.
In other news, David's black and Kenny's white. Any other big takes?
No, I'm saying the 500. Like, for everybody thinking like we're just going to get 550 yards of offense. No, probably not going to be that way. So just kind of pump the brakes. It's going to be an entirely different team. Go ahead, David.
From Tyler, he says, what enabled Campbell to take over the offense is the emergence of Shepard. He can just focus on one side of the ball now as the head coach.
No, I don't think that has any impact. It's not like he was, look, outside of the defensive coordinator is going to run the game that Campbell wants him to run. The idea of, look, we want to be primarily a man team. We want to be aggressive. It's why I've hired you. Dan Campbell's an offensive coach. He's not going to go over to the defensive meeting and rip up the skin. You pick a side. He's an offensive coach. I don't think that has anything to do with it, frankly. He saw that this offense was effed up. He looked a little deeper than some of you box score boners. No. But points, bro. Right. What did you do against the good teams? No points.
But I think what this ticket texter is saying, I know my defense is good. So Shep, handle that.
He's confident in the coordinator there.
I got to go fix this offense. So I'm not going to be in the room with your meetings. Whatever you say is great with me. Text me if anybody gives you any lip, and I'll deal with it. Other than that,
what is he, a school principal? Text me if anyone gives you any lip. Let's go to the people. Mark's in Rochester. He bats leadoff today. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Hey, I love the Milton analogy. It's perfect. I just imagine him like talking to himself in the booth. Just, they said I could have my stapler back if I moved my desk again. They moved me 4 times already, and I was over by the window. I could see the squirrels, and they were married. And if I move my desk, I'm going to set the building on fire.
That's
it's
right.
just perfect.
It's an Office Space thing. You either love the movie or you don't. Carry on.
No, I got 2 things for you. One, I'm going to do a look ahead at the Eagles. And I got a golf stat for you. I think you'll dig.
Sure.
I can't take away anything from yesterday. We beat up kids in wheelchairs. But with the Eagles game, I think it's a barometer for the Lions' Super Bowl window because of the defensive line. If you really look at it, we haven't played a good offensive line so far, except for the Packers game. We all know how that went. And if I have to hear another host on your station say, well, we're top 5 in sacks, it's coming from blitzing linebackers.
I know. Like
That's
yesterday,
incredible.
Brian Branch. I must have missed where he played D-line.
Yeah, no, it's infuriating. And, I keep hearing people put Hutch in that elite tier of pass rushers when he just truly hasn't produced elite production. Let me hearken back to the 49ers championship game. He didn't have a single stat in that game, not a tackle, not a sack. So, he's a great player, but let's see you line up against Lane Johnson. Let's see Al Quadin line up against Mailata. And if that production's there, then cool.
Let me be fair. I want to be fair about this. Look, Hutch is generating pressures. And that's important. I just want to see him get home more and do it against people that are not backups in the Canadian Football League. But is he playing good football overall? Yes. Would I like more? Of course. Every week I watch Myles Garrett. It's not about pressures. He's getting home.
No, I completely agree with you. I think we're on the same page. Let me tell you this golf stat. So this comes from the PMRI, the Parlay Mark Research Institute. I went back over the past 3 years, and I watched the end of every single game, and I came up with a stat called CDO. We're not talking collateralized debt. I call this clutch drive opportunity. These are opportunities where Goff gets the ball trailing with 5 minutes left or less, and he has to either march down the field to set up a field goal opportunity or he gets the needed touchdown.
Okay.
In those situations, over the last 3 years, Goff has had 16 CDO clutch drive opportunities. How many times, Mike, do you think he's gotten the job done?
And this is down, fourth quarter. How many minutes left?
5 minutes or less left.
To win a game.
16 opportunities. To win the game.
5?
Or set up a field goal.
How about
He's
5?
He's got it done 12 times.
Wow. That's incredible.
He's hoping that at a 75% rate. So, I've called you before. I'm not a golf guy. I don't like him. And I struggle with that stat because I don't want to back up. I want to back up my opinions with facts. And so, I think me and a lot of Lions fans, I don't care that he's not mobile. That's not my issue. I struggle that when you put the pressure on, is he going to perform? But then you look at that number, and, he really has done a nice job. I'm never going to be able to get that Washington playoff game out of my head. I'm never truly going to feel comfortable, but I thought that number was interesting. I want to share with you.
Mark,
you guys do a great job, and I'll catch you later.
Thanks,
Have a good
brother.
one.
Good stuff. And again, here's the deal. Just tell yourself the next time you doubt the guy. It may not be pretty. It may not be perfect. It may not be as flashy as you want. We can absolutely win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. Okay? You can. You can't with Sam Darnold.
But he's not mobile.
I'll say it again to you. It may not be sexy. It may not be the way you want. It just, he's good enough to win a Super Bowl. It's going to have to be a certain
Because
way.
he's not a redhead.
It goes, it's way more than that. I can't live in a world where Sam Darnold wins a Super Bowl. Just can't do it.
I kind of want to see it happen.
Well, it just means.
I just want to see you that Monday.
Oh, God.
All right, the world came to an end, and I'm quitting.
Yeah, all right, and Meteor 2026. All right, listen, Hungry Howie's Pizza right now. Get set up. Next Sunday night's going to be a real bonanza. Lions, Eagles. Hungry Howie's has got you covered 51% off any large, round, original, or thin crust with any of your favorite toppings. So again, if you're a traditionalist, that's fine. If you want to load up every topping on the menu, that's fine too. It's 51% off. All you need to do, go to hungryhowies.com, carry out order, and you get the 51% off. That's the deal. No copious legal copy. It's simple. It's hungryhowies.com. Straight to the people. Dan Campbell took over play calling. Looked great. It was fun yesterday. But just caution, as enjoyable as it is, and as happy as I am that he did it, because I don't think John Morton was a road to anywhere, it was a bottom 3 defense in the league. And a team that, on top of being bad, quit openly. Deron Payne just said, I don't want to get on the plane to Spain. I'm going to punch someone. So look, show me in Philly. But for a week, I love the decision, and I want to know if it increases your belief in this team. That, look, we don't have all the answers, and we sure as hell don't have Ben Johnson. But I'm more confident Dan Campbell has the pulse of the people. And Dan Campbell understands his players, understands what needs to be done. Yeah, I feel better about it.
See, I think Dan Campbell has the pulse of the team, and knowing that I don't like the course that we're on, let me correct this now before it gets too late, before we hit those 3 critical games where we have the Eagles, we got and 2 or 3 weeks, Eagles and Packers. 1 on the road, 1 here for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, who's in between? Another free square. Giant paint can of whipped cream known as my team.
No, that's going to be the bounce back game. New
Right.
coach bounce. Interim coach bounce.
Yeah, okay.
There you go. Jackson Dart, mobile QB. Lions have problems with mobile QBs.
If Jackson Dart runs against the Lions, Brian Branch is going to put him in a hospital. This is not the team to do that to. Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see Purdy run against this team. Wheelchair. Okay.
He did.
To the people, I'm ignoring that. That was 3 years ago. Let's go to Cliff, 97.1. Cliff, how are you?
Good. What's happening, guys?
What's up, Clifford?
If you guys remember, I talked to you last week, and I said, fire Morton now. He's an incompetent. You guys talked about, well, it's the offensive line. Yeah. No, it's not the offensive. May not be the offensive line. If the defense knows what you're going to do next, you could have a Hall of Fame line and not be successful.
Cliff, I said I wanted to wait 2 weeks. I mean, listen, if you want to call up and shake your ass, go ahead. You were right. I don't know what to tell you. I wanted to wait 2 weeks before we launched them out of a cannon. I'm fine that they did.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. And I'm happy that it happened. We're on our way back. I didn't like him in preseason. I hated the offensive scheme too impressive. Well, maybe he's just being coy. He doesn't reveal what he's really going to do. No, he was who he said he was, and it was awful. So I'm so happy if that's the case. I'm sure he'll be on the train at the end of the season. I'm just saying, hey, I love it.
Okay, yeah, I feel better about what they've done as well. I think this gives them the best chance possible because I have a belief in Dan Campbell. I do. And I think him controlling the offense, here's my one fear. When he's calling the plays, it's one less person he's got to talk to go for it on 4th down. I like a lot of them. There's always a space of these 4th down calls where I go, oh, no.
No. Well, you can't have the Dallas meltdown on 4th down. So that's where the 2-point conversion.
Yeah.
You cannot do that meltdown. Like at some point, you know what? We're going to kick this extra point. We're going to take that 1 point, and we're going to live for another day.
Yes.
Right. That was somebody needs to have an intervention with it. Dan, let it go. Okay.
We'll deal with it when the time comes. But I do worry when he's got the sexy specs and that play sheet. Like, just hold on a minute.
Maybe he should do like draft day and put a note in his pocket. 4th and 4
at all costs.
Don't go for it.
Gary, 97.1. What's up, Gary?
Happy Monday, boys.
Yes, sir.
Currently calling you from 65 in sunny Colorado, so I figured Michigan has similar weather today, right?
Oh, yeah, just about half of that, yeah.
But it's sunny.
Whenever I listen to you guys on Odyssey Rewind, I do always feel bad about your weather because it's usually beautiful.
We've had an incredible fall. Yeah. All right, we're due for some cold. It's fine.
That's good. Well, anyways, so I was watching the game yesterday, and heaven forbid I put it on mute because if we get Kenny Albert and Jonathan Vilma one more time, I'm going to end.
How bad of a broadcast crew is that? Seriously.
I
God.
hate them with a passion. Give me Tom Brady any day.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
It does. Well, anyway, so I had it on mute, and I wasn't overly, I focus on the plays. I don't focus on the sidelines. I saw a guy with glasses and a hat on the sideline with a play calling sheet, and I'm like, oh, cool. Jonathan Morton's down on the sideline today. Like, good for him. And then it wasn't until I turned on I turned on the audio that I was like, oh, that's Dan Campbell. Oops. So my question for you guys anyway, do players play better when their coach is calling plays on the field? I feel like it's just more motivational and they get more fired up for a game when their coach is like right there on the sidelines with them. What do you guys think?
Well, Gary, I think it's more of a connect because the coach is right there rather than up high, because you don't feel like, well, they're not seeing what we're seeing. You're looking at a different perspective. When you're down on the field, yeah, it does seem that way, that players just kind of rally around the coaches that are down there. You could feel the emotion on the field.
All right. And yeah, I kind of figured that. I went to MSU during the glory days. I thought it was kind of cheesy.
Oh, boy.
I thought it was, cheesy when they would get fired up over Narduzzi. But at the same time, it's like, oh, it's cool that they like that.
Well, now it's come full circle. I'd love Jonathan Smith, the coach, from a weather balloon. Preferably the Chinese one that was floating over Alaska, nice and high in the air.
Wait. What if he coached from the Breslin Center?
Well, he'd have to be there to do that.
No, I'm just saying, while the team's playing.
Hey, when's the last time we had a standing football coach who didn't attend a huge non-conference basketball game?
I don't know. That was puzzling. We were all kind of looking around Saturday like, well, Bat's here. Yeah, Bat's here. Didn't see Jonathan Smith. Maybe he was out recruiting.
I don't care. Let's just go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, pal?
I was like kind of sick yesterday watching the game. I don't remember. Did they even show Johnny Moe on the TV at all?
Yes.
In the booth?
Yes, they showed him up in the booth, and he had lots of binders, and he was talking into his little headset.
Maybe
the
most binders ever.
Yes.
So was he like me in math class, where I'm just like pretending to look at my work and like I have no idea what I'm doing?
No.
Like,
how it works, and look, Campbell gave you some of the outlay. Whether you're a play caller or not, you have lines of communication. You're getting relays of personnel groupings. You're having open conversation. Hey, who went to the blue tent? Who's available? Down and distance. All kinds of things. John Morton can still play a role, but the reality is he is no longer the offensive coordinator. Period.
Okay. Well, I just thought it was strange because I was trying to figure it out. They kept saying that it was Dan Campbell calling the plays, and then I'm like on Twitter, and the beat writers were kind of saying that Campbell always has kind of had a say in what the plays are. But I'm like looking at him with the reading glasses on. I'm like, well, that's a dead giveaway.
Right, dead giveaway.
More involved than ever.
No, and Andrew, understand this. Every coach has a say. They're the CEO. That's like saying the guy who runs NVIDIA has a say in how NVIDIA does its business. Of course. But now you take the leap. He's calling the plays. That's not a say. He's the captain of the ship now. He has made the leap. So now your offensive coordinator is Dan Campbell.
So I have two questions then. For one, I mean, if this continues and he's successful, then can we say we shouldn't be worried about the offensive coordinator anymore? And B, I forgot what my second question is, but I think that's more along the lines of
I'll just say yes then. Yeah, because you don't necessarily worry about the offensive coordinator in Kansas City. It's Andy Reid. You don't worry about the offensive coordinator, for instance, like what would you say?
Kyle Shanahan.
Sure, same thing. Sean McVay, same thing. It was Mike
would
McDaniel.
He want to be?
I can't speak
Does
to that.
he want to do this?
Andrew, I think
if this was the issue, then why isn't he always been the play caller? You know what I mean?
Because you had Ben Johnson. And now, in the absence of Ben Johnson, your job as the CEO, you got to fix things. And he knows this was headed to a road to nowhere.
For a few years, that was one less thing on your plate. That was Ben Johnson's responsibility. Yeah, because I believe, you know what, fourth down play or trick play, I'm going to call that play, Ben. But other than that, it's yours. Now it's the other way around.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the ticket text, get more of your phone calls. We got a couple of Can We Say That's to do as well. Remember, if you have a Can We Say That, we'll start that at 4. Attention Metro Detroit, Wayne, Oakland, Macomb County. Changes are coming to the 2026 health insurance market, and they could impact your coverage big time. Why navigate it alone unless you want to get a migraine? Call Mike Pepper, National Benefit Plans. Guy's got 30 years in the game. He will check to see if you qualify for a government subsidy. He shops health insurance carriers that are on and off the marketplace, and he'll show you a variety of options, including the lowest price one guaranteed. Open enrollment for 26 is now. So whether you're getting new coverage or changing your current plan, don't wait. Call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200 or on the web at npphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Let's get to business, David, for the first time today on a Monday. Hit it. Yes.
All right. Let's go college version. Gentlemen, I'll start you off with what I think is a softball, but can we say that Texas Tech will win the Big 12?
I'm good with it. $7 million defensive line. It's a warning shot to everybody. If you think you can get around the inevitable, no. They paid, and they got an NFL D line. They butchered BYU. They don't let you run the football. They will make you one-dimensional. Yeah, they have no excuses. The only hesitation I have is Joey McGuire's career at Tech. They're a different team on the road. They are. Where was their one loss this season? Activate the Valley. it's an issue. I think going into this year 5-15 on the road, but yes, they should win the Big 12.
Yeah, I think after beating BYU, I am now on board. They are going to the playoffs.
BYU looks soaked.
Let's see what you did there. Can we say that the best freshman quarterback in the nation resides in California?
Yes, it's not even close because unlike Bryce, they're not sheltering him. I watched that game against Louisville. That was a road game at a top 20 opponent, and JKS threw it damn near 50 times. Yeah. They went in overtime.
323 yards, 2 touchdowns, and they just went for the touchdown instead of kicking the field goal.
His best receiver's 5'7", the DeJesus kid, I think from UNLV. Look, he's really good. And unfortunately, if he has a brain, he won't be at Cal next year. No. He was originally at Oregon, and he dovetailed out, went to Cal. Now that kid, let me tell you, okay, Bryce is making what, $3 million?
Something like that.
I'll pay $3 million for that next year.
So he's going to follow the Fernando Mendoza?
100%.
Maybe he's at Indiana.
Rico, he could look. They have a quality screen game at Cal, but make no mistake, that kid was making throws. He's very advanced, and to do that on the road, to win in overtime, yeah, he's real, man. He's good.
Yeah, I think he'll be. I don't know if he'll be in the Big Ten or SEC, but he'll be elsewhere next year. He is really good. I'm thinking Big 12, maybe Arizona State.
Imagine if he came to the Big Ten. Think about the 4 quarterbacks we could have here. You could have Sayin, you could have Dante Moore, you could have Bryce Underwood year 2, where I do think Bryce takes a leap, and you would have JKS.
Yeah.
That would be, and then you'd have whatever bum MSU started.
Well, no, but here's the thing. Maybe he does. Maybe he does come to the Big Ten and he follows. Mendoza came from Cal, right?
Yes.
So
I believe, yeah.
Oh, no. He goes to Indiana.
He goes to Indiana.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right. Can we say, and Mike, I got to give you credit for this, Scotty Hazelton is pretty good at defense.
I sent you that picture. I'm glad you got a laugh. Scotty Hazelton was strutting Saturday night in Charlottesville.
Yeah.
Wake's defense is really good. Yes, they hurt the starter in Chandler Morris. Didn't matter. They had 30 yards of offense through a quarter and a half. It begs a question. Can we say the problem wasn't Scotty Hazelton? It was Mel Tucker's demands of Scotty Hazelton.
Maybe.
Because that defense never looked like that defense. Year 2 at Wake, Jake Dickert. By the way, shout out to Spartan fans who want to give Jonathan Smith more time. Jake Dickert doesn't need more time.
Well, Wake is a powerhouse school in tradition and money and stuff.
Right. Tim Duncan and things.
Right.
Well, the only thing I was thinking about with the result of that game was, can you just put a lock on the gate and not allow the ACC in the playoff this year?
Okay.
They are trash.
Can we say that the ACC champion should be seeded 11th? The last of the non-group of 5 teams. That's where the ACC champ should be seeded.
No, you absolutely can. I think that Notre Dame would be ranked higher than them.
100%. Because every at-large from other conferences.
Right, because the way I broke it down, it was 3 Big Ten, 5 SEC, ACC 1, Big 12 1, Notre Dame.
And then the group of 5. Yeah.
So
I'd put ACC 11th.
Okay.
And then that way, what's the harm? They got rid of the auto seeding.
Correct.
Good.
That's what's going to be good about it. Yeah.
I couldn't even imagine them as one of the top 4 seeds. That whoever was in that bracket would be salivating saying yes.
You know who's going to benefit?
Georgia.
Yep. Georgia will be sitting there at 6, and they'll draw this empty husk. It'll be Georgia versus Duke in the first round of the playoff. Hey, Kenny, hand gesture delight.
Can we say that Georgia's a very boring football team to watch?
Yes.
Yes.
We can. Can we say that Fernando Mendoza had his Heisman Trophy moment in Happy Valley?
I guess. But I'll only follow it up with, can we say this is the weakest group of Heisman Trophy contenders in memory? This is awful. I mean, Mendoza was fine. He wasn't great on Saturday. Nice drive. Best catch I've seen in college since Charles Rogers against Notre Dame in 2001. But realistically, Fernando Mendoza, that's your Heisman winner?
Let's say last year's class wasn't that great either.
No, but Travis Hunter at least was this generational two-way athlete who did play 110 snaps a game. Fernando Mendoza? Fine, give him the award. I don't care. Okay. Great. Gino Toretto won a Heisman. That's the equivalent of what we're watching now.
What? Yes, we can say that. Yes.
Okay. I mean, it was a great drive. And can we say that maybe we need to give Gus Johnson a cup of tea or something before he makes these calls?
Or vacation?
Can we say that a network executive needs to sit him down and go, here's the deal, you putz. You're not the storyline. The game is. And you fake. That was such a fake response. He didn't lose his damn voice. He faked it. He's fake. His whole existence is fake. He sits here acting like, oh, U of D. Man, ain't nobody seen you at U of D Jesuit. Shut up, you. Guy's nothing but a charlatan. What a fake-ass call. He ruins everything he touches.
He lost his voice.
No, he didn't. He's a fake.
Well, no, I think he did because every play on that drive was, oh, my God.
Because he's
Gus,
fake.
They aren't all that great of a play.
Right. So now, when the moment is the moment, you've cried wolf so many times, none of us can be bothered. He ruined the moment. He ruins everything. What? Somebody else say something.
There's not much for me to say. You said it all.
I don't dislike him. I hate him. He ruins everything. He has jumped so many sharks that it's SeaWorld. It's ridiculous. He's not even who he is anymore. There was a time he was a rising star, and now he is just he's a buffoon. He is a clown. SeaWorld. What again? Sounded like a cat who got hit by a bus.
Oh, man. Okay.
Jackass. That was such a moment, man. And a real pro. Can you imagine a Brent Musburger or a Keith Jackson or a Brad Nessler? Something. Imagine what that moment could have been. And instead you get that.
Yeah, because I got to think that Indiana will probably use their local guy because he didn't lose his voice. So
because he didn't fake it the whole way.
Right. Can we say that USC may have a problem with the rules and cheating? Don't know if you saw the whole punt situation with the fake punter. They had two guys, the backup quarterback, Sam Ewart, and the punter, Sam Johnson. They changed Ewart's number to 80 so that when he went back to punt, he was never going to punt. He was actually going in there for a trick play.
Did they announce the jersey number?
No.
They put it.
So my dream of MSU putting Kenneth Walker in Brandon Tullis's jersey could have been real?
They changed the program for the week, so it was changed.
Yeah.
But they didn't have to announce it because they did that. The Big Ten then came out and said,
I like that.
You can't, that was a 15-yard penalty because you can't have two players, same position with the same number.
Okay.
So.
All right. They found a loophole.
I thought they wasted that loophole, though. Like, you did it against Northwest. That was clever. But do that in the playoffs.
Wait a minute. Is that Brock Eward's nephew? The kid who was like a 5-star. He bombed out at Washington?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
So
yikes. Yeah. Hey, you want to fall from grace? Check out Malachi Nelson.
I don't think I want to.
Is that
number one quarterback in America? He goes to USC, doesn't win the job. Goes to Boise, doesn't win the job. Goes to UTEP, doesn't win the job. Just quit football. Become a CPA or something. You can't win the UTEP job. Oh, my God.
Can we say North Carolina's going to make a bowl game?
Oh. Can I say I don't care? Like, what bowl are you making? You paid $10 million to make the Mayo Bowl?
Military Bowl or something?
He may turn this thing around.
Because, again, the ACC is dog water. Mm-hmm. Okay, sure. Yeah, you could say that.
It'll be on our TV afternoon week of Christmas. It'll be some random bowl game.
No, trust me. If North Carolina makes it, bowl game's going to be having a fist fight because it's going to be a media circus no matter where he goes. Plain and simple. Can we say Oregon is a fraud?
As it would pertain to winning a national championship, yes. They're still a playoff team, but we've discussed this for a while. Rico, they're putting the same tape out there. And I understand they had some injuries. By the end of that game, Kenny was playing wide receiver. But they're not to the level it's going to take to win a national title. And Dante made that great throw late. But for 60 minutes, it's not good enough. Performance against Wisconsin, not good enough. The Penn State game, now, clearly, not good enough. I'll say fraud for national title, but they're a playoff team. Because the whole sport's a fraud.
Can we say that? College style, 97-1.
Woo!
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Pistons have the second leg of a back-to-back tonight against the Wizards. Tip at 7 right here on the ticket. Their injury report is a laundry list again. Asar Thompson has popped up as questionable with an ankle injury. Karis LeVert also questionable with injury management. Isaiah Stewart remains out with an ankle sprain. The new AP college basketball poll is out. Michigan ranked 6th, up a spot from last week. Michigan State rose 5 spots to 17th. Wolverines coach Dusty May told the media earlier that Yaxel Lendenborg should be close to 100% tomorrow against Wake Forest after dealing with a hand injury in the season opener. The Lions PFF grades are out. No surprise, Jahmyr Gibbs was the top player on offense for Detroit after his 3 touchdowns, where Lopez topped the group defensively, followed by Terrion Arnold. The New York Giants have fired Brian Daboll. Offensive coordinator Mike Kafka has been named interim. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow began his practice clock today in a limited capacity. The Professional Women's Hockey League announced they'll bring their takeover tool back to Little Caesars Arena this season for 2 dates, January 3rd and Saturday, March 28th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we're going to check in on the ticket text momentarily. If you're just joining, great to have you. Lions, perfect. You play a bad team who decides they don't want to play football for money? Cool. You drop a bomb on them. You put up damn near a 50 burger. You put up 550. But it was Dan Campbell calling the plays. Yes, there's a level of vindication, is that like we sit here, and for those of you, not all of you, I think many of you appreciate the fact we don't play pretend, like the third down conversion rate, the running game not looking right, the statistics that backed it up. When you played good teams, you looked overmatched from a schematic standpoint. Guess what? Dan Campbell saw it too. And that's why he turned John Morton into Milton from Office Space. Where's my streamlined stapler? But like, Dan Campbell calling the plays, your confidence level in it, I'm good with it because Dan Campbell's a very smart guy, a very analytical mind, and he's an offensive mind. He has the connection with his players to do it. 18 coaches in football call their offense, and 4 of the top 5 offenses, the coach is the play caller. Mm-hmm. And my opinion is you have an opportunity to make it 5 out of 6, which is Dan Campbell here. But you want to I want to mix this in too, because I like where your head is at, because I think tonight is a huge game, and I think there's only one way to do this.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
For Lions fans out there, you're going to be watching tonight. It's Eagles, who you're playing next week. It's the Packers, who you've already lost to. You're going to be playing them on Thanksgiving. Who are you rooting for? Who do you want to win this game tonight? Eagles or Packers?
You're either rooting for the team who has the 1 seed to get further into the 1 seed, or you're rooting for the team in your division to beat the team that's ahead of you for the 1 seed, but further their lead in the division. Mm-hmm. My answer is so simple. There's only one option. You must root for the Philadelphia Eagles. You have to control what you control, which is your division. If you can get help from the Eagles, that's priority 1. Here's the problem. If the Eagles lost, let's say you wanted to root for the Pack, get the Eagles to lose, now the Eagles are in a bounce-back spot on primetime at home next week. And what Huckleberry's coming to town?
You.
You do not want that. You want the Eagles to be all fat and happy. You do not want them coming off a loss, coming home.
But if the Eagles win, they're helping you out because
that's the key. It helps next week's game, and it helps keep the division within grasp. I can't worry about the 1 seed today. Too many games left. I need to get this Green Bay thing in order, which means lose tonight. Major panic there. Hell, there's some people who think LaFleur should give up play calling. He should become Milton from Office Space. Let the consternation go to Green Bay. Let's get the division in order before we worry about a 1 seed. I think you got to root for Philly tonight.
But if Philly wins, they're that much ahead of you for that 1 seed.
Rico, I'll deal with it later.
Okay.
It's November 10th. Okay. I want this division first.
Gotcha. 248-539-9797, Eagles, Packers, Lions fans. Which one you rooting for tonight?
And what's your confidence level with Dan Campbell taking over play calling? And they can say whatever they want. I'm not mad at Dan Campbell for being like, what do you guys want to ask me? Dan, you're respectful. I think you're trying to show this man grace that you just depantsed. Respect. We all know. Like you're the OC now. You quiet fired John Morton. Mm-hmm. Now he's there to help you.
But you can't go backwards.
No.
And that's just it. So at that point, he's kind of just bringing coffee and donuts.
I think he's a support staffer, and you need those. And John Morton, look, let's be real. John Morton's got to put bread on the table. I don't think he's going to up and quit. It's not like Anthony Lynn, who was a head coach in this league. So, yeah, but it's very simple. Dan Campbell saw the things that we saw, and he wasn't going to wait. And Washington's a bottom 3 defense in the league, statistically, not an opinion. And this was the perfect test balloon. Do it now so we're ready for Philly. I love it. I'm good with it, and I think Dan Campbell's earned the right to make that decision. But I told you from summer, you were never nailing these coordinator hires. You are blessed you got Kelvin Shepard. The John Morton thing, mark it down as a failure. Sorry, OC gets play calling stripped before Thanksgiving. That's a failure. Mm-hmm. David, the ticket text that I have been in a dereliction of duty. I've been buzzing over here at Brian Daboll getting fired. Is there anything better than your coach getting fired?
Yes.
Like, what a feeling.
No, some of the candidates. I'll read those to you later for the potential head
Don't
coach.
take my joy. Can't I just have a day?
Well, I'll give you this one, too. Today must feel like Christmas for Mike. The Niners and Daboll are both dead.
Except one may be coming back.
Seth in Macomb says, I was one who said Morton would run the exact same offense as Ben Johnson, who I thought succeeded because of the playoffs. Boy, was I wrong. Nobody in Detroit wants to see John Morton back.
No.
Good riddance to John Morton. The raw offensive numbers under him were a mirage. Thank you, Dan Campbell. Let's go. Will from Denver. And then to answer your question on what you're doing tonight, someone says priority has to be the division at this point. F them Packers.
That's right.
Then someone says, who cares about the 1 seed? We already tried that piece of pie. Didn't work well. Worry about the division tonight.
Here's where I'm going to stop you with that, okay? It didn't work last year. Doesn't mean it's never going to work. You always want the 1 seed. That's one less game you have to play. That means every game is in Ford Field where you all can sit there and chant Jared Goff. Do not be that obtuse to say you never want the 1 seed again because it didn't work out this time. You're smarter than this.
I'm not sure about that point. 248-539-9797.
What, they're smarter than this?
Yeah, they're not.
You have to want the 1 seed.
Okay. What do you want me to say?
Are you that, not you, but are you that jaded that you lost last year so you never want it again? Man, that's crazy.
They just might not be smart, not jaded. They just might not be smart. Because last week it was the season's over. This week it's they're winning the Super Bowl. They don't know how to act when things happen.
David calls Detroit's idiots.
It's no, David, it's
you're all very
How about
dumb.
we just it's
your backup quarterback's good, your starter's better.
It's just let's call it new money. And you don't know quite how to spend it and how to invest it.
Signed MC Hammer.
So there we go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
Eagles. F the Packers for now and forever. Then someone else says wants the Packers to win, but hopefully they beat the crap out of each other tonight.
Yeah, that's also, but I got a bad feeling Packers going to win this game.
I do too.
I just think they've been told they're piles of garbage all week. And they are at home off that embarrassing loss. Whatever their fastball is, whatever they have, you get it tonight. I got a bad feeling they're going to win.
But will you get it for 4 quarters?
I can't speak to it.
Because this is the most 2.5 quarter team I've ever seen.
Amen.
I mean, seriously.
Dead giveaway. 248-539-9797. We get your phone calls coming up next on a Can We Say That Monday. After a hot summer, you know what's happening right now. Payback, and it's a bitch. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a furnace checkup, make sure it's running properly, and more importantly, safely. Right now, only $79, $30 off that regular price. Call today. The spots fill up quick. And don't forget, Mastercraft. They do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. Do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. You got Dan Campbell taking over the play calling. Great results yesterday, but again, just temper it a little bit. Washington, bottom 3 defense in the league before they played you. They may be worst in the league after. Good warm-up for Philly. We got a showcase game. Pumped up for it. But that's where you earn your credibility. But they needed to make a move. They did. The other one, to Rico's point, you've got a big game to watch tonight, Philly and Green Bay. I think you got to root for Philly. You got to get this division in order and make it so that Thanksgiving game is a winner-take-all. You need the Pack take another loss. Plus, it'll ramp up immense pressure on the Packers. Back-to-back losses, lot of chirping about their play-calling situation as well. Right now, we go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
John, how you doing?
I'm pretty good, Mike. Hey, one of the biggest takeaway for me watching that Commanders game was we need to pay Gibbs. And I don't know if you guys listen to the morning show, but out of all 4 of the 2023 draft, the players taken in the 2023 draft, Gibbs, Laporta, Branch, and Campbell, they want to let Gibbs go. And I just think that's blasphemous. Like Gibbs in the next 5 years will be the best running back in the league. I wouldn't take another running back over him for the next 5 years. He is incredible and so fun to watch, and nobody is at a level that he is, in my opinion.
All right, Rico, your team pays a running back the better part of $20 million a year. You weigh in on it first. I'll wait. What do you say to John?
Well, John, here's the thing. When he gets injured and he goes down, that's all that money you can't use to go and get somebody else. So it's an all-in type of a move. But most teams don't sign their running backs. The running backs make money on their second team because it's a position it's almost built to fail. He can't last this long. Odds are.
I don't know. I'm all in on Gibbs, man. I don't know if anybody's going to be at his level for the next 5 years.
It's hard to, John, as great as he's playing now, when running backs fall off, they fall off quick, fast, and hard, and it's like, wow, whatever happened to, and then name that running back because it just happens that quickly.
Look, John.
I mean, I'd rather take the gamble on him than play the what if game.
All right, so how about this? If paying him means you got to lose Laporta, you good with it?
Oh yeah.
All right, if paying him means you got to lose Campbell, you good with it?
No, if I were to extend either two, it'd be Campbell and Gibbs, and I'd probably let Laporta or Branch walk first.
Yeah, see, I'm a Brian Branch guy, but I understand you want to keep him around. I'm not mad about it. You know my stance on running backs, John. I think you've got him for 5 years plus a 6th with a franchise tag. That's the better part of, say, I don't know, 1,700 touches. I'm going to let somebody else deal with it down the line, but if you want to pay him, John, what am I going to do? Freak out? I can't.
I mean. If you take a look at Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor, even they keep producing later on in their career.
Right. The problem is none of those guys have Super Bowls except Saquon, who already got his money, went to the Eagles, and now Saquon's not that good anymore because they used him up. John,
Derrick Henry is not the same person as he once was.
How about this in the NFC? When Tampa Bay won it in 20, did they have a great running back? Yes or no? No. When the Rams won it, did they have a great running back? Yes or no? No. When the Chiefs have won it, have they had great running backs? Yes or no?
No, Pachinko, 7th round pick.
Okay, so keep going here. Niners have made multiple Super Bowls. You are the outlier in one of them when you had McCaffrey. The other one you didn't. All right, so now we go here. Philly had Saquon. That was a 1-year boutique move. Is Saquon the same player he was last year? Absolutely not.
No.
But if you love Gibbs and you want to pay him, it's your prerogative. But I look around the league, I'd be very careful. I'd rather have the other pieces than him. And I would trust Brad Holmes to find another back to play behind a great O-line. But if you want to pay him, I'm not going to stand in your way. I'm not going to cry bloody murder. I just have a belief structure. You don't pay running backs. I think it's a bad error.
Right, because dude, when they fall off, they're great, and then they're not great anymore. And next thing you know, you got Ezekiel Elliott on your hands.
Yikes, that's terrifying.
I'm just saying, but when he was good, it was like, man, look at Zeke.
You know what's funny with him? His yards per carry went down every year in pro football. Very bizarre stat line when you go look at him. Let's go to Steve, Rochester Hills. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Sorry, I'm at a drive-thru trying to get a coffee.
You're okay. You're okay. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. But, hey, you guys, I agree with you, Mike, 110%. There's just – this week, it's great, but they're playing a really lousy Washington team. You too. And they basically the defense is nothing. This week against Philly, that's where you're going to see a lot, and then you won't see it with New York Giants, and then you'll see it with Green Bay, and it's kind of like they need to have a couple of really good teams in a row to get a good feel for where things are at. Great move, though. Better to play Washington and see and like get your feet wet again.
This was
than it is to go against Philly.
This was your non-conference schedule. It's a perfect week to implement everything you want, get some confidence going. Players look like they had a lot of juice out there, and now, all right, let's go see how much of it's real against Philly.
Now, as the game goes tonight, you know, it's that stupid tie that Green Bay got that always screws things up. But I do want Philly to win. I want Philly to win. I want you win your division. And I agree with you, Rico, man. I get so tired of people like, well, we didn't win it last year. You know something? Then that makes you more superstitious than anything because you played bad. You played against a hot quarterback. Those things happen. Just don't play bad again, regardless of who you play, and be prepared. And they were not prepared. So if it's, you know, but I'll tell you, offensive coordinator, Morton's still the offensive coordinator. He's just not the play caller. And that's okay right now. I just hope that we don't fall into this, that Dan Campbell's the next best thing on the offense because, you know, I don't know if he is or isn't. And we're going to find out real soon. And I hope that he is more than he's not, but we'll see. But, hey, guys, always a pleasure. Hey, I'll be your guys' Huckleberry, all right? Take care.
You got it, Stevie. Thanks, buddy. Nothing better than that late afternoon coffee. It's just such a lovely pick-me-up. David, a few ticket texts. We'll get more of the calls. I also have a disturbing sports item that I need counsel from Rico, Kenny, and David next segment. Just 2 minutes, please. Self-indulgent, all right?
Bill Belichick, your next head coach?
No. David, go ahead.
Am I crazy for thinking, let's start by Morton calling plays on the field with the players and not in his booth up there? Would that fix it? Mo from Dearborn.
No, I'm all set. Thank you. Dan Campbell's your play caller.
Lions have Morton's replacement on staff. Let him leave in the offseason. Promote David Shaw. Kevin from Macomb.
You know, the funny thing is, I keep forgetting that he's actually on the staff, and he's the passing game coordinator, even though they didn't pass the ball at Stanford.
Campbell got the whole team's attention by holding Morton accountable. This gives everyone a kick in the rear and remind them that the standard is the standard.
That's right. And I love the fact that if it doesn't work, Dan Campbell has to answer for it. He's willing to do what many general managers in this town aren't willing to do. Put your ass in the jackpot. Be accountable. Take a swing. And you know what? If it doesn't work, I have no slander towards Dan Campbell. He identified the very things we've been talking about for weeks here. And it's not good enough. And the standard is the standard. And you're going, how can an offense with all these great pieces be outside the top 25 in third down conversion rate? How can an offense with these pieces be trending out of the top 10 and running the football? How can, guess what? He saw it too. And he was not going to stand idle just so he could stay safe. I love that. Like, man, whether they do or don't win a Super Bowl, I love the guy.
No, he saw the problem and he corrected it immediately. No more of this bickering, no more of this apologizing. We're here to win.
I just respect Dan Campbell in a way that I don't 99% of coaches. I think he's honest almost to a fault. You know he cares. You know he's out there and wants it more than fans, which is some of these guys in sports, I swear to God, you look at them on the sideline and it's like, dude, do you care if you're going to have to move your family or not? Jonathan Smith.
Wow.
Excuse me, that slipped out. I apologize. That's a breathing disorder. Sorry.
The flag.
Jonathan Smith. All right.
John
Lock it up. Lock it up.
John in Royal Oak says, Mike and Rico, your take on Gus Johnson made me spit my water out. Cannot stand that dude. Worst announcer in the history of announcing.
Because it's all fake. This is not real. He is nothing more than a dress-up toy for the networks. Like, when are people just going to say, enough? You know what? You're not good. Stop. Enough. Call the game. And if you don't want to do it, fine. Leave. Oh, God. Please make it stop.
I forgot all about that.
Please, God.
Alex in Linden says,
Oh, my God, help me.
Have to want the Eagles to win. Then you are in first place in the North. And if you go to Philly and win next week, then we pass them in the NFC.
Atta baby. Now you're seeing it clearly. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls. And for better or for worse, I'm going to ask these hyenas to talk me off the ledge about something. You know what, Rico? You should probably take this one. How about that? How about me doing you a kindness? Could have made fun of you. Could have really busted your balls there. Personal growth.
You know what, Mike? You could have, but you wouldn't have got invited.
I'm Rico Beard. Look at my basement.
I wouldn't have invited you to my basement, and I don't sound like Gus Johnson. So here's the thing.
The basement.
It's incredible. Oh, my God. Basement. Matrix. Basement. You know what? You get a Matrix basement, you'll be sounding like Gus Johnson too, because you're going to absolutely love it. Why? Build now, pay later. What does that mean? It means that you could have a basement that you're celebrating the holidays in right now. You don't have to wait. And with the build now, pay later plan with Matrix Basement, 24 months, absolutely zero interest, zero payments. What are you waiting for? You've heard me talk about mine. I absolutely love it. Go to matrixbasements.com, get that free consultation. They'll come up with a plan for you. They'll meet with you. And then the next thing you know, you're going to be sitting in your brand new basement, man cave, or you could add a new bedroom, a bar, whatever it is you're looking to add. Matrix Basements can do it for you. And they can do it with the Build Now, Pay Later program. 24 months, zero interest, zero payments. Why wait when you can have Matrix Basements start your basement today?
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions coach Dan Campbell just spoke to the media. He revealed that Terrion Arnold is in concussion protocol. As you imagine, play calling also dominated the discussion. The Pistons managed a victory over the Sixers last night with availability issues. Tonight could be even tougher. Isaiah Stewart has already been ruled out. Karis LeVert and Asar Thompson are questionable. Here, the 7 p.m. tip against the Wizards right here on the ticket. The latest AP college basketball poll has Michigan at number 6, MSU at 17. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 971theticket.com.
I am going to get right back to your phone calls. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to bump what I was going to bring up because it is selfish and self-indulgent, and it doesn't serve you, the listener, other than to maybe see my head explode. And if that gives you an afternoon ha-ha, then I guess I've done my job. I will do it next segment, but I need Rico, Kenny, and David to act like friends. I need you to just talk me off the ledge on something because I have read a very disturbing quote in the sports world. So we're going to go to the people now. And that means Dominic is up next, 97.1. Dom, how you doing?
Yo, what's going on?
What's up, Dom?
I called a couple of weeks ago. How's it going? I called a couple of weeks ago regarding my worries with the offense, and it seems they all manifested and came true a little bit earlier than we thought. But I'm just glad that Campbell – so my buddies and I in our fantasy football group chat, we have this running gag when Morton was calling plays. Like every time he'd call a screen and the linebacker would be hugging Jahmyr Gibbs before the ball even got to him, we would be like, maybe that'll fool him next time. Like everybody would just say it in the group chat over and over again. But the guy just seems like a real like meat and potatoes play caller, which is the polar opposite of Ben Johnson. And I'm just glad even last night we saw a little bit more creativity and we realized like the best slot guy in the NFL can run slants and Amon-Ra, and one of the best tight ends in the NFL is capable of running a curl route and getting you a first down when you need it.
Yeah,
and
or
that's
even
really all I have to say.
Even going spread 5 wide. I mean, I'll never understand the skipper thing, but man, it was funny. But like, yeah, Dom, the basics. He kept it pretty simple. They ran crossing routes. Why? Washington kept running man. And you're never going to cover J-Mo on a crossing route if you give the quarterback 3.5 seconds to throw the ball.
No.
Basics. So, yeah, no, Dom, I think you're spot on. I like that, Dominic, I like that your group chat is a lot like mine, except I just send Jonathan Smith blank stares to people. Usually it's just different versions
I know
of him.
one little worry. Yeah, one little worry with you. I'm already seeing with Daboll's firing that he might be on the short list for our offensive coordinator next year.
No,
Don't have a heart attack with that one.
No, Dom, I promise. I got a different worry, and it's my team tried to be half pregnant. I'll explain. Give me a few minutes. I want to get to more to calls.
I want to hear this story. I think
We're
the people
gonna
want to
get
hear
to
the story.
The people want to talk about their team.
I ain't been talking about their team for the last hour and 38 minutes.
What did
give me your story.
No. Next segment. Next.
I'm willing to be patient.
We're gonna.
I'm
go.
not.
Okay. We are waiting. We are going to go to Luke. He is up next. Hello,
Luke Sloan.
Luke,
hey,
what's going on?
fellas, how's it going? It's
Good,
Monday.
buddy. Welcome.
Oh, glad to be here as always. Hey, yeah, I want to see Philly, although I hate Philly as much as people hate the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes and their dynasty. I'm starting to get that about Philly. I'm just kind of sick of them. But I want to see them beat Green Bay tonight, just for the divisional aspect
That's right.
of it.
Luke,
And,
winning your division is priority one. Once that's done,
100%.
then you can start to worry about everything else in the galaxy. And I'm telling you, Luke, people disregard this, but it's the same crap when we talked about the setup the Bills were walking into. You do
Can
not
I add to the can we say that possibly Jason Williams may be another threat to the team as far as between the numbers rather than a deep threat, or consider him a dual threat now after what we've seen. I don't think we've seen that type of action out of J-Mo in between the numbers since he'd been here, and that was an impressive display of talent yesterday.
I think it's helpful when a team runs man and said team isn't interested in playing football for money. But yes, Luke, it gave me hope that look, Rico and I talked about it. You guys in Listenerland talked about it. The integration of JMO without changing what we do.
What you saw.
That was fine. Hey, look, he's wide open tearing across the field. We're just going to go ahead and throw that 7-yard ball.
Right. The run game works, so Goff acts like he's handing it off, and JMO's wide open deep down the field.
And just a reminder, you never, if the team you're playing is remotely good, you never want that team to lose the week before you play them. You do not want the Eagles angry, coming home, primetime, off a loss. That will only make your job harder. Yes, it matters. These are men, not machines. Emotion plays a huge role in this sport. You don't believe me? How about Buffalo going on the road without their boner pills? And with that flaccid performance, Josh Allen went, okay, I'll try to rescue us. You can't. The Buffalo Bills, a week after their Super Bowl of beating the Chiefs, lost in spectacular fashion to the Miami Dolphins. Those things are real. Letdown spots are real. Back against the wall spots are real. It matters.
Yeah, and somehow or another, I'm trying to see if this is true, that Mike McDaniel then drove past a Buffalo bar to troll them.
No, what?
The game. So, yeah.
What?
It looks as if he hopped in his car and he drove past a Buffalo bar down in Miami that, Bills fans go to congregate at, and he just kind of drove past there with the window down.
Okay, do you have proof of this?
Mike, I said I'm trying to see if this is for real or not because it sounds so ridiculous.
Rico is now following the Adam Blefter account, not Adam Schefter.
Or it could be real.
I hope that's not real. That's pathetic. That is absolutely pathetic. You're 2-8, for God's sakes.
No, looks like it is real.
Oh, my dear God.
Yeah, it looks like he was asked about it in his presser today.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, here's a picture of it.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, he needs to. Oof.
Here you go.
Really?
I mean, did they win a Super Bowl yesterday?
It's as close as they're going to get. 248-539-9797. And yes, your calls, but you guys are going to help me. Just 3 minutes. Talk me off the ledge on something. November, football season, tailgates, hunting trips. The Red Tag sales event is happening now. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Level up that tailgate and your weekend adventures in a 26 Silverado crew cab. Perfect. Hauling all your gear to the game or up to the woods, whatever the hell you do. $189 a month, 0 down for GM employees and immediate family members. You need something a little more compact, the 26 Equinox LT, starting at $279 a month, $999 down for GM employees and immediate family members. Moran, they make it simple, easy, stress-free. So find your ride, MoranExpress.com, or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. allow me 3 minutes to be self-indulgent because I need Rico, Kenny, and David to help me. Now, listen, we'll spend the rest of the day talking about your team. I don't know that I'm allowed any joy. Now, I find out that Dayball's fired, and I get all pumped up. But then I read this cat enthusiast approach. Let me read this statement. Tell me what you hear and tell me whether I should have a major problem with this, because I do.
Okay.
Me. We spoke this morning about the direction of our franchise on the field, and we've decided at this time it's in our best interest to make a change at the head coach position, President John Mara and Chairman Steve Tisch said in a joint statement. The past few seasons have been nothing short of disappointment, and we have not met our expectations for this franchise. We understand the frustration of our fans, and we will work to deliver a significantly improved product. Okay. We appreciate Coach Daboll for his contributions to the organization. Yeah, no, you don't. Joe Schoen remains in his position as GM and will lead the search for a new coach. We feel Joe's assembled a good young nucleus of talent, and we look forward to its development. Oh, my God. The half measure. Half wet, half pregnant. So here's my question. You either believe that Joe Schoen put a good enough roster on the field that the Giants were up by 10 points or more in 4 fourth quarters on the road and blew each of them, and that they should be 6-4, and that it's Daboll's malfeasance that has cost them this.
Yes.
The problem is, if I talk about his draft picks, okay, you guys, I asked for your help. I'm asking you. Because to me, I wanted to broom everybody up. You start fresh.
So what's the question?
Am I wrong for being upset that somehow Joe Schoen sticks around here and Dayball's the one who gets fired?
Yeah, you know what happened? He lucked into Scatterboo and Dart, and it kind of excited the fan base because I keep telling you, Mike, your team is fun to watch. They may not hold on to the lead, but man, it's like, okay, they're kind of fun. They're interesting. Dart running around there playing like it's, he's still down in the SEC. Like, dude, you may not want to, scramble that.
The problem is Joe
much.
Schoen's not a good drafter. I hate to break that to you.
But Mike, between that, you kind of lucked into that. That may extend him for at least another year.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with blowing the entire 2023 draft, the entire 2022 draft, except for Kayvon?
We are a world that only remembers what just happened yesterday.
Okay, well then shut the franchise down. I mean, no offense. I know you're offering like what might be happening, which is objectively stupid. You are a smart person. That's a horrendous way to run a franchise.
It sounds like this is what New York is doing. Now, here's the problem. I wouldn't do that because this is one where now you're going to hire a coach and then the next GM is going to say, well, I didn't hire that coach. And it's like a perpetual circle that you're going around. So, no, if you're going to make a clean sweep, you make the clean sweep. You start over. New GM hires new coach. Those two are handcuffed together. But it sounds like the Giants got seduced by this last draft and are saying, well, maybe he's not that bad.
No, he's that bad. David.
Well, Mike, that just means you have your guy. That's just the guy that's running the franchise now. It's okay.
All right, I'll be the voice.
That wasn't a friend.
Ooh, I was just trying to give it to you from the New York perspective.
I will be the voice that you need, Mike. It is November 10th. There's plenty of time for them to come and realize that Joe Schoen needs to be gone. There's still time. Okay. I'm pretty sure, yes, I know the process will get started as soon as possible, but there's still a chance that they will have rumblings within the NFL that Joe Schoen is trash and they can still move on from him before they fully get into the hiring of a new head coach. There's still time.
What do you mean, David?
You can have a happy Thanksgiving knowing that there's still time to get rid of the
Joe
GM.
Schoen will lead the search for a new coach made my head explode.
See, and once you started reading, because I had just probably the segment before told him, like, what is this news about Joe Schoen still getting a chance to hire? And then you started reading, I said, oh, no, this is it. There's still time. There's still time. I believe in your team to
That's
figure
all.
out.
David, you're right.
3 minutes.
There's still time to turn it all around.
We can go back to business.
In all seriousness, the problem, David, is you can't let that man in the room to pick your coach.
There's still time.
No. There's no time. No. He can't. It's like it's what screwed the Lions over. If you know you're going to fire somebody, they can't draft anybody because you're drafting people out of panic. You're not drafting people out of what you need. If you're really going to do something, unless you're going to lock him up to a 10-year deal, you can't let him anywhere in that room. He can have zero say-so in the next head coach.
I just needed a couple of minutes. Thank you for your time and concern outside of Kenny, who's just being a complete bleep hole.
Oh.
David, the ticket text, and we will get to Can We Say That. Just not allowed happiness. That's really what it's about.
Someone is definitely confirming this story, Rico. He says, yes, McDaniel did do that. I'm a Miami guy. He did drive by the bar yesterday.
What a weirdo.
Right, it's just like, wait, is this true?
Yeah, it's true.
Someone else says, yes, Mike, I'm sorry for you. I have no idea how your GM still has a job, but there's still time.
Yeah.
There's still time.
There's time. It's just
okay.
What? Say
you know
it.
what? You're not ready for this.
Just say it.
Are you ready for some of the names that are already being bantered about?
Bill Belichick, is he one of the names?
Bill Belichick is one of the names.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Next.
How about Robert Saleh?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Next.
How about this oldie but a goodie? Steve Spagnuolo.
Next.
Okay. This can't be a serious list.
My life is
No,
hell.
David, straight from CBS Sports. Not me. Clint Kubiak.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Young
100%.
mind, yeah.
Well, yeah, and again, if he's doing this with Sam Darnold, what's he going to do with Jackson Dart? Yes to Kubiak.
Cliff Kingsbury.
No. I mean, I love the Bond villain mansion and the whole bit, but Cliff's offenses get figured out real quick. No.
And one more is Jesse Minter.
If I wanted a defensive coach, young rising star, I love him. Maybe the next Mike McDaniel, but you still need a legit OC. I don't hate that.
But yes, Bill Belichick is on this list.
No, he's not.
He really is.
No, he's not.
He really is.
I don't need to hire a 75-year-old whose concern shouldn't be the implementation of a game plan, but should be waking up tomorrow. I'm all set.
I think there's an OC available that could be there.
Oh?
Brian Dable.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm not a. See, now that wasn't a good friend. I'm so sorry. That wasn't a good friend.
Thanks, guys. Real supportive. Let's
I
get
tried.
back to business.
I saw this list like, wow, that was quick. Like, would you guys bring Spagnuolo back? Spags.
He was there for a long time. It was wonderful, but bottom line, you can't go home again. I don't want an aging defensive coordinator who wears his pants around his nipples. Spags wears his pants like an old man. They're up at his armpits.
This doesn't have to do.
He looks like Humpty Dumpty. I don't want him.
If he wins,
I don't want him. I don't want a defensive coach in an offensive league. You can't even play defense. I want a play caller.
If you win, you know what? Everybody's gonna be running around dressed like Spags next Halloween.
Wish the Giants had a set of balls. Go offer Dan Campbell $25 million and let's make radio gold. We ripped Dan Campbell from the Lions, highest paid coach in the history of earthly sports. That's what I want. Dan Campbell and his sexy specs.
Okay, you take Dan Campbell, but Morton has to come with him.
Fine. All he is the errand boy now. I'm the captain now. He made a Milton from Office Space.
I'm the captain.
That's it. That's all.
Look at me. Look at me.
That's how the meeting went. You know that's how it went.
John, look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now.
That's right.
But
nope.
I'm the captain now.
You sit in that booth. Look busy. Daddy's calling plays. All right.
Here's some crossword puzzles. There
What,
you go.
Kenny? Would you do? Make another funny?
I just said booth to David behind the
Right. Let's get to Can We Say That next. Thanks for that segment. Somehow I feel worse. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Dan Campbell was back at the podium. He confirmed that he would be calling plays again this week. He did leave the door open for John Morton to go back to calling plays at some point, however.
Yeah, sure.
Corner Terrion Arnold remains in concussion protocol after last night's game as well. Dan Campbell isn't the only head coach taking over play calling. Commanders coach Dan Quinn confirmed he will be calling their defensive plays going forward. Pistons star Cade Cunningham has been named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week after averaging 31 points and nearly 10 assists. Detroit completes a back-to-back today against the Wizards. Lazard Thompson and Karis LeVert are questionable. Isaiah Stewart will miss his second consecutive game with an ankle sprain. Hear the 7 p.m. tip right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Major League Baseball just announced today that all their gambling operators will cap wagers on the pitch level market at $200 and exclude those bets from parlays. Tigers prospect Kevin McGonigal is once again named the Arizona Fall League Hitter of the Week. He launched 3 homers. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know what time it is. Oh, it's time for Can We Say That? All right, let's go. I love this. Is this the NFL version?
NFL version. Can we say that the Pittsburgh Steelers regret signing Aaron Rodgers?
No. They didn't have any better options. Terrible quarterback class. They needed one more go at this with the most expensive defense in the league. They weren't willing to tank. No, and they still have a nice record. But they've probably going to end up that 8-9 that I talked about preseason. I'll say no, Rico.
No, we'll end up at 9-8, and then everyone would say, "Oh, he doesn't have a losing record," and they'll applaud that and be happy about that. I want championships, Mike.
Okay.
Mike Tomlin is the reason why we will not tank. He's the reason why.
Okay,
he loves veteran quarterbacks, and he's going to continue to get old quarterbacks. He needs to go.
Well, did you see his press conference after the game?
I don't care about his press conference after the game. Show me in the offseason that you're going to do something different.
Also,
Sorry, not to yell at you.
Why did you draft Caleb Johnson?
To not use him?
Uh-oh.
He makes one mistake, and it was a bad mistake on special teams, and now they just don't use him at all now.
It's the Pittsburgh way. All right. Former Steeler. Can we say that Russell Wilson should just retire right now? Like, he should be right there with Brian Daboll. Just, guys, I don't have it anymore.
Absolute outer space weirdo. Yes. And we talked about Brady cloning his dog. I'm convinced Sierra cloned Russell Wilson. The clone is the player. The real Russell Wilson is home with her. This is a robot clone. He is a clone.
I mean,
clone.
We're watching the game at B-Dubs yesterday, and Mike, maybe you and Big G saw this, but David, I could have swore that I saw Jameis Winston and Russell like praying in the middle of the game.
That's exactly what happened.
Like, this is what okay.
Here's what needs to happen. This stuff usually happens in the offseason.
Chair to the spine.
But Russell needs to just sign a one-day contract with the Seahawks and announce his retirement, have a press conference in the middle of the year, and just be like, I'm done.
I saw horrific football. Like, he's never played, but Russell Wilson looked like if you took somebody who won like a lottery and they get to be like a fantasy camp and you get to be a quarterback, except for he made the wrong turn and actually went out on the real football field.
Does this level of horse assery come natural to you, or do you have to put an effort for this? I lived it yesterday. I don't need the resuscitation of it. He's terrible. I'm going to sound like Gus Johnson.
Russ Heisman, stay in New York.
Just retire, please.
Can we say the Jags are frauds?
Yes, 100%. And I'm tired of Trevor Lawrence's face. He looks like a guy who got paid and doesn't care. I hate his body language. I hate his decision-making. I hate the fact he can't close out low-rent bums like Davis Mills. I'm done with Trevor Lawrence. I'm done with that. F them, all of them. I hate them all. The Jags are complete phonies, including Captain Cabela fishing vest. I'm out on all of it. What a joke. What a joke of a loss yesterday by them. And Trevor Lawrence with that stupid look on his face. Looks like he got paid and he doesn't care.
How about Liam Cohen at the end just wants to throw his stuff down like, oh, I'm angry. Dude, the collapse is on you. You all had 3 yards in the fourth quarter, it felt like.
26 points, I believe, in the fourth quarter. Okay. Can we say the Buffalo Bills have problems?
Yes, and the problem starts with their head coach. How many years have you worked with me and I've said Sean McDermott's a loser? It starts at the top. You got a man coaching the Lions. You got Dan Campbell. I'll follow that dude into war. I wouldn't follow Sean McDermott to the grocery store. Defensive coach who's a bum of a defensive coach. I'm tired of Sean McDermott and that blank stare look. Every time I want to believe in the Bills, they do that crap. This is the same guy who employed Leslie Frazier. Think about that.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
Yeah, because no one knows if Leslie Frazier's alive.
Let's find out.
To hell with Sean McDermott.
David?
I think he's a bum.
I don't need to add anything there.
Okay. Can we say Matthew Stafford is the MVP
Yes.
of the league?
100%. I mean, what, 24, 25 touchdowns, 2 picks?
A no-look touchdown pass?
Yeah, no, 100%. And it's not a sympathy thing. How about this? I truly would vote for Jonathan Taylor right now, but I know I'm not allowed to give that award to a running back because of stupidity. I would vote for Stafford, yeah. I mean, he's playing the best football of his career, and right now, I know Lion fans don't want to hear it. The Rams have every right to believe they can go to a Super Bowl too. He's playing incredible football.
See, I don't care, and I hear you, Mike. I just don't care about this thing being a QB award. It should go to Jonathan Taylor.
Amen.
He is destroying the NFL right now, and he looked and reminded me of Barry Sanders in that overtime yesterday. The juking and the way he got low going through the line of scrimmage. It was amazing. He's the MVP.
Yep.
Okay. David, here's your victory lap. Softball right for you. But I'm going to let Mike answer it first. Can we say the Baltimore Ravens will win their division?
Yes. I hate this. Yes. David.
I tried to tell you guys weeks ago.
My God, is JJ bad.
When they
My
had
God,
two
is
wins,
JJ bad.
when they had 2 wins, and I tried to tell you, with still 2 games on their schedule against my Steelers, they had everything set up in front of them, and they are going to win the AFC North.
Oh, God, it's disgusting.
There you go, David. That was your layup. Congratulations. Can we say the Bears are a playoff team?
No, I'm not going. No. Not after last week with the miracle against Cincy, and they didn't play good. They just didn't forcibly shove their head up their wazoo like the Giants did. I mean, Jackson Dart dies, and then Russell comes in and he's more busy praying than playing. No, I can't. The Bears are just, I know what the record is, but I know what I'm watching. They're fun. I think there's moments, but I just can't get there right now. They're still not a serious operation. They need another offseason. They got to get that defense right. And half the plays, Caleb Williams looks like he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Do you realize on 13 snaps in the fourth quarter, he scrambled on 7 of them? My God.
Tecmo. He plays Tecmo Bowl.
I'm going to say no.
Question mark?
And I'm not going to give you the team I think is, because I don't want to give them credit, but not the Bears.
Oh.
I'm not going to say the team. Let's just move on to the next
It's your
question.
stupid team with your smug face. You and your last place schedule.
That's because that's a hurt team over there, Mike. They're not a very good team.
Just when I thought we killed them off, then Rico told me the next 4 games for the Niners.
I know, man. Like,
they got Kaz Tech, they got DePores, they got Martin Luther King
and Bishop Sycamore.
and Renaissance.
Bishop Sycamore.
That's exactly right. Right now, Bishop Sycamore would be favored by 2.5 over the Titans. What a joke.
Can we say that this year's Colts is last year's Vikings?
Yeah, I feel that. That works. I mean, look, they're good and they're fun and they're going to win regular season games. When the chips are down and Daniel Jones getting pressured like he is, it doesn't look so pretty. Are you really going to run for 200 yards with Jonathan Taylor? I'm leaning that way. I am.
That's the thing. They had that performance against the Falcons. The Falcons aren't that good.
After the way they played against you.
Correct. 2 weeks in a row.
I do like the Falcons' defensive line, though. Overall
That's fair.
team.
Though, again, so you put pressure on them, and there you go.
Can we say that the Washington Commanders just didn't want to be in that game? Yes,
100%. They quit. They were unserious about being there and competing. And if you do that against a team like the Lions, you're going to get your doors blown off. Now, a day later, Dan Quinn takes over defensive play calling. Yeah, you could see it. I would not want to be in those meeting rooms and turn the tape on because, yes, it's cool that J-Mo catches a crosser. You know what's not cool? Guy's not trying. Guy's letting him waltz to the end zone with near a reach. It was bad, man. Put that tape on and imagine being in those position group meetings. Holy hell, dude. Hey, it's one thing to say Dan Campbell called a nice game. He did. Dude, it's the NFL. Not everybody's supposed to be open by 7 to 10 yards. That was brutal.
Yeah, and Dan Quinn, in his press conference that just ended, he has announced that he will take over defensive play calling.
Yeah. Finally, can we say, based off of this victory, that Mike McDaniel saved his job?
No. Fun for a week. That win was cheesecake. Delicious in the moment, but empty calories and bad for you long term. That ain't saving nothing. That team.
Buffalo.
That team's dead.
See, I don't think he saved his job, but I did learn something, though, because just seeing the locker room celebration, they still love that man.
Oh, God.
Now, they have. No, listen. I'm not saying keep him.
What is he, Bobby Williams?
No, I'm not saying keep him, but what I'm saying is, of course, the decisions have to be made. You got to move on. They suck, but they love that man in that locker room.
Well,
I'm playing for him.
That's great. I'm touched. They're 2-8. Get lost.
He is gone, though. So.
Oh, by the way, looks like Leslie Frazier, Seattle Seahawks, assistant coach.
Assistant what? How to run a garbage defense that tanks a home playoff game?
Says assistant head coach.
He's a bum.
But McDonald calls those defensive plays, so.
What a bum.
He's alive. 66. Still alive.
Professional homeless man. Awful.
Can we say that? 97-1.
Let's talk about David Femininio. Every lawyer says the same thing. We've got experience, and here's our big wins. Look, the difference is with David, you're not a number. He gets involved on a personal level because these cases are personal to you. He actually listens, and he fights and wins. Your experience matters to David. So if you've been in an accident, call 855-65-CRASH or visit online anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. 4:15. Frigid. Unseasonably frigid day. But vibes are pretty good. Dan Campbell took over the play calling. All those problems we were talking about, that wasn't haterade. They were problems. And Dan Campbell acknowledged them and took the play calling. Here's the question on a Can We Say That Monday. First of all, if you have a Can We Say That from the weekend that was, the phone lines are open. 248-539-9797. Could be college or pro. Can we say that? I have a special hockey one. Hey, Kenny, can we say if the Wings lose Thursday night against the Ducks, they will have completely ruined the good start and good vibes to their season?
I think they already have done that. So, yes, we can say that.
Okay. That one's out of the way. The rest can be football. We'll get to the Wings later in the week because I'm annoyed. Very annoyed. And then Kenny had to teach me what a low-event hockey player was because I'm like, yeah, these two guys, and I'm not going to do this now. I go, every time I watch, I feel like these two are the equivalent of a basketball player who plays 12 minutes, no points, no boards, no rebounds, no assists, no steals, no blocks, no nothing. Stugotz. Kenny was like, well, actually, that's called a low-event player.
No, let's get into the weeds. Let's go.
No, we're not doing that now. But
Goodbye,
I want to know what your
listeners.
Can We Say That's are. For the Lions, can we say the offense is fixed? Can we say that your faith is now renewed, that this will once again truly be, not just against bottom feeders, but a top 5 offense? I'm not ready to go there until they play Philly. Show me. Because we just did your version of Can We Say That. Everybody who watches football knows that team quit on the field yesterday.
No, they did. I mean, punching somebody with a helmet on, that's the dumbest thing ever because you're only going to hurt your hand.
It was nuts. It was totally nuts.
And it was like, I didn't even realize that they were headed to Spain the next week. Yeah, I don't want to make that trip. Not with these guys.
No.
I'm getting suspended.
But no, bottom line, look, I'm glad Dan Campbell had the fortitude to make the change. A lot of coaches wouldn't do it. They'll put their ass in the jackpot. But 18 coaches call the offense in this league. 4 of the top 5 offenses, the plays are called by the head coach. And Dan Campbell, look, we know what the man is. He's smart, he's passionate, and he is a really good offensive mind. I'm not going to say brilliant, not when you haven't won a Super Bowl yet. You haven't even been to one. I'll say Andy Reid's brilliant. I'll say Sean McVay is brilliant. I can't put that on Campbell yet, but he's really sharp. So I think it does help them. But go ahead with the Can We Say That's on a Monday. Yes, Dave.
Can we say that the NFC North isn't as good as we thought they were?
Yes, I'm ready to make that declaration. Packers are completely bipolar performance-wise. The Vikings are going nowhere fast with J.J. McCarthy. Holy hell, was he bad again.
Has he been downgraded to what, 6?
6 what?
Since he's 9.
Yeah, no. Someone needs to rein him in a little bit.
Yeah,
that
the
whole
last
beautiful weirdo routine only works when you play well.
Yeah, the last time somebody self-glossed themselves, he was called Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, okay, exactly. And the Bears, look, it's cute, it's fun. Ben Johnson's offense is fun to watch. That's not a serious football team. I'll say I agree with that.
Can we say that Gus Johnson is undeniably the most annoying sports announcer of all time?
100%. It's all performance art. None of it's legitimate. He's a con. He's a fraud. And he's nothing more than a useful idiot for the networks.
Can we say that Hutch's spin move wasn't worth the contract?
Nah. Listen, I want Hutch's game at another level as much as anybody, but I'm not going to allow slander. He's playing good football. I want great. He is winning his matchups. He does provide pressure. But there are long stretches where, I'm sorry, your team is blitzing for a reason. It's because your 4-man rush can't get home. Why do you think Brian Branch had 2 sacks yesterday? Because you have to bring the exotics because, once again, you can't generate pressure.
This is for Kenny. Can we say that Rasmussen is the next Riley Sheehan?
Riley Sheehan? No, you can't go that far yet. But I get the frustration. Makes sense.
Can we say that Michigan State football bye week was the best part of the weekend, Mike, in Birmingham?
100%.
Yes. You know what? Yes. Saturday, if you went to the hockey game or the basketball game, you got to drive home feeling good about your school.
Someone did send in a Can We Say That about MSU hockey, but I left it out. they say it's good.
Can we
but
say no
whatever.
one cares about college
Right.
hockey? Yes.
Exactly.
Hey.
Can we say that this is Aaron Rodgers' last year in the NFL?
Yes. And by the way, kudos to him. He has somehow managed to be one of the most famous people on planet Earth, say he got married, and his wife's a total ghost.
I don't think he actually married a person.
Oh. Okay.
Robot?
No, this is one of those, I married myself because I came to grips with blah, 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 blah.
like something
doing
Prince
my
would do.
ayahuasca type of thing.
That sounds like something Prince would do.
Dennis Rodman did it first.
Okay, fair. David, go
I
ahead.
know you're trying to slander Prince for no reason.
That was for your day ball conversation earlier.
I'm trying to, look, that was from CBS Sportsline. That wasn't for me.
Do the
Those
article
are the
again.
five names.
Do the article again if those are the names up for the Giants job.
Those were the top 5 names
Good
for the
God.
job.
Go ahead,
Can
David.
we say that John Morton will now be in purgatory just like Eric Bieniemy in KC?
Here for the rest of the year? Sure. Here's a can we say that I offered cookies yesterday, okay? Can we say the New England Patriots are absolutely a Super Bowl contender? What was that noise you were emitting?
I cannot.
Why?
I can't.
Why? Because they were my preseason darling?
It's
Because I like Drake May better than Caleb on draft day? Why, David? Say it.
I just cannot give Drake May any credit. I cannot say anything good about the Patriots, but good win. That's a good win.
David, yesterday was the first time any running back had totaled 50 yards against them. The defense is legit. They have a lockdown corner in Christian Gonzalez. Offensively,
you know what it is? They're just not fun to watch.
What are you talking
Actually,
about?
they are fun to watch.
Drake May throws the best deep ball in the league.
I don't care for
When he threw that deep ball, I almost texted you yesterday, and then I deleted it. I said I cannot have evidence of me giving credit to Drake May or the New England Patriots. But it was a good game. It was a really good game.
They've gone to Buffalo and to Tampa.
Yes.
Maybe it's just residuals of Brady and Gronk. I just don't like them.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
You know, like the Chicago Bulls. Like, I just don't like the Bulls because of Jordan back in the day. And I'll never like the Bulls.
It feels like I'm giving Jordan credit. And
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, dear God.
Good win, though. Good win.
Yeah, it was. Good for them.
All right, can we say that as far as division winners and playoff seedings, the second half of the NFL season will be interesting? He says teams that play each other twice: Rams, Seahawks, Broncos, Chiefs, Ravens, Steelers, Packers play the Bears, and Vikings twice.
Yeah. I still think, like, the ultimate can we say, somebody who hasn't won a Super Bowl is winning. Meaning, like, it's not going to be the Eagles. It's not going to be the Chiefs. I think it's going to be one of the others. It'll be a Lions, a Rams, a Seahawks, a Bucks. It'll be a Patriots. Someone new here over the last 5-6 years.
Let's say, but you got to take the Rams out.
They got the one, then they died. Now they're back. It would be like if the Niners did it.
Well, that was the Eagles.
No, the
Kind
Eagles
of.
just won it last year.
No, I'm saying they
and they were
won.
in it prior, and they had won it in 19.
Right, I'm saying, but okay.
What are you saying? Say what you're saying.
I would still include the Rams in that list.
Fine, they're not winning it. Next.
You should be happy that Daboll's gone. What is your problem?
Because Joe Shane isn't. It's like the Giants had 2 pimples on their ass, and they only got rid of 1. They still got a pimple on their ass, and it's Joe Shane. Be happy. Oh, that's great. Hey, by the way, we removed 1 cancerous tumor. We left the other.
That's one less than before. That's a win.
Right. Oh, there's progress. That's great. Super.
A little far, but okay.
I cannot sit in the room with this man anymore.
Just understand, sports is pain. There is no fun. There. That's today's lesson.
Mike Valenti, 2025. Sports is pain. There is no
Sports
fun.
is pain.
Lies.
Eli's. All right. Hungry Howie's Pizza's got you covered. 51% off. All you got to do, any large round original or thin crust pizza, all your favorite toppings, whether it's a cheese pizza or all the way with every topping on the list, 51% off. You choose the flavored crust. It's Hungry Howie's, limited time offer only. Just go to the website, hungryhowies.com. Carry out only. Get the job done, 51% off before it's gone, only at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Lions coach Dan Campbell confirmed today he'll continue to call plays this week, and Tyrion Arnold is in concussion protocol. Detroit has also signed edge rusher Ahmed Hassanin back to the practice squad. Pistons star Cade Cunningham has been named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. He might need to work some extra magic against the Wizards tonight. Isaiah Stewart has already been ruled out. Asar Thompson, Kyrus LeVert, questionable. Tip at 7 here on the
Wizards.
ticket.
Stop building it up.
It's a little fun with the wording. Come on. It's a Monday. Woo! Major League Baseball announced they're capping wagers on pitches to $200 and are taking those bets out of parlays. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Ooh, Cade might have to have a little extra magic against the Wizards. Get it? I'm Jeremy Otto. Yuck, yuck. My God. It's almost as bad as Kenny Albert and Vilma. Let me ask you this question. Has Kenny Albert and Vilma become one of the bottom 3 broadcast crews in the NFL? If we get stuck with these two, the only thing worse is when they give you drunk Chris Myers. He's like the pro version of Tim Brando. I mean, haven't the Lions become too good to end up with this broadcast crew? Holy hell, are Albert and Vilma bad?
Yeah, well,
that may have been the highlight. At least it forced those two to talk less.
Where was the main? Oh, L.A. Okay, I was like, where were the main crew at? But Brady was, he was in San Francisco.
That was tough. I had to mute it at one point. That's become my go-to move.
Just muting it.
I've muted Red Zone a lot lately.
Yeah.
I don't need, and I miss nothing. Because anytime I turn it on, I immediately become enraged.
Brother, welcome to 2025. Yeah, it just gets to a point where, I don't need this. I could just see it. I don't need you to describe what I'm watching.
No, Scott Hansen's trash. Just call it what it is.
It's the witching hour.
Oh, it looks like he disagrees with the call. And it's like, dude, just shut up and play the highlight.
Except yesterday, he made the witching hour turn into something because the Bears and everybody came back. Like,
yeah.
Are you kidding me?
What a blessing.
The Texans?
All right, let's get to the people. Brandon is up next, 97.1. Brando, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. I've been on for a while, back from when you guys were talking about are people smart enough to not want the buy. So I've been conflicted, and I've listened to everything you guys said today, and I think there's a thing where we should just be consistent. When we lose big games, we don't want to have that, 53-game record where we say, well, we bounce back. We don't want to bounce back. We don't want revenge wins. I think playing consistent football is the best for this team. You let them rest and we lose focus. After the bye on almost all of our games, we lost.
No, you're right.
Really
Listen, you open the season, lose. Off the bye week, lose. Off the bye week in the playoffs. The bottom line is, Brandon, your best pathway to making a Super Bowl is still the 1 seed. It's still the goal. 100%. And you do not 100%. Want to go in late January to places like Philly or Seattle, etc. You want to be here.
I definitely agree. So I asked you guys, and I know you guys probably fight about it behind the scenes. So in reality, kind of like when we picked Jahmyr Gibbs, why would we pick a running back at this? Knowing it's Dan Campbell, knowing it's Campbell, do we play what we know is right, i.e. drafting cornerbacks? I've heard you guys talk about that. Or do we play as this team? This team plays better with consistent football. Do we damn the odds and storm the Super Bowl, or do we play it like everyone else does?
No, I think you play it like everybody else.
So, Brandon, you're saying No. Hold on, Brandon. So you're saying, like, for the Lions, it may be better off to be the 2 seed.
For the Lions, it might just be better off to play consistent football.
No.
And that's kind of my angle. Like, no, you know what I mean?
No, you're wrong.
So they don't get a chance to go soft.
You're wrong because in 2023, they won off the bye week, beat the Chargers. 2024, they won off the bye week, beat the Cowboys. I'm not going to sit here and go with this narrative. I get it. It doesn't look good off a bye week recently, but no, you can't just say you don't want the number 1 seed because you're worried about that.
No, and because a rookie came in here and beat your B squad defense and your quarterback played the worst game of his season. No, you want the 1 seed. That's why tonight I'm rooting for Philly. Because I need, first of all, to get Green Bay. I need to get the division before I worry about the 1 seed.
Here's why you want the 1 seed. You don't want to play late January in either Philly or Green Bay.
Is this team making this fan base stupider?
No, the social media is.
Kenny,
I don't get the hand-wringing over this.
This is blowing my mind that this is a topic. Like, there are people out there who we don't want the 1 seed. You absolutely want the 1 seed. Every time, every year, period.
Further we go, I think Rico may end up being right in his argument that this team's fans don't know what winning is like. Therefore, they just draw these crazy conclusions like we don't want the bye week.
Well, the problem is also in this town, many people in media turn every win into a coronation instead of a business trip.
That's fair.
I love how people in this town are so dishonest with their either their listeners, readers, viewers. You beat a dead corpse yesterday. You took a baseball bat to a dead corpse. Now, that's fine. You didn't lose to the corpse. The corpse did not get up, take the bat, and kill you. But I can't sit here and act like this was some massive referendum that we're so much the best. I love that Campbell took the play sheet. I love that he called plays. Now, do it against adults next week. That's the only thing I can say.
Right, you're right. This was like the non-conference game. I like how you put that earlier in the show. Game you were supposed to get right, game you were supposed to win. Now you're getting ready to go into your conference.
Right, but it's the same thing. Michigan fans were touching their chandelier because of what Bryce did against Central. And it's like, guys, it's Central. You're a hater. Okay. It's people. It's society.
The fact that I'm going to just say this for the people in the back. To sit here and say you don't want the 1 seed may be the dumbest thing ever.
Total insanity.
Period. Because bottom line, I don't want to hear, well, we got the 2 seed and then you lose to Philly or you lose in Green Bay and say, well, if we would have played here in Ford Field, you didn't want that.
The other thing
had
is,
that if you had the 1 seed.
For a team like you, like an example, DJ Reed's not going to be back till December. Mahogany might need that extra week to get back and play. Like, I want the rest. You already had your bye week. You don't have a late bye week.
Right.
That bye week is gold.
Right. And you won't have to deal with the crowd noise because remember, that was the excuse in Green Bay. Well, it was the crowd noise when they were in the end zone. You won't have that here.
Here's the other thing. They're a long way from the 1 seed.
They are.
That's why I said, just for tonight, let me have the Packers take a loss. I want pressure on Green Bay. There's a lot of consternation around the Packers right now. A lot of people say LaFleur should give up play calling. They're treating him like John Morton.
I got it.
Lose tonight. We'll deal with Philly next week. But help us tonight so we can hurt you tomorrow. If Philly loses tonight, you do not want what's coming next Sunday. You do not want the Eagles off a loss coming home on Sunday night. You don't want it.
Can we say that some Lions fans have to do better?
Dude.
If you have a can we say that, give us a call, 248-539-9797. Because that I'm not going to allow. I'm just not. No. Because you want to be a big boy, act like a big boy. That is not big boy right there.
But I don't want the bye week.
Like, I don't want to work. I don't want to do that. Well, then you don't want to get rich, okay?
David, take a text.
From Damon, he says, can we say that tonight we're the Detroit Eagles? Fly, Eagles, fly.
Yeah, 100%. You want the Eagles with a huge win, get a little fat and sassy, and then, hey, load the wagon, and we'll see you there next week. And Dan Campbell's calling plays, and let's see if this team's got their mojo back.
As of now, before the game, Eagles are a 1.5 favorite.
As long as the Eagles lose tonight, Lions are going to win that game. I don't care. I don't care what the cat enthusiasts at this place have to say. I'm telling you, Eagles lose tonight, Lions are winning Sunday.
Dragging Costa in this. He said it was a life choice to have a cat because I called him that yesterday.
Oh, no. He gets very offended by that.
Can we say that Bama is more a basketball school than a football school now?
No, come on. Like, I understand DeBoer's had some problems with being a double-digit favorite, but he's got him in position to make the playoff. No, the performance against LSU was not inspiring, but you got to win. You got to survive.
They also had a good win at the Garden.
Nobody cares. Only you care. All right, you and Andy Katz. There you go. Two people who care. Hey, why don't you hang out with Joe Lenardi? It's November 10th. Nobody cares.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
God. Oh, God.
Football season. Don't just show up on game day. Score big with Moran Buick GMC right now. Lease a 26 GMC Elevation Crew Cab starting at $199 a month. Drive home in a 25 Buick Envista. Leases start at $279 a month. Both deals are $999 down. Inventory rolls in every damn day. Go to MoranExpress.com not only to check the stock, but schedule your certified service. So whether you're loading up for the game or heading north, whatever they got, they have got you covered. Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Yes.
All right. Let's go college version. Gentlemen, I'll start you off with I think is a softball, but can we say the Texas Tech will win the Big 12?
I'm good with it. $7 million defensive line. It's a warning shot to everybody. If you think you can get around the inevitable, no. They paid, and they got an NFL D line. They butchered BYU. They don't let you run the football. They will make you one-dimensional. Yeah, they have no excuses. The only hesitation I have is Joey McGuire's career at Tech. They're a different team on the road. They are. Where was their one loss this season? Activate the Valley. It's an issue. I think going into this year 5-15 on the road, but yes, they should win the Big 12.
Yeah, I think after beating BYU, I am now on board. They are going to the playoff.
BYU looks soaked.
Let's see what you did there. Can we say that the best freshman quarterback in the nation resides in California?
Yes, it's not even close. Because unlike Bryce, they're not sheltering him. I watched that game against Louisville. That was a road game at a top 20 opponent, and JKS threw it damn near 50 times. Yeah. They went in overtime.
323 yards, 2 touchdowns, and, yeah, they just went for it, the touchdown instead of kicking the field goal.
His best receiver's 5'7", the DeJesus kid, I think from UNLV. Look, he's really good. And unfortunately, if he has a brain, he won't be at Cal next year. He was originally at Oregon, and he dovetailed out, went to Cal. Now, that kid, let me tell you, okay, Bryce is making what, $3 million?
Something like that.
I'll pay $3 million for that next year.
So he's going to follow the Fernando Mendoza?
100%.
Maybe he's at Indiana.
Rico, he could, look, they have a quality screen game at Cal, but make no mistake, that kid was making throws. He's very advanced, and to do that on the road, to win in overtime, yeah, he's real, man. He's good.
Yeah, I think he'll be, I don't know if he'll be in the Big Ten or SEC, but he'll be elsewhere next year. He is really good. I'm thinking Big 12, maybe Arizona State.
Imagine if he came to the Big Ten. Think about the 4 quarterbacks we could have here. You could have Sayan. You could have Dante Moore. Mm-hmm. You could have Bryce Underwood, year 2, where I do think Bryce takes a leap. Mm-hmm. And you would have JKS.
Yeah.
That would be, and then you'd have whatever bum MSU started.
Well, no, but here's the thing. Maybe he does. Maybe he does come to Big Ten and he follows. Mendoza came from Cal, right?
Yes.
So
I believe, yeah.
Oh, no. He goes to Indiana.
He goes to Indiana.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right. Can we say, and Mike, I got to give you credit for this, Scotty Hazleton is pretty good at defense.
I sent you that picture. I'm glad you got a laugh. Scotty Hazleton was strutting Saturday night in Charlottesville.
Yeah.
Wake's defense is really good. Yes, they hurt the starter in Chandler Morris. Didn't matter. They had 30 yards of offense through a quarter and a half. It begs a question. Can we say the problem wasn't Scotty Hazleton? It was Mel Tucker's demands of Scotty Hazleton.
Maybe.
Because that defense never looked like that defense. Year 2 at Wake, Jake Dickert. By the way, shout out to Spartan fans who want to give Jonathan Smith more time. Jake Dickert doesn't need more time.
Well, Wake it's a powerhouse school in tradition and money and stuff.
Right. Tim Duncan and things.
Right.
Well, the only thing I was thinking about with the result of that game was, can you just put a lock on the gate and not allow the ACC in the playoff this year?
Okay.
They are trash.
Can we say that the ACC champion should be seeded 11th? The last of the non-group of 5 teams. That's where the ACC champ should be seeded.
No, you absolutely can. I think that Notre Dame would be ranked higher than them.
100%. Because every at-large from other conferences.
Right, because the way I broke it down, it was 3 Big Ten, 5 SEC, ACC 1, Big 12 1, Notre Dame.
And then the group of five. Yeah.
So
I'd put ACC 11th.
Okay.
And then that way, what's the harm? They got rid of the auto seeding.
Correct.
Good.
That's what's going to be good about it. Yeah.
I couldn't even imagine them as one of the top 4 seeds. That whoever was in that bracket would be salivating saying yes.
You know who's going to benefit?
Georgia.
Yep. Georgia will be sitting there at 6, and they'll draw this empty husk It'll be Georgia versus Duke in the first round of the playoff. Hey, Kenny, hand gesture delight.
Can we say that Georgia's a very boring football team to watch?
Yes.
Yes.
We can. Can we say that Fernando Mendoza had his Heisman Trophy moment in Happy Valley?
I guess. But I'll only follow it up with, can we say this is the weakest group of Heisman Trophy contenders in memory? This is awful. I mean, Mendoza was fine. He wasn't great on Saturday. Nice drive. Best catch I've seen in college since Charles Rogers against Notre Dame in 2001. But realistically, Fernando Mendoza, that's your Heisman winner?
Let's say last year's class wasn't that great either.
No, but Travis Hunter at least was this generational two-way athlete who did play 110 snaps a game. Fernando Mendoza? Fine, give him the award. I don't care. Okay. Great, Gino Toretto won a Heisman. That's the equivalent of what we're watching now. What?
Yes, we can say that. Yes.
Okay. I mean, it was a great drive. And can we say that maybe we need to give Gus Johnson a cup of tea or something before he makes these calls?
Or vacation?
Can we say that a network executive needs to sit him down and go, here's the deal, you putz. You're not the storyline. The game is. And you fake. That was such a fake response. He didn't lose his damn voice. He faked it. He's fake. His whole existence is fake. He sits here acting like, oh, U of D. Man, ain't nobody seen you at U of D Jesuit. Shut up, you. Guy's nothing but a charlatan. What a fake-ass call. He ruins everything he touches.
He lost his voice.
No, he didn't. He's a fake.
Well, no, I think he did because every play on that drive was, oh, my God.
Because he's
Gus,
fake.
They aren't all that great of a play.
Right. So now, when the moment is the moment, you've cried wolf so many times, none of us can be bothered. He ruined the moment. He ruins everything. What? Somebody else say something.
It's not much for me to say. You said it all.
I don't dislike him. I hate him. He ruins everything. He has jumped so many sharks that it's SeaWorld. It's ridiculous. He's not even who he is anymore. There was a time he was a rising star, and now he is just he's a buffoon. He is a clown. SeaWorld. What again? Sounded like a cat who got hit by a bus.
Oh, man. Okay.
Jackass. That was such a moment, man. And a real pro. Can you imagine a Brent Musburger or a Keith Jackson or a Brad Nessler? Something. Imagine what that moment could have been. And instead you get that.
Yeah, because I got to think that Indiana will probably use their local guy because he didn't lose his voice. So
because he didn't fake it the whole way.
Right. Can we say that USC may have a problem with the rules and cheating? Don't know if you saw the whole punt situation with the fake punter. They had two guys, the backup quarterback, Sam Ewart, and the punter, Sam Johnson. They changed Ewart's number to 80 so that when he went back to punt, he was never going to punt. He was actually going in there for a trick play.
Did they announce the jersey number?
No.
They put it.
So my dream of MSU putting Kenneth Walker in Brandon Tullis's jersey could have been real?
They changed the program for the week, so it was changed.
Yeah.
But they didn't have to announce it because they did that. The Big Ten then came out and said,
I like that.
You can't, that was a 15-yard penalty because you can't have two players, same position with the same number.
Okay.
So.
All right. They found a loophole.
I thought they wasted that loophole, though. Like, you did it against Northwest. That was clever. But do that in the playoffs.
Wait a minute. Is that Brock Ewart's nephew? The kid who was like a 5-star. He bombed out at Washington?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
So
yikes. Yeah. Hey, you want to fall from grace? Check out Malachi Nelson.
I don't think I want to.
Is that
number one quarterback in America? He goes to USC, doesn't win the job. Goes to Boise, doesn't win the job. Goes to UTEP, doesn't win the job. Just quit football. Become a CPA or something. You can't win the UTEP job. Oh, my God.
Can we say North Carolina's going to make a bowl game.
Oh,
Can I say I don't care? Like, what bowl are you making? You paid $10 million to make the Mayo Bowl?
Military Bowl or something?
He may turn this thing around.
Because, again, the ACC is dog water. Okay, sure. Yeah, you could say that.
It'll be on our TV afternoon week of Christmas. It'll be some random bowl game.
No, trust me. If North Carolina makes it, bowl game's going to be having a fist fight because it's going to be a media circus no matter where he goes. Plain and simple. Can we say Oregon is a fraud?
As it would pertain to winning a national championship, yes. They're still a playoff team, but we've discussed this for a while. Rico, they're putting the same tape out there. And I understand they had some injuries. By the end of that game, Kenny was playing wide receiver. But they're not to the level it's going to take to win a national title. And Dante made that great throw late. But for 60 minutes, it's not good enough. Performance against Wisconsin, not good enough. The Penn State game, now, clearly, not good enough. I'll say fraud for national title, but they're a playoff team. Because the whole sport's a fraud.
Can we say that? College style, 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions corner Tyrion Arnold is in concussion protocol after exiting yesterday's win over the Commanders a bit early. Will Dan Campbell continue to steer the offense this week? Edge rusher Ahmed Hassanin has re-signed with the Lions practice squad after his injury settlement at the end of training camp. The New York Giants have fired coach Brian Daboll. Offensive coordinator Mike Kafka has been named interim. Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow began his practice clock today in a limited capacity as well. Pistons rotation players Karis LeVert and Asar Thompson are questionable to play against the Wizards tonight. Isaiah Stewart already out along with Tobias Harris. You can hear the 6:35 pregame right here on the ticket with Chris Villar. Major League Baseball is now limiting bets on individual pitches to $200 and taking them out of parlays entirely. This in response to the pair of Guardians pitchers, Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz, were indicted for allegedly fixing pitches yesterday. The Professional Women's Hockey League announced they'll bring their takeover tour back to Little Caesars Arena this season for 2 dates, January 3rd and Saturday, March 28th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. So let's kind of reset the deck here. We'll get you to Lions Weekly Fiesta Review Show or whatever it's called, 5:30. I want to know your reaction yesterday when you were watching the game and all of a sudden you went, who is that dashing, bespectacled man with the play sheet? And it wasn't John Morton on the sidelines. It was Dan Campbell. And look, a lot of people fought the John Morton thing, tried to make it about other stuff. But the reality is the problems that had arisen, I think when you looked at the Lions, and we talked on this show now for a couple of weeks, why is a team with this much talent bottom of the barrel in third down conversion rate? Why is this team with this much talent faltering hard, specifically the last 3 weeks, outside of the top 10 and running the football? Issues like that. And all of a sudden, Dan Campbell went, okay, I'm the captain now. And yesterday, I'm not saying he reinvented the wheel. He didn't. Kept it simple. We're going to do what works, and we're going to drive this into the ground. I mean, look at the crossing routes, Rico. Oh, you're going to play man and be lazy about it? Cool. But Dan Campbell taking over play calling, it is a de facto firing. You can call it what you want. And I respect what Dan Campbell's trying to do. He's not embarrassing John Morton, and he's trying to be very politically correct about it. But make no mistake, John Morton's done. Oh, I'm prepared to do it again this week. What world would Dan Campbell call the plays against Washington and then not call them against Philly? Or not call them the remainder of the way? It would be almost unheard of. And I'm just leaving room for some historical example where a coach de-pantsed his OC only to hand him his pants back 6 weeks later.
To show you here how it's done, because Mike, it would be one of the ultimate Root for Radio moments. He gives it back to Morton. They go out there, the offense sputters against Philly, and then Dan Campbell takes it back against the Giants. Like, no, it doesn't work that. You can't. Once I saw that, I was like, well, can't go backwards. Daddy's taking the wheel. He's driving now.
Yes. And I trust Dan Campbell. I don't think many coaches have as good of a grasp on their locker room, their players, and then their CEO capabilities. Look, people who don't think Dan Campbell is an offensive mind or is somehow not an incredibly intelligent guy, they're not paying attention. I'm fine with this. 18 head coaches in this league call their offense. Of the top 5 offenses, 4 of those are from coaches calling the plays on the sideline. There's precedent for this. 10 years ago, I would have said I don't like this, but the game's evolved. I like that he identified a problem and he didn't wait. And I said, look, give me these 2 weeks. If the team doesn't look right after these 2 weeks, your fire Morton calls, we can have those. Campbell said, I'm not waiting 2 weeks, especially with the importance of that Philly game on the horizon and the fact, let's face it, Washington, once again, empty husk.
Right, but see, I think it was, you know what? You didn't want Washington to do what Miami did to Buffalo. I can't afford to lose to Washington. I can't afford for this team to sputter. Let's just fix it right here, right now. And he went out there and put up almost 550 yards of offense. Everybody got fed. Everybody did something. Tesla got a pass. I mean, it was like the Oprah show out there. Everybody did something. And at the end of the day, everybody was happy. That offense looked like we all dreamed that it would be.
It felt like the players had a say in this. I can't prove it. But the way Goff was so effusive in his praise after the game, it just felt like, and again, the way it works in locker rooms, there's a leadership council. You're going to have a handful of veterans who have that pipeline to the coach directly. It makes you wonder. Once again, I'm not reporting that. I can't prove that. But it felt a little bit more than just, well, you know, we wanted to try something new. No, if you switched up what you put in your oatmeal, that's trying something new. This is a seismic power shift for a head coach to take the play calling from the OC.
Right. Kind of like Goff may have gotten a heads up. Hey, just so you know, I'm going to go in there and I'm going to talk to John Morton, but I'm going to be calling the plays.
I would take it a step further.
Keep it to yourself until it's official. But
you wonder if players went to him and said, you need to do this. See, I'm taking it a different way.
There you are.
Can't prove it, but it just
seems like, feels like.
Yeah, to me it does. Because those players played with a juice and energy. Goff seemed to be relieved. And look, Campbell did more of, not that it's a direct comp to Ben Johnson, but more of the spread formations, empty sets, doing a few exotic things. Hell, we had an offensive lineman running a pass route. That was theater. But overall, as you said, Rico, balance. Everybody was involved. And because they kind of loosened the formations up a little bit, what did we talk about? John Morton wasn't creating space for the running game. It was more of that brute force approach. Look, it's Washington. You could have had Zeke the Wonder Dog call plays and could have scored 20. So I'm not going to go too far. What you do in Philly is what the true measure of this decision will be. I'm just saying the fact he made the decision makes me feel better about this team moving forward. That's what we want to know from you guys. What was your reaction to it, and what do you think it's going to net? 248-539-9797. Because you have 3 showdown games here in the back half of the year. Philly, Rams, Pack. You take 2 or 3, you're right on schedule. You lose 2 or 3, you're going to be a wild card team. You are not winning this division, and you're sure as hell not the 1 seed. You lose all 3, we're having a totally different conversation that I really don't think we're going to have and hope we don't have.
I think I know what that conversation is.
But bottom line it. What is your reaction to it when you saw it yesterday? Now, if you'd like to talk about, Woodgate or eat it or something, that's a different segment.
Different show.
It's a football Monday. Everybody okay? 248-539-9797.
And don't forget, this is a can you say that Monday. So if you have a can we say that?
Can we say it was great having to not watch Michigan and Michigan State this weekend? Yes, we can say that.
Football, yes. I enjoyed the basketball game.
2 wholly uninteresting products that were not a part of my Saturday. It was glorious. David?
The way J-Mo celebrated with Dan Campbell when he scored makes me think the players said something too.
See? Thank you for backing me up, random ticket text stranger.
Okay, and I know this is nitpicky, but when J-Mo did the backflip and he landed weird, I was just like, oh, dear God, please no.
Don't be a deflator.
Okay. You sound like a... You know what? I'm not going to.
No.
I was going to say an older person.
No, David, no, when he landed, he didn't land cleanly. And I was just like.
I think I was going to say there.
David, you're a wild card sometimes. And when you and Rico go at it, who knows?
Oh, we're not going at it.
But Kenny and I were here for it. We were waiting for you to fill in the blank.
But I hear you.
No, that's all. When he landed.
He hurt his back.
Right. Yeah. No, it was like, oh, don't pull a Grammatica out there. Like, just celebrate your touchdown.
He's out now 4 to 6 weeks. Right. Yesterday was the best the offense has looked all year, hands down. Even against the Bears, Browns, and Bengals, the offense left a lot on the table. But yesterday was near perfect.
And I think Dan Campbell saw quality control issues. Look at the game against Kansas City, look at the game against Tampa Bay, and look at the Viking game. There were quality control issues. We talked last week. That's pretty damning if doorknobs like us can sit there and go, here's what the problem is, and you didn't adjust. Well, what do you think those QC meetings are? What do you think that film review looked like? It's 10 times worse. So look, I'm happy he did it. Am I surprised? I'm only surprised it was now. I thought there would be maybe one more week where they'd get into that Philly, because this was not a free square, but it's a bottom 3 defense in the league, and God willing, John Morton could have put up 25.
No, but I think it was just one of those, we have to get this thing right, because 2 of our next 3 games are going to be guys that we're going up against for the top seed. I can't afford to have.
That's fair.
I don't want to do this against Philly. I don't want to make this transition now in case something goes wrong.
More than fair. More than fair. And this was the hors d'oeuvre, or as Kenny likes to call it, the hors d'oeuvre. 248-539-9797. David, a few ticket texts, and we're going to get to the people.
Scott in Carlton says Dan Campbell, quote unquote, fixed the glitch.
Yeah, so we just corrected your paycheck. We just fixed the glitch. It'll work itself out.
I think Dan calling the plays has me back on the 12-5 train. To go 12-5, the Lions have to finish 6-2, and I can see that happening.
Show me the Philly game, and then we'll get back into record previews and all that jazz. Show me Philly. Play a team that actually wants to play football for money, because the Commanders did not.
Mike in South Lyon says the Lions are fortunate that Dan Campbell really is a quality head coach. He made a poor hire, corrected it with urgency. Go Lions.
Yes. Yeah, look, I love him. I believe in him. And I just, I don't know. You hope it works because I don't think he ever wanted to do this. But the fact he's willing to, that's leadership. Because it's not easy, and you're going to answer questions for it. Mm-hmm. I do laugh, though. Well, we'll see where it goes. You can't put that toothpaste back in the tube. You took play calling from your offensive coordinator. That's like demoting your chef to the fryolator.
Well, here's the thing.
Come on.
You can't even give it back to him, Mike, because it's not fair. Because had Morton run the offense yesterday, they may have gotten 450 yards. But to then turn around and hand it back to him for the Eagles game,
no.
That's just not fair.
Maybe he could do it for the Giants game as like a birthday present. John, Merry Christmas. You get to call plays against the dead-ass Giants.
Right. But it's no. You can't go backwards because I don't think he's going to get those results that you saw yesterday.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose successfully has specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their experience means when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on them. Jerry and Maurice, 30 years in the game. They've been in front of the Supreme Court. Their team is ready to evaluate any and all underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again. Well, if you want to know if firing Brian Daboll was the right move for my team, Dan Orlovsky says it wasn't. That tells me it's the right move.
Why wasn't it?
I don't care. You know what? I don't care. What an idiot.
Man, Big G happy.
I don't know. I haven't spoken to him.
I just need to know if he's happy. If Big G is happy, I'm happy.
We'll go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Joseph.
Yeah, okay, Mike, for all the reasons you articulated, you have to root for Philly tonight.
Yep.
Dan Campbell will be calling the plays the rest of the year. And I have a few facts to ponder. Can we say Jared Goff is a top 5 quarterback? Over the last 4 years, number 1 in total touchdown passes is Jared Goff, number 1 in QBR rating, and number 1 in completion percentage. Over the last 3 years, he's top 3 in wins. Over the last 2 years, the Lions have 7 500-yard games. The next closest team is 4. If wins in production isn't something you consider in a top 5 quarterback, I don't know what the heck is.
Yeah.
So I believe we can say Jared Goff is a top 5 quarterback in the league, but too many listeners to this show and the whole station want to get on this guy, but good Lord, I think he's the right quarterback for this team.
Joe, I think you put it best. He is the right quarterback for the Detroit Lions. This offense is tailor-made for him, and he has maximized everything that he can do for it.
The reason he's not a top 5 QB just lies in physical abilities and the fact that he's in a way better situation than most other QBs. Give you an example. If I drop him in Tampa, he's not doing what Baker's doing. That's not a shot. But when people say he's not top, first of all, it's not an argument I'm interested in having, Joe. Can you win a Super Bowl with him? Yes. That's all I care about. If you have a guy who can win a Super Bowl, we're good. I'm not interested in the power rank. But when fans say he's not top 5,
right,
like that's some kind of flex, I'm not interested in doing that either.
No, I mean, I'm with you. Yeah, I don't think that with all the things that happened in Kansas City, if you dropped him and made him the quarterback of the Chiefs, he would be getting the same results.
No, and that's okay.
Right.
For
and that's
this
what I said.
team,
it's tailor-made.
He's perfect.
He's tailor-made for him, and it's like Stafford out with the Rams. That's all. That offense is made for him, and that's why he's flourishing.
Go to Charlie, 97.1. Charlie, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Happy Victory Monday to you.
Yes, Charlie.
I called a couple of weeks ago, and I was the guy who was ranting and raving about how cultures wins championships. You know, blah blah blah. Dan Campbell's the guy to do this and that, and I think you just saw signs of it. You just saw a coach in his rookie season who said, you know what? Anthony Lynn's not moving this game along. He's not keeping the rhythm that I want. I know these guys. And here he is. It's like week 3, 4. He's got the play sheet in his hand. And I remember calling my buddies, like, why does he have the play sheet in his hands? And all of a sudden, you start to see here a couple weeks later, all of a sudden, third down is a problem. We're not staying ahead of the sticks. And he's going to put another offensive coordinator in the garbage can. And I think he did it with respect. I think he did it in the way that tells you that Dan Campbell knows exactly what the locker room needs. I don't think you can sustain the kind of culture that the Lions have without regular meetings with Goff, regular meetings with St. Brown, regular meetings with this group that says, like, hey, we know what we're capable of. So why don't we just pop this in real quick? Let's do this install against the Commanders, and we're going to be ready now, hopefully. I mean, I guess we'll see. You know, rubber meets the road against the Philadelphia Eagles front. I think we'll see. But I don't think there's a person in the building that knows better what Jared Goff and this group needs than Dan Campbell. And Dan Campbell said, hey, like, I'm going to respectfully – set John Morton aside, and he's going to be another casualty. Anthony Lynn was one. All respect to him. He left in good graces, had no ill against the Lions, and you know what? You can help us with some minutia. Mentioned the Office Space example. That's a great one.
Yeah, he's a quality control assistant now, and he'll specifically look at the passing game. Look, this is what fans need to understand. Dan Campbell has one goal. It's the Super Bowl. I can't speak to what Brad Holmes' goals are and are not based on what he does and doesn't do. But Dan Campbell, this is a move you make if it's about the Super Bowl. Because guess what? They could have kept John Morton. They could have won a bunch of games. But they weren't going to win a Super Bowl. Dan Campbell's willing to risk it for the biscuit and do the uncomfortable because Only one thing matters, and I'm sorry to say this. Please do not take this the wrong way. I don't care if this team wins a playoff game or two. Anything short of winning the Super Bowl, or how about this? Anything short of getting to a Super Bowl.
There you go. I was about to say, make the Super Bowl,
and then anything can happen.
Right.
Fair. Anything short of that, you fail.
Now, once you make the Super Bowl a few times, now it's, okay, you got to win this thing.
Yeah.
Get there so that you are no longer lumped together with the new Cleveland Browns and the Jags.
And it's not an easy decision. And he is going to have to answer for it if it goes poorly. For 1 week, yeah, it was great. You also played one of the 3 worst defenses in the league. Show me in Philly. I have a confidence it'll work. And a lot of that has to do with the lack of confidence I had in Morton with the data we were bringing to the air over the course of a month.
Yeah, something was wrong. I mean, the apologizing to J-Mo. Yeah, the discrepancy, I'll say, with the O-line last week.
Yeah. Somehow Charles Ramsey's comments fit any conversation.
They really do.
It's tremendous. I love it.
Yeah, I could just see that. Jonathan Smith says he doesn't know which quarterback's going to play. It works.
Hey, he wasn't at the basketball game against Arkansas. It works. It works.
Wait. Pistons off to a hot start. Okay, I thought you were going to see if you can.
No. Hey, the Wings have screwed up their hot start. Okay, let's go. Sorry, Kenny. David, can I take one more caller? I want to make sure we're on time for the Lions party or whatever it is.
Yeah, we're good.
Kirk, 97.1. What's up, Kirk?
Mike, I couldn't agree more. I was talking to my buddies at work today, and I flat out said, that offense went to Goff and Amon-Ra, we can probably agree are the leaders of that offense.
Yes.
They went to them and said, something's got to change. Dan, you got to do something. And that's why it happened.
It feels like it. That's the problem. Is like I'm not trying to be provocative. That's exactly what it feels like.
100%. Even before I got in the car and heard you say that, I was talking about it at lunch. I'm like, this isn't just Dan making a few minor tweaks. This isn't a minor tweak. This is getting rid of your OC. Now I'm taking over. Go sit to the side.
Right. That's the thing. Like, and I, Kirk, I love that he's a gentleman about it, and he's not going to drag this guy through the mud. But this whole thing of, we just wanted to try something new. No, hold on. If you ordered a different salad at lunch, that's trying something new.
Right.
Come on.
Right. 100%.
We're all adults, and John Morton's still getting paid, unless they did make him Milton in Office Space, and they're just waiting for the glitch to work itself out.
And one more real quick, Kenny, after a bender on Saturday night, could easily coach against the Giants and that team, so it didn't matter who was calling plays for that game coming up.
Honestly, Kirk, they should auction off calling plays against the Giants. It would be great for charity.
Unless Jackson Dart is back, then
won't matter.
A little bit of a challenge.
We're toast. All right, Rico.
New coach bounce.
New coach bounce. Get out of here. Will you get out of here with that madness? Okay. Talk to the people. Tell them what's going on.
All right. This football season, where else would you want to bet other than my friends at Fanatic Sportsbook? Fanatic Sportsbook is the home of the fair play, protecting all pro football prop bets across the state.